Chapter 1. In Winterfell, situated on the southern fringes of the kingdom of Karmas, bore witness to the chilling winds as it braced for the impending winter. A massive, deep crimson banner fluttered from the city gates, emblazoned with the image of a strikingly handsome eagle, the emblem of the Olsen family, the Lords of Winterfell. In the heart of Winterfell stood a grand castle, where several young maidens clad in maidservant attire gazed intently at an open space before them. In the center, a youth of approximately 15 or 16 was diligently training. Beside him stood a robust, middle-aged veteran, aged around 40 or 50, offering guidance and instruction. Despite the biting cold, the youth wore only a thin garment, yet beads of sweat could be seen cascading down his brow, indicative of the intensity of his training. "All right, young master, that will suffice for today's morning practice. Do take a moment to rest," the middle-aged veteran suddenly remarked. Huff! At the words, the youth released a long plume of white vapor, sheathing his long sword and standing amidst the open space. The maidservants promptly approached, presenting him with a towel and warm water to wipe the sweat from his face. However, the youth appeared somewhat lost in thought, his focus entirely absorbed by an ethereal panel hovering before him. Host, Ian Olsen. Rank, Apprentice Knight. Strength, 1.5. Speed, 1.2. Constitution, 1.2. Spirit, 1.1. Basic Knight Breathing Technique LV082100. Horizontal / LV097100. Basic Swordsmanship LV090100. This panel, visible only to the youth, served as his unique advantage. A month prior, he had been an ordinary worker on Blue Star. After an unfortunate incident during the grueling work schedule, he had perished and found himself transported into this world. This realm bore semblance to the medieval Europe of his past life, yet was imbued with fantastical elements. The previous occupant of this body was named Ian Olsen, the sole heir of the Lord of Winterfell, Viscount Joanne Olsen, as one of the few in the kingdom of Karmas to ascend to the rank of Grand Knight. His son Ian Aldo was nonetheless regarded by society as foolish and arrogant. Despite possessing only the strength of an apprentice knight, he foolishly aspired to master the advanced knight breathing technique passed down through the Aldo family. The consequence of his hubris had led to his untimely demise, thus granting Ian the opportunity to traverse and inherit this identity. This panel was his golden finger. The original occupant's aptitude was rather poor. Despite being the sole son of Viscount Joanne, he had commenced knight training at the tender age of 8. Not only did he have access to ample training resources, but Viscount Joanne had also appointed multiple expert instructors. Yet, after all these years, he remained merely a knight's attendant, unable to condense his fighting spirit and break through to true knighthood. Certainly, his innate laziness and lack of ambition were contributing factors. However, his inherently low aptitude also played a significant role. With the advent of the panel, each training session allowed him to augment his skills by 110 proficiency points. The more dedication he poured into his training, the higher the proficiency gained. For instance, following this morning's practice, his proficiency in the basic breathing technique had increased by 7 points, reaching 82100. With just another 6 or 7 days, he would achieve an upgrade in his breathing technique. According to the panel's information, once the breathing technique ascended to the first tier, the efficiency of his training would skyrocket. As for the attributes displayed on the panel, they indicated Ian's current capabilities. Typically, an adult male would have attributes hovering around 1. Yet, through diligent training over the past few days, his attributes had seen notable improvement. The horizontal slash was a unique combat technique exclusive to knights, and currently, it was the only combat technique he was practicing. He was mere proficiency points away from breaking through to the first tier. The maidservants quickly assisted Ian in tidying up. "Young Master Ian, Mr. Huirut, who is responsible for teaching you history, is awaiting you in the study." A maidservant clad in a black and white dress, her features delicate, stepped forward, respectfully bowing and speaking cautiously. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts today, Luna." After expressing his gratitude to the middle-aged man, Ian departed under the maidservant's guidance. Following recent events, Ian had transformed from his previous indolent self, now diligently engaging in rigorous training. Perhaps a brush with death has instilled growth within me. Lord Joanne, I shall finally live up to your trust. Huirut was specifically assigned by Joanne to instruct Ian. He himself was a fully fledged knight, and not far from becoming a grand knight, though age had hindered his physical capacity for further breakthroughs. Nonetheless, he remained the second strongest in Winterfell, after Kyrie. Moreover, he was unwaveringly loyal to the Olsen family, which is why Joanne had entrusted him with Ian's education. As Ian followed the maidservant down the castle corridor, portraits of the family's ancestors adorned the walls on either side. Their gazes seemed to penetrate the fabric of time, fixated upon Ian, the family's beacon of hope for the future. Before long, Ian arrived at the study's entrance. The maid gently knocked, and upon receiving permission, she opened the door for Ian. Inside, a silver-haired elder sat at the desk. "Young Master Ian, you have arrived," he said, rising respectfully upon Ian's entrance. Afterward, he took a seat at the desk, gazing at the mountainous pile of books before him, a wry smile tugging at his lips. In this world, knowledge of history, culture, and politics was equally paramount. These subjects were pivotal to a noble's survival and advancement in this intricate world. Mr. Huirut commenced his lesson, his voice deep and resonant, narrating the rise and fall of the kingdom of Karmas, as well as the intricate relationships among various families. Ian listened intently, occasionally posing questions, which brought great satisfaction to Mr. Huirut. He realized that young Master Ian had indeed changed, no longer the debauched scion of privilege who knew only indulgence. However, just as Ian became engrossed in the ocean of knowledge, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Suddenly, the study door burst open, and a guard rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. "Young master, there is grave news. Reports from the border indicate an unidentified army is advancing towards Winterfell." Upon hearing this, Ian's expression shifted to one of gravity, instinctively rising to his feet. "Well, my father, understood. I shall be informed. You may leave now." As the soldier departed, Ian's brow furrowed with concern. The world was not as stable as it appeared. The vast expanse was rife with various factions. War erupted at any given moment across this continent. Numerous towns akin to Winterfell lingered near the Sunset Forest. Some were aligned with hostile factions of the Kingdom of Karmas, while others harbored grievances against Winterfell over resources. "Mr. Huirut, let us conclude for today." Huirut nodded, his eyes filled with worry. He too understood the gravity of the situation, silently gathering his books. "Young Master Ian, should you require anything from this old man, do not hesitate to command." With that, he quietly exited the study, leaving Ian to ponder in solitude. Chapter 2. Breaking Through to Knighthood. The following day, early morning. The distant horizon faintly lightened as sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the earth. War had arrived. Without any warning, conflict erupted. This was the norm on this continent. Warfare perpetually unfolded upon this land. Thud, thud, thud. "Young Master Ian, are you awake?" A soft voice inquired from outside the door, imbued with concern and caution. The one knocking was Ian's devoted maidservant, Lunis. Soft rays of light streamed through the window, illuminating the stone floor of the castle as the clock subtly approached 9 o'clock. Since the upheaval a month prior, young Master Ian had undergone a remarkable transformation, rising early each day to train, never once faltering. Yet today, an unusual stillness enveloped the room, with no sign of Ian's movement. Anxious, Lunis hesitated before finally summoning her courage to knock on the door. Fearful that Ian might encounter some mishap, her heart raced in her chest. Ian rolled out of bed, hastily donning a robe. The previous night, he had conversed with Huirut until late, and the fatigue from training had caused him to rise later than usual. Lunis gently pushed the door open and tiptoed into the room, carrying a tray with washing utensils and a steaming cup of water. Noticing the weariness etched upon Ian's face, she softly said, "Young master, please wash up and have a warm drink to rejuvenate yourself." Ian accepted the cup, taking a small sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, alleviating some of his fatigue. As he washed up, he inquired of Lunis, "Have there been any updates from my father?" Ian nodded slightly, drying his face. "Understood. Please inform Mr. Huirut to await me at the training ground." Lunas complied and departed, while Ian approached the window, gazing out at the vast forest beyond Winterfell. The subsequent days were monotonous, yet fulfilling. The ongoing war had not significantly impacted life within the castle. Ian continued to immerse himself in rigorous training and study. Reports from the front lines trickled in, and the situation appeared to be progressing favorably. On the third day after the war commenced, training ground. With a fierce shout from Ian, his fighting spirit surged forth. In the unseen void where others could not gaze, Ian fixated upon his proficiency panel. Host, Ian Olsen, Realm, Apprentice Knight. Strength, 1.5. Speed, 1.2. Constitution, 1.2. Spirit, 1.1. Basic Night Breathing Technique LV 1300. Half Moon / LV 1300. Beginner Swordsmanship LV 1300. His various skills had finally transcended, reaching new heights. Not only had the night breathing technique advanced to the first tier, but its cultivation efficacy had improved by nearly 10 compared to before. Even the horizontal slash had evolved into the half-moon slash, capable of unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy that inflicted substantial damage while also imposing a slowing effect. The basic swordsmanship had been elevated to beginner swordsmanship. Simultaneously, a novel transformation manifested within Ian. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds reverberated akin to a heartbeat, reminiscent of the resounding drums of war, strikingly crisp and clear. On one side of the training ground, Shiri seemed to hear Ian let out a muffled groan, and the atmosphere around him abruptly shifted. Ian felt as though a furnace within his body was ablaze. With the advancement of the basic breathing technique, his body was undergoing a peculiar metamorphosis. What is this? Is this the convergence of fighting energy? Sensing the familiar surge, Shiri gazed incredulously at Ian. Knights are extraordinary precisely because they have mastered fighting energy. Through this energy, they can unleash formidable attacks. At this moment, Ian's skin began to exude droplets of blood, appearing particularly unsettling. Oh no, it seems the breakthrough is not going smoothly. Shiri gasped, observing the pained expression on Ian's face, instantly realizing that Ian was encountering obstacles at the critical moment of gathering fighting energy. If he could not successfully navigate through this, all efforts would be in vain, and his life could be in jeopardy. Anxious and frantic, he rushed to Ian's side, attempting to stabilize Ian's aura with his own fighting energy. Master Ian, hold on. Focus your mind. Do not let pain dictate your actions, Shiri shouted, his voice filled with urgency and concern. Ian gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face contorting with agony. He could feel a powerful force rampaging within him, attempting to break free from some constraint, yet being suppressed by an invisible force. Each impact of that force brought searing pain, as if it were tearing his body apart. I cannot give up. Ian endured the torment, concentrating his mind, striving to control the tumultuous energy within. Amidst the agonizing ordeal, Ian suddenly felt a tangy liquid surge into his mouth. The once unbearable heat within him began to subside under the effect of this liquid. Without hesitation, Ian followed the guidance of the basic breathing technique, continuously consolidating the energy within. It seems this substance is remarkably effective. Observing the changes in Ian, Shiri held a pouch, his face breaking into a smile. Under his watchful gaze, the aura enveloping Ian gradually calmed, and he opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Congratulations, Master. You have ascended to the rank of Knight. Ian panted heavily, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his cheeks. The remnants of pain lingered in his eyes, but they were overshadowed by the relief of survival and the joy of his breakthrough. Mr. Shiri, what just happened? Ian's voice was still weak as he glanced down at his body. The blood that had seeped out was now congealed into scabs, leaving him utterly exhausted. Shiri carefully stowed the pouch in his hand, his face radiating a look of contentment. Master, you encountered a critical obstacle while gathering fighting energy, and the situation was dire. Fortunately, the Lord of the City had made preparations in advance. This pouch contains the juice of a luowa tree, which can soothe fighting energy and enhance the chances of a breakthrough. Ian nodded slightly, feeling a new force coursing through him, a vast energy flowing within. He had successfully broken through to become a true knight. This newfound strength made him feel as though he had been reborn, no longer the apprentice knight he once was. Simultaneously, his proficiency panel underwent a transformation. Host, Ian Olson Realm, Official Knight, Strength, 2.1 Speed, 1.5 Constitution, 1.5 Spirit, 1.2. Basic Knight Breathing Technique LV 1-1300, Half Moon /LV 1-1300, Beginner Swordsmanship LV 1-1300. All attributes had seen substantial enhancements, and his realm had elevated to that of an official knight. Mr. Shiri, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I truly would not know what to do, Ian said sincerely. Shiri waved his hand dismissively. Master, there is no need for gratitude. This is a result of your own efforts. I merely fulfilled my duty. Now that you have successfully broken through and greatly enhanced your strength, you are sure to become a pillar of Winter City in the future. Chapter 3. The Knight's First Battle. Shiri, a seasoned knight, could naturally discern Ian's current state at a glance. Upon entering, the familiar aura enveloped him, causing the tension in his nerves to ease somewhat. Lunas soon entered, carrying steaming food, and upon seeing Ian's weary appearance, her eyes filled with concern. Master, please eat something to replenish your strength. She spoke softly, her voice imbued with her characteristic gentleness and care. Ian sat up, accepting the platter, and gazed at the sumptuous spread before him. His appetite suddenly ignited. In battling that inner force, he had expended considerable energy and was now ravenously hungry. He devoured the food with gusto, relishing each bite. After finishing his meal, Ian leaned back against the headboard. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how long he slept, but Ian was roused by a cacophony of noise. Drowsily, he opened his eyes to find the room shrouded in twilight, the dim light filtering through the window onto the floor. The clamor grew increasingly distinct, a blend of soldiers' shouts and the clash of weapons. Ian bolted upright, a foreboding feeling surging within him. He swiftly donned his outerwear and hurried out of the room. The corridor was deserted, yet the uproar intensified, ringing in his ears. He rushed toward the source of the sound, making his way to the castle walls. There, he beheld the distant walls illuminated, soldiers gripping weapons, their expressions taut with tension. Outside, a throng of enemy forces surged like a tide. The encampments stretched endlessly, torches illuminating the night sky, surrounding Winter City with an impenetrable barrier. Ian's heart raced. He had not anticipated that enemy forces would arrive at the gates while he was asleep. At that moment, Shiri hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Ian, his expression softened slightly. Master, you are awake. The enemy has unexpectedly reinforced their ranks and, under the cover of night, flanked the battlefield to encircle us. Ian gazed at the enemy below, his brow furrowed. What about my father? Is there any news? Shiri shook his head. Not yet. Communications have been severed by the enemy. Ian took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Mr. Shiri, what should we do now? Shiri's gaze was resolute. Though the enemy is numerous, the walls of Winter City are sturdy. We must hold our ground and await the opportune moment. Master, you have just broken through, and you must not recklessly charge to the front lines. Ian nodded, although he felt reluctant. He understood the wisdom in Shiri's words. Under Shiri's command, everyone worked efficiently yet without panic. Crates of arrows were transported to the walls, and barrels of boiling oil were prepared. On the walls, the soldiers stood ready, poised to confront the enemy forces. Night swiftly passed, and the sun began to rise. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the enemy camp. In quick succession, countless foes pushed siege engines forward, shouting as they charged toward the walls. Loose arrows! Shiri commanded the soldiers to retaliate. He understood that they only needed to wait for the approaching Count Joan to repel the advancing enemies. Thus, his task was simply to defend Winter City. The soldiers swiftly unleashed their arrows at the enemy. The arrows rained down like a tempest, and for a moment, screams echoed among the enemy ranks as frontline soldiers fell one after another. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Subsequent soldiers trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing to push the siege engines forward. Most critically, there were night-level foes among the enemy ranks. The arrows fired by ordinary soldiers could not harm them. Their fighting energy surged as they wielded their weapons to deflect incoming arrows. With these knights providing protection, the enemy soldiers pressed onward through the rain of arrows. Shiri's gaze roamed the battlefield, observing the strong among the opposing forces, assessing their capabilities. Having just broken through to the knight level, he now stood among the knights. That lance-wielding foe is mine. Cohen, Sorda, the remaining 3 must intercept. Once I have slain that individual, I will assist you. Shiri swiftly devised a strategy as he watched the enemy draw closer to the city. However, most of the knights within the city had gone to the front lines with Kelly, leaving only 3 official knights, including himself. He could only hope that the 2 remaining knights on their side could delay the enemy's 3. Once he eliminated that lance-wielding knight, he would be free to assist them. Mr. Shiri, let me join as well. Ian could no longer contain his eagerness. Upon hearing this, Shili furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern. Young master, you have only just broken through, your body as yet to fully recover. It is far too perilous to engage in battle recklessly. Ian clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Shili, I am now a true knight. Winterfell stands on the brink of disaster. I cannot remain a passive observer. Shili wished to dissuade him further, but upon witnessing Ian's resolute gaze, he understood that his resolve was unshakable and could only nod in resignation. Very well, young master, but you must exercise caution and refrain from overexerting yourself. Your task is to entangle that swordsman knight, avoiding direct confrontation. If you can merely delay him until I deal with the enemy, it will suffice. Ian nodded solemnly, swiftly drawing his cross sword as he followed Shili to a strategic position atop the city wall. At that moment, the enemy knights were drawing near. Their fighting spirit shimmered with a sinister glow under the sun, and the weapons in their hands sliced through the air with ferocity, deflecting the arrows that were aimed at them. Ian took a deep breath, channeling the fighting spirit within him, feeling the surging power coursing through his veins. He locked onto his target, a knight wielding a longsword. With a light push of his feet, he descended from the battlements like a streak of black lightning, charging towards his opponent. The knight sensed Ian's assault and snorted coldly, raising his longsword to meet the attack. With a resounding clang, Ian felt a tremor in his arm. The knight's strength exceeded his expectations. Yet, he did not falter. Utilizing the force of the impact, he pivoted and maneuvered to the knight's flank, activating the crescent/slash skill. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged forth. The knight hastily sidestepped to evade, the blade's energy grazing his shoulder and leaving a deep scar on his armor. A flicker of surprise flashed in the knight's eyes, clearly taken aback by the fierce attack from Ian, this fledgling warrior. Chapter 4. A triumphant first battle. Meanwhile, Shiri had also engaged in combat with the spear-wielding knight. The knight's strikes were powerful and forceful, each thrust accompanied by a whistling wind. Shiri, agile and nimble, deftly evaded the onslaught, seeking opportunities to counterattack. That on another front, Cohen and Soda were embroiled in a fierce struggle against 2 additional knights. Their strength was somewhat lacking, and they found themselves in a difficult predicament. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons, shrouded in smoke. Ian was acutely aware that he could not afford to slacken his focus. He remained vigilant, meticulously observing his opponent for any vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the sound of their swords colliding reverberated in the air. Ian, drenched in sweat, was pushed back by the sheer force of the clash. Having only recently made a breakthrough, his strength and fighting spirit paled in comparison to his adversaries. Although his basic swordsmanship had improved through practice, it was still on par with that of the seasoned knight, who had weathered numerous battles and honed his combat skills to perfection. Ian understood that when facing such an opponent, patience was paramount. If he became impatient and rushed into an attack without identifying his foe's weaknesses, defeat would be inevitable. His opponent, evidently aware of this, maintained an impenetrable defense, leaving Ian with no openings. Unbeknownst to them, the skirmish had devolved into a war of attrition. Though Ian's abilities were inferior, his upgraded crescent slash was remarkably sharp, and the accompanying slowing effect was a considerable nuisance for his opponent. The knight refrained from launching a reckless assault, wary of leaving himself exposed to Ian's lethal crescent slash. Thus, they exchanged blows in a stalemate, as time silently passed amidst the fierce combat on the city walls. Soldiers continued to valiantly resist the enemy's advances. Waves of foes surged forth like a relentless tide, intent on breaching the gates. In the midst of the battle, Ian caught a glimpse of the besieging enemy. Without the knight's protection, many fell victim to the rain of arrows. However, the enemy was evidently determined to seize Winterhold in the absence of Count Joanne, charging forward even over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Thankfully, Shiri had previously prepared ample supplies. Arrows and boulders rained down from the walls, obstructing the enemy's push. Meanwhile, the combat on the knight's front remained intense. Shiri, however, proved himself to be the second strongest defender of Winterhold. The Spear Knight, under the relentless assault, was increasingly hard-pressed. In other areas of the battlefield, the enemy knights also found themselves at a disadvantage. If they could slay even one enemy knight, the outcome of the battle would be assured. The three enemy knights, recognizing this, disregarded their fatigue and aimed to inflict a decisive blow on their opponents. Ian sensed the shift in his adversary's tactics, his grip on the cross sword tightening as his gaze sharpened. He understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture. His opponent, desperate and cornered, would require him to maintain composure. Taking a deep breath, Ian stifled his exhaustion and summoned the remnants of his fighting spirit. He focused intently on his opponent, who was equally fatigued from their skirmish. "Come on," Ian whispered fiercely. Launching the first strike, he feinted, his form darting towards his foe like a wraith, the cross sword carved through the air. Each swing imbued with unwavering determination. His opponent, taken aback, hastily raised his sword to parry, and the sounds of their blades clashing filled the air. Amidst the intense exchange, Ian astutely noted that his adversary, in his eagerness to escape, began to reveal slight openings in his defense. A surge of elation coursed through Ian, yet he maintained a facade of struggle, continuing to feign a desperate battle. Suddenly, Ian deliberately exposed a vulnerability, allowing his form to falter slightly and revealing an opening on his left side. The opposing knight, seizing the opportunity, charged forward without hesitation. Ian's heart raced, just as the knight's sword was about to pierce him. He swiftly sidestepped, activating all the fighting spirit within him, amplifying the power of his crescent slash to its zenith. Ian shouted, unleashing a brilliantly luminous crescent of energy towards the knight. This attack embodied Ian's full strength and resolve, its speed rendering his opponent unable to evade. With a thud, the energy struck the knight squarely in the chest, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as he was flung backward. Ian, having poured all his energy into the strike, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Master Ian, Shiri, amidst his own battle with the Spear Knight, caught sight of Ian's success and felt a surge of joy, yet concern for Ian's safety compelled him to rush to his side. He understood that although Ian had successfully repelled his adversary, he had also placed himself in peril. Just then, Ian's opponent struggled to rise, blood pouring from his chest, his eyes filled with fury and defiance. Ignoring his injuries, he raised his sword once more and charged at Ian. Ian's heart raced. He knew he lacked the strength for another fight. Just as he prepared for a final stand, the enemy's momentum suddenly faltered. With a splat, Ian strode briskly into the castle hall, where he found Shiri already engaged in conversation with several commanders. Upon noticing Ian, Shiri approached him with a smile of reassurance. "Young master, I have heard that Viscount Joanne has dealt with the enemy forces up ahead, and our reinforcements will arrive shortly." Shiri regarded Ian with approval. "Your foresight is commendable. That I have ensured that the soldiers maintain their posts, and I have dispatched scouts to closely monitor the enemy's movements. Simultaneously, I have organized the troops to clear the battlefield debris and tend to the wounded soldiers and civilians. The townsfolk have also sprung into action, preparing to welcome the returning heroes." Ian stood upon the castle walls, gazing into the distance. With the demise of two knights, the opposing forces had retreated into their encampment. Perhaps news of their impending withdrawal had reached them, for they had begun their hasty retreat, abandoning tents and some supplies in their wake. As time passed, the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, and a cloud of dust appeared on the distant horizon. Ian's heart raced as he fixed his gaze intently on the sight, excitement shimmering in his eyes. That it is the army of the Viscount. Many within the castle erupted in exuberant shouts. The soldiers on the walls joined in the celebration, their cheers resonating throughout Winterfell. The townsfolk poured into the streets, waving flags to welcome the triumphant warriors. To the forefront of the procession rode Joanne upon a magnificent steed, though weariness was etched upon his face. His eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Spotting Ian upon the walls, Joanne's expression softened into one of pride. Ian hurried down from the battlements to the castle gate as he felt his father's embrace. Warmth surged within him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Father, are you well?" Ian asked softly, scrutinizing the appearance of Viscount Cayley. Though dust covered him, he appeared to be in decent health. Joanne chuckled softly, patting Ian's shoulder, a glimmer of pride in his gaze. "That I am proud of you." "Thank you, Father," Ian replied, bowing his head slightly. Nearby, soldiers dismounted one after another, bringing in batches of spoils and wounded into the castle. The atmosphere in Winterfell gradually began to restore a semblance of peace. Joanne swiftly extended his hand to support Shiri, admiration radiating from him. "Shiri, you have worked tirelessly as well. That Ian's growth in this battle owes much to your guidance and assistance." "I shall remember it well." Shiri smiled humbly. "You overpraise me, my lord. Young master, Ian possesses exceptional talent and diligence, which is the key to his remarkable performance in battle." Joanne turned to Ian, his eyes brimming with pride. "Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied with my son." Shiri cleared his throat and spoke with clarity. "My lord, the supplies within the city remain sufficient, but after this battle, the soldiers are thoroughly exhausted and require prompt rest. Furthermore, we can utilize the enemy's hastily abandoned tents and supplies to bolster our own resources. That I suggest we send a portion of the soldiers to gather and organize them, while the remaining troops continue to strengthen the city's defenses and arrange patrols to prevent any surprise attacks from the enemy." After listening quietly to Shiri's recommendations, Joanne nodded slightly. "Let it be as you say. Ian, come with me." "Yes, father," Ian quickly responded. Joanne led Ian into the castle, and they arrived at the study. He closed the door behind him, indicating for Ian to take a seat before settling himself behind a desk. "The fledgling is finally matured," Joanne remarked, gazing at Ian, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. "Father," before Ian could finish, Joanne's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 6. The Crimson Flame Breathing Technique. Joanne's previously pale visage flushed a deep crimson, and he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Father!" Ian gasped. Instantly leaping from his seat, he rushed to Joanne's side. Gripping his swaying body with both hands, that Ian's voice was laced with terror and urgency, his eyes wide with fear. Seeing the blood at the corner of his father's mouth tightened his heart as if gripped by an invisible hand. Joanne weakly waved his hand, his breath faint. "Oh, not panic, Ian. While fighting on the front lines, I fell victim to an enemy ambush and have been holding on ever since." His gaze bore traces of fatigue and helplessness. The once resolute light, now flickering dimly, that Ian's heart raced with anxiety as he shouted, "Someone, quickly, fetch a doctor!" But the door to the study remained tightly shut, and the sounds of commotion outside seemed to fade away. "Do not raise an alarm. We cannot let outsiders know of my injury, or the consequences would be dire." Joanne struggled to restrain Ian, who was determined to seek help. Stunned, Ian stood frozen, yet he felt compelled to heed his father's words. "Father, what shall we do? Your injury cannot be delayed." Ian's voice trembled with concern. Joanne took a deep breath, striving to steady his tone. "Ian, I know you are worried for me, but Winterfell has just endured the ravages of war, and the situation remains precarious. If the enemy learns of my injury, they will surely seize the opportunity to strike again, placing Winterfell in grave danger." Ian clenched his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. "Father, do not worry. I will not allow anyone to harm you or Winterfell. But your injury..." Joanne furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding that if I rest well, with my prowess as a great knight, I shall recover swiftly. Ian's brow remained furrowed, skepticism evident in his gaze. Though he was consumed with worry, he fought to suppress his emotions and regain his composure. His eyes sparkled with determination, though weakened. It still conveyed unwavering resolve. Ian nodded firmly. "Father, You can count on me. I will protect Winterfell until you recover. Moreover, Joan paused. Regarding my injury, you may only inform Shiri. He can assist you, but must remain a secret from everyone else. Ian understood his father's concern and nodded once more. I comprehend. Father, I shall seek out Shiri at once. You must rest well. Wait. Joan called out to Ian as he prepared to leave, retrieving a golden key from his pocket. Ian, now that you have advanced to the rank of knight, you should begin practicing our family's secret nightly breathing technique. Take this key to the treasury. There, you will find the original breathing technique, along with the experiences of our forebears. Additionally, feel free to take anything else you fancy from the treasury. Ian accepted the golden key, its warmth palpable in his palm, the intricately carved patterns seemingly narrating the glory and legacy of his lineage. He grasped it tightly, nodding earnestly. Father, I will not disappoint your expectations and will diligently study our family's breathing technique. Observing Joanne's weary yet trusting gaze, Ian stifled his inner turmoil and quietly exited the study. He hurried through the castle, his steps urgent yet careful, wary of attracting attention. Upon finding Shiri, who was directing soldiers and transporting the supplies left by the enemy, Ian pulled him aside, his expression grave as he disclosed his father's injury. Shiri's countenance instantly shifted to one of seriousness, his brow furrowing as he pondered the situation. Young master, this matter is indeed delicate. However, rest assured, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. I know of a reclusive physician with exceptional skills. He may be able to save the Viscount. That I will send someone to summon him. Grateful. Ian looked at Shiri. That I entrust this to you, Mr. Shiri. After parting with Shiri, Ian, clutching the golden key, made his way toward the treasury. The treasury was located deep within the castle's underground, surrounded by intricate mechanisms and vigilant guards. After presenting the key to the guards, he successfully arrived at the treasury's entrance. Using the key, he unlocked the heavy door, and a wave of antiquity and mystery washed over him. Rows of shelves brimmed with various treasures, each emanating an otherworldly glow. However, Ian was not swayed by the allure of the treasures. His anxious gaze searched the shelf for the family's secret nightly breathing technique. At last, in a secluded corner, he discovered an ancient tome, its cover adorned with the family crest and the words Crimson Flame Breathing Technique. Ian's heart raced as he picked up the book, opening the first page, which read, "This breathing technique was created by our ancestors. Practitioners must be focused and single-minded, concentrating on the circulation and condensation of their fighting spirit." Eagerly, Ian delved into the text. As he read, it felt as though he had opened a new door, granting him a deeper understanding and application of his fighting spirit. Immersed in the mysteries of the breathing technique, he lost track of time. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, Ian withdrew from his studies. Gathering the Crimson Flame breathing technique and several tomes on training experiences, he then began to scour the treasury for other items that might enhance his strength. The treasury housed an array of treasures amassed by the Olsen family over centuries. Precious weapons, minerals, and herbs filled the wooden racks. "What is this?" Ian inquired upon spotting an unusual object. That it was a dark crystal sphere, its surface etched with strange patterns that covered it entirely. Having learned about various treasures over the past few days, Ian had developed some knowledge regarding items from across the continent. However, this crystal sphere appeared unremarkable aside from its intricate designs. Yet, since it was placed in the treasury, it must be some unknown treasure. After a moment of hesitation, Ian reached out to grasp it. To his surprise, as he held the crystal sphere, an extraordinary sensation surged through him. A tingling jolt coursed through his body, accompanied by an intense pain. And overwhelming heat enveloped him, igniting a fiery sensation that surged through his mind. Waves of excruciating agony enveloped him, and an inexplicable dizziness overcame his entire being. If it were merely physical suffering, it would be bearable. With Ian's knightly prowess, the trivial pains of the body amount to little more than a mere trial. What truly threatens his existence, however, is the anguish that stems from the mind. An intense, overwhelming pain rises within him, akin to having a deluge of thoughts forcibly crammed into his consciousness. This sensation is suffocating, as if his entire brain were on the verge of explosion. Chapter 7. The sorcerer's legacy. Mental assessment passed. Qualification assessment passed. Legacy commencing. A sequence of mechanical, cold voices resounded in his mind. Upon hearing these words, Ian instinctively furrowed his brow, but before he could ponder further, a torrent of information surged through his mind, rapidly materializing before him. A vast array of knowledge inundated his consciousness in a mere instant, momentarily plunging his spirit into a state of despondency, leading his mind to a standstill. This feeling was extraordinarily unique, allowing Ian to momentarily disregard the pains afflicting his body, as if he had completely lost consciousness. A sorcerer? This is indeed a legacy of sorcerer. The legendary sorcerers truly exist. Ian's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart overflowing with shock and elation. He never imagined that he would uncover a sorcerer's legacy hidden within this family vault. Trembling hands cradled the crystal sphere as if it contained the very world itself. Courses such as the study of all things, fundamentals of alchemy, fundamentals of potion making, sorcerer's manual, a multitude of information flooded his mind. This is simply miraculous. Ian could not help but murmur to himself. He was acutely aware that sorcerers are enigmatic and formidable beings in this world. They possess the power to manipulate elements, perceive the human heart, and even alter fate. Now, the prospect of becoming a sorcerer felt as though destiny had chosen him. This legacy encompassed a vast wealth of knowledge, the most crucial of which was a meditation technique known as elemental rite. Through meditation, one could comprehend the spirit and, subsequently, utilize this formidable mental prowess to construct rune models in the mind, solidifying rune particles and enhancing one's own spirit. Once all rune meditations were completed, one could employ their powerful mental strength to capture external energy particles, integrating them into the body in a unique manner, progressively strengthening the spirit while accumulating magical power. A cascade of information swept through Ian's mind. According to the legacy's records, meditation is foundational for sorcerers, serving as both a starting point and a cornerstone. For sorcerers, it is as vital as their innate qualifications. The remaining knowledge serves to enable sorcerers to harness their powers and command the elements. Clutching this extraordinary legacy, Ian cautiously concealed the crystal sphere within his bosom. As if it were his most treasured possession, that moment, Shirley was already waiting outside the study, and upon seeing Ian, he hurried forward. "Young master, I have dispatched someone to summon the reclusive physician. He should arrive shortly." He knew that the revelation of this secret would bring unimaginable troubles to the family in this continent. The power of sorcerers invokes both reverence and fear, with many factions coveting the legacy of sorcery. Returning to his chamber, Ian eagerly retrieved the crystal sphere once more. Intent on meticulously studying the elemental rite meditation technique, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and endeavored to enter a meditative state according to the instructions of the legacy. In the dimly lit room, the youth sat with his eyes closed, appearing as though he were in slumber. Time passed without his notice until he felt a flicker of light surrounding him, which swiftly penetrated his being, vanishing almost instantaneously. Ian's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes, weary. It seems that the meditation technique, much like the nightly breathing method, is bound by time constraints and cannot be practiced indefinitely. Host, Ian Olson. Realm, Official Night. Strength, 2.1. Speed, 1.5. Constitution, 1.5. Spirit, 1.2. Basic Night Breathing Technique LV1, 2-300. Half Moon / LV1, 5-300. Beginner Swordsmanship LV1, 6-300. Elemental Rite LV0, 1-250. The meditation method, as expected of a sorcerer's training, requires a staggering 250 proficiency points just to advance to the first stage, far surpassing that of the knight's breathing technique. However, as long as the panel can record it, persistence will eventually lead to progress. He became increasingly attuned to the faint glimmers around him. As if summoned, they began to converge towards him. Each time a light point merged with his being, Ian could feel his spiritual power gradually augmenting and the magical energy within him steadily accumulating. The sensation of fulfillment deepened his obsession with meditation. During his days in the castle, Ian outwardly maintained the demeanor of a composed young master. Each morning, he practiced the new scarlet flame breathing technique, attended to family affairs, discussed matters with Shirley, and in the evenings he meditated. Yet, only he knew that beneath those seemingly tranquil days, a fervent flame of desire for sorcerous power burned within him. However, the calm days did not last long. One day, Shirley arrived at Ian's chamber. "Mr. Shirley, has the physician arrived?" Ian inquired with some surprise, pondering what might have brought him here. Ian nodded slightly. Though anxious, he understood that there was little to be gained from impatience at this moment. "Mr. Shirley, is there something urgent that brings you here today?" Shirley's brow furrowed, his expression grave as he spoke. "Young Master Ian, I have just received intelligence indicating that a band of robbers has appeared near the Sunset Forest and has already clashed with our patrols several times. I sense something amiss, which is why I have come to discuss it with you. Mr. Shirley, are you suggesting that this band of robbers is a test sent by other factions?" Ian's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. Shirley nodded slightly, his voice low. "It is highly likely. Previous bandits were merely small nuisances, too timid to confront our patrols head-on. Yet this time, they have not only initiated provocations, but have also repelled several of our teams, behaving outrageously. It is possible they have backing from other factions." Ian's heart sank. He knew all too well the crisis the family would face should the news of his father's injury leak. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Mr. Shirley, immediately heighten the castle's defenses and report to me at the first sign of any disturbance. Furthermore, continue to declare that my father is in seclusion for cultivation and is unavailable to visitors." "Understood, young master," Shirley replied, "but this is merely a temporary measure. If the injuries of the Viscount remain unhealed, it will be exceedingly difficult to maintain this facade for long. I comprehend. Thus, in these 3 days, we must prepare thoroughly. On one hand, we must ensure the physician arrives promptly and does everything possible to heal my father. On the other, we must dispatch forces to decisively eliminate that band of robbers." Chapter 8. Frost Arrow. The crimson sun gradually descended, its once blinding radiance dimming into obscurity as the final glimmers of twilight vanished beyond the horizon. A veil of soft shadows enveloped the entire world. At this moment, Winterhold felt like a slumbering behemoth, swiftly sinking into silence as night fell. Within a chamber of the castle, the flickering candlelight illuminated the space. Ian concluded a day of training and labor. Feeling fatigued as he leaned against the edge of the bath, beside him, Lunas, devoid of any garment, leaned against Ian's side, attentively wiping him down, occasionally massaging to help ease his tense muscles. Lunas's gentle ministrations gradually relaxed Ian's taut nerves, and he slightly squinted his eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. Regarding the bandit group, Shirley had already dispatched 3 knights along with a sizable cavalry to address the matter, alleviating any concerns Ian might have had. Now, he awaited the physician's arrival. Once Kyrie's injuries were healed, everything would fall into place. With a splash, Ian rose from the bath, and Lunas fetched a towel to dry him off, helping him in his soft sleepwear. "You should rest now," Ian said, observing Lunas's expectant expression. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lunas's eyes, yet she obediently nodded. "Very well, young master. You should also turn in early." She slightly curtsied, her steps light as she exited the room, her movements imbued with the gentle grace and acquiescence characteristic of a maid. Ian approached the window, pushed it open, and was greeted by the cool night breeze that tousled the damp strands of hair on his forehead. Gazing out at the inky darkness before him, his thoughts drifted far away. "I must elevate my strength swiftly," Ian murmured to himself. He understood that his father's recovery would require time. He turned towards the hidden recess of the room and retrieved the crystal sphere containing the sorceress legacy. Under the soft candlelight, the crystal sphere radiated an enigmatic glow. Ian settled cross-legged before it, once more immersing himself in the meditation of elemental rite. As his focus deepened, the air around him began to tremble slightly, and numerous light points flickered like fireflies, gathering around him. Time slipped away until Ian felt his spirit reaching its limits, prompting him to withdraw from meditation. Host: Ian Olsen Elm. Knight, Novice Apprentice. Strength, 2. 1. Speed, 1.5. Constitution, 1.5. Spirit, 1.7. Basic Night Breathing Technique LV1, 7300. Half Moon / LV1, 7300. Beginner Swordsmanship LV1, 9300. Elemental Rite LV0, 5250. Scarlet Flame Breathing Technique LV0, 7200. The proficiency growth of the Elemental Rite was exceedingly slow, with each meditation yielding merely 1 to 3 points. Yet, as he meditated, his spiritual power continued to ascend. However, according to the records in the Witcher's Manual, individuals possessing magical power are referred to as apprentice wizards before they attain the status of a formal wizard. Based on the strength of their mental faculties, they are categorized into junior apprentices, intermediate apprentices, senior apprentices, and quasi-wizards. Only those with sufficiently robust mental powers and a certain accumulation of magical energy, capable of casting zero-circle spells, may be considered to have entered the realm of junior apprentices. According to the information on his panel, Ian's current mental power and magical energy have reached the level of a junior apprentice. What he lacks is a zero-circle spell. Within the inheritance Ian has received, there are 3 zero-circle spells: Frost Arrow, Mage Hand, and Flame Spear. These are the most fundamental spells, requiring minimal elemental affinity, and nearly all apprentices can cast them. He wonders what his elemental affinity might be. This is the drawback of lacking a systematic inheritance. What he has received seems to be merely the remnants of a high-level apprentice. It appears that once his father's injuries have healed, he must promptly seek out those wizarding organizations. Otherwise, the situation will only become more complicated as time progresses. After pondering for a moment, Ian decided to start practicing with Frost Arrow. After all, ice-based spells often play a crucial role in controlling and weakening enemies during combat, thus enhancing his practical capabilities. Ian climbed onto his bed, sat cross-legged, and began to study the spell of Frost Arrow. But he closed his eyes and, following the method outlined in his inheritance, constructed a runic model of Frost Arrow in his mind. Simultaneously, he ceaselessly summoned the magical energy within him, attempting to transform it into ice elements. With his efforts, the temperature in the room plummeted sharply, and a thin mist began to envelop the air. Beads of sweat formed on Ian's forehead. He could feel the magical energy flowing within him. Yet he was unable to precisely convert it into ice elements to form the Frost Arrow. With a touch of frustration, Ian opened his eyes, only to notice a new piece of information on his proficiency panel: Frost Arrow LV0, 1200. Upon seeing this addition to his proficiency, Ian felt a slight alleviation of his earlier despondency. A flicker of hope ignited within his heart. It seemed there was indeed progress. With continued effort, he would surely succeed in casting Frost Arrow. He clenched his fists, silently encouraging himself, taking a deep breath. Ian adjusted his mindset, closed his eyes once more, and immersed himself fully in the study of Frost Arrow. The temperature in the room continued to drop, the mist thickened, and the candlelight flickered precariously in the chill, threatening to extinguish at any moment. That Ian's body trembled slightly, as he had to endure not only the fatigue from intense mental concentration, but also the piercing cold. Countless failures had plagued him, and he still could not shape the elemental particles into a long arrow. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to yield in the slightest, just as Ian felt he was nearing his limits. A sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. The magical energy, which had previously resisted smooth transformation, now seemed to have found the correct direction and rapidly shifted towards the ice elements. That a surge of joy filled Ian's heart as he hastily intensified his control over the magical energy. Accelerating the transformation process, whoosh, a faint whistling sound emerged, and a Frost Arrow, emanating a ghostly blue glow, materialized before Ian. Although the arrow appeared feeble and its light dim, it was indeed a successful condensation. Ian opened his eyes in excitement, gazing at the Frost Arrow before him. Filled with a sense of achievement, he reached out and gently touched the Frost Arrow, feeling a chilling sensation radiate from his fingertips, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Frost Arrow, LV0, 9200. Observing the increase in proficiency, Ian understood that this was merely the beginning. For the Frost Arrow to be effectively utilized in combat, he would need to dedicate considerable time to practice. Although he had successfully released the Frost Arrow, the numerous prior failures left him feeling dizzy. He recognized this as a sign of mental exhaustion. Subsequently, he shed his outer garments, lay down on his bed, and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 9. The bandit group. 3 days swiftly passed. With the increase in proficiency, Ian's mastery of Frost Arrow deepened continuously. Now, casting Frost Arrow required approximately 3 seconds to gather sufficient magical energy. And with his current mental power and magical energy, he could only invoke it twice. It seemed that for the time being, this spell could only serve as a trump card. Ian let out a soft sigh. Although he felt somewhat helpless, he understood that the enhancement of strength was not an overnight process. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door, and Shiri's voice came from outside. "Young master, the physician has arrived." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ian's eyes as he quickly rose to open the door. Standing beside Shiri was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair flecked with white. His gaze was profound, exuding the calmness and sharpness characteristic of a healer. "Please, come in," Ian urged eagerly, guiding the physician to his father's room. Joan lay on the bed, his complexion pale as parchment, his breath faint. The physician approached the bedside swiftly, setting down his medical kit and promptly retrieving various tools to begin examining Joanne's injuries. Ian and Shiri stood nearby, holding their breath, eyes fixed intently on the physician's every movement. The room was so quiet that only the physician's soft actions and Joanne's weak breathing could be heard. After a lengthy period, the physician finally straightened up, a slight frown creasing his brow. Ian's heart leapt into his throat as he anxiously inquired, "Physician, how severe are my father's injuries?" The physician replied slowly, "The injuries of the Lord Viscount are even more serious than I anticipated. His internal fighting energy is in disarray, and his meridians have sustained significant damage. Although I have brought some precious medicinal materials, complete recovery will require a lengthy process." Ian's expression shifted slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Physician, regardless of the cost, I implore you to ensure my father's recovery." The physician nodded. "I will do my utmost, but during the treatment, absolute tranquility must be maintained, with no disturbances whatsoever." Ian and Shiri exchanged glances, both recognizing the concern in each other's eyes. Given the tense situation within the family, guaranteeing complete silence would not be easy. Nevertheless, Ian resolutely stated, "Rest assured, physician, I will arrange everything." After settling the physician, Shiri and Ian proceeded to the castle study to discuss various matters concerning Winterfell. "What is the situation with the bandit group?" Ian suddenly inquired. Shiri's expression darkened. "Our forces have suffered considerable losses in skirmishes with the bandit group. Their strength is formidable, and their tactical coordination is remarkably seamless. They are far from ordinary mountain robbers." Ian's gaze sharpened instantaneously. It was evident that the forces behind them were no trifling matter. "Mr. Shiri, we cannot afford to show even the slightest weakness now. I propose we increase our military strength." Shiri hesitated, responding slowly, "Young Master Ian, if we further augment our forces at this juncture, the castle's defenses will become precarious. Should the enemy seize the opportunity, the consequences would be dire." Ian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He understood the validity of Shiri's words. However, if the bandit group was not swiftly dealt with, his father's injuries would soon be exposed, and the family situation would grow increasingly precarious. After a moment of silence, Ian spoke, "Mr. Shiri, how about this? Let us draw some elite guards from the castle's defenders, disguise them as a patrol squad, and quietly circle around to the rear of the bandit group for a pincer attack. Meanwhile, we shall continue feigning an attack on the front lines to draw their main forces." Shiri pondered this for a moment, then nodded slightly. "That indeed presents a viable plan. However, we must ensure the secrecy of the operation, that I will personally arrange it and select the most reliable personnel." In the room, Ian retrieved the crystal ball and immersed his mind within it. Although Shiri had brought the physician, he was far from satisfied with the treatment's effectiveness. It appeared that he would still have to rely on magical potions. Within his inheritance, he possessed knowledge of a basic potion-making technique, which detailed a recipe for a potion known as the Vitality Elixir. While this potion was considered low-tier in the wizarding civilization, it could aid knights in enhancing their fighting energy and promoting rapid recovery from injuries. He understood that this potion could not only assist his father in recovery, but could also potentially bolster the combat capabilities of the family's warriors at a critical moment. However, The ingredients required for the recipe were exceedingly rare, and after scouring the family treasury, he had only managed to find a portion of them. He was still lacking the primary materials: bloodfruit, Gandhi blue, and wolf-tooth grass. He had dispatched individuals to collect these 3 herbs, yet there had been no news thus far. Sigh. Even if I manage to gather them, I will still need time of practice. The failure rate in potion making is exceedingly high. Ian muttered to himself, a hint of worry etched on his brow. Just as Ian was consumed with anxiety over the potion, there was a gentle knock at the door, and Shiri's voice came through. "Young master, there's an urgent matter." Ian was slightly startled, hastily stowing away the crystal ball and rising to open the door. Upon seeing Shiri's grave expression, a flicker of tension crossed his face. "Mr. Shiri, what has happened?" Shiri's demeanor was serious as he whispered, "Young master, we have just received word that the bandit group has suddenly mobilized more forces, seemingly preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Our scouts report that they have gathered near the Sunset Forest." Poised to assault the castle, Ian's heart sank as he immediately recognized that the situation was far more severe than he had anticipated. "They intend to besiege the castle," Ian murmured, his expression becoming exceptionally calm. "They plan to force my father into the open." "Indeed," Shiri nodded. "They clearly do not intend to conceal their identities any longer. It is likely that a certain force behind them has learned of the Lord's injuries, but they cannot ascertain the severity." Ian clenched his fists tightly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The hesitance of the opposing party stemmed from their uncertainty regarding his father's situation. Yet, should the circumstances become dire and Joanna fail to appear, they would likely abandon their pretense of concealment. This implied that if the initial battle ended in defeat, the family would plunge into an abyss of despair from which there would be no return. Since they were unwilling to relent, "We shall take the initiative." "Mr. Shirley, are the elite forces of the family prepared for action?" Shirley nodded affirmatively, stating, "They are ready and can depart at any moment." "Very well. I shall personally lead the charge," Ian declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Shirley's face. "Young master, your personal involvement is perilous. The enemy is advancing aggressively, and should anything go awry..." Ian waved his hand dismissively and replied with unwavering conviction, "Mr. Shirley, our family stands on the precipice of disaster. I the air. It is imperative that I take a stand. Moreover, I have my own trump card." With decisive authority, Ian swiftly issued commands, his gaze radiating an undeniable resolve. "Yes, young master," Shirley acknowledged before hastily relaying the orders. Chapter 10. The battle planned the following day at dawn. The clouds on the horizon began to blush with the early light, and the sun's rays pierced through the veil of clouds. Ian, adorned in black armor and bearing a long sword, sat astride a majestic black steed at the city gates. Behind him, hundreds of well-trained soldiers formed into precise battalions, poised for action. Once the final squad assembled, Ian commanded them to advance. Across the wilderness, the cavalry moved with the swiftness of the wind. Eager to conclude the conflict swiftly, Ian led his troops towards the Sunset Forest. The sound of neighing steeds echoed continuously, the thundering of hooves resonating through the earth. "Young master Ian, just ahead lies the Sunset Forest." A cavalryman, clad in light armor and wielding a black dagger at his waist, approached Ian, pulling on the reins of his horse. "According to our previous plan, once the frontline troops see our signal, they will launch their attack. At that point, we will strike from the side. With proper coordination, we shall surely crush these brigands under our iron hooves." "Excellent. Let us execute this plan." Ian nodded in agreement. Though Ian had surpassed the rank of knight, he lacked experience in leading cavalry into battle. Conversely, Ross, seasoned by years of military service, possessed extensive combat experience, which is why Shirley had appointed him to assist Ian. Within the Sunset Forest, chaos erupted. The frontline troops, having received word, were engaged in fierce combat with the bandits. The shouts of battle startled the birds from the trees, as both sides clashed in a deadly embrace, swords flashing in the sunlight. Ian stealthily led his soldiers closer from the flank, the dense foliage concealing their presence. "Ross, how far are we from the main body of the bandits?" Ian inquired in a hushed tone, his gaze fixated ahead, his grip tightening around his sword. Ross squinted, peering through the layers of leaves to gauge the situation ahead, drawing on his wealth of experience. Young master, we should reach their rear in approximately 15 minutes. From the sounds of battle, our comrades on the front line are locked in a fierce struggle. We must hasten our pace. Ian nodded, raising his hand to signal the soldiers to follow. As per Ian's command, the soldiers quickened their steps, their pace increasing significantly. The forest became increasingly dense, the shadows of the sunset forest enveloping them. The air thick with humidity and the scent of wood. Ian inhaled deeply, his eyes sharp as he focused on the path ahead. Ross, remain vigilant. Once we approach the enemy's rear, be prepared for combat. Ian instructed quietly. Ross nodded, his eyes locked on the movements ahead. Do not worry, young master. I have led many troops and know how to breach enemy lines swiftly. However, Ian was acutely aware that this battle would not be easily won. Suddenly, an urgent horn sounded from the woods ahead, causing Ian's heart to quicken. Ross turned to Ian. Young master, we have arrived. Ian narrowed his eyes, directing the troops to slow down and stealthily approach the enemy's position under the cover of the trees. Despite their thorough preparations, Ian could still sense the palpable tension in the air, the smell of impending conflict growing more intense. Meanwhile, the battle at the front raged on ferociously. The bandits fought with increasing fervor, launching relentless assaults akin to a surging tide. Signal, Ian suddenly whispered. Ross swiftly complied, retrieving a signal flare, igniting it, and launching it high into the sky. With a resounding boom, a brilliant explosion of flame illuminated the air, signaling the frontline troops. Attack! Ian commanded, leading his soldiers in a fierce flanking charge. Brothers, onward! Let us wipe out these scoundrels. The trees of the forest were immediately torn asunder as Ian's soldiers surged into the enemy ranks like ferocious beasts. Ian swung his sword in a broad arc, the glint of steel driving back a foe who attempted to retaliate. Simultaneously, the frontline troops intensified their assault, seizing the opportunity to push forward. The main force of the bandits was distracted at the front, and the sudden side attack caught them unawares. Within mere minutes, cracks began to appear in the enemy's lines. Maintain the pressure, Ross bellowed, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes as he directed the soldiers to mount an even more vigorous assault. Countless soldiers clashed with the bandits in a chaotic melee. Ian darted through the fray, his sword dancing in his hands, cutting down foes with precision wherever he went. He understood that the key to this battle lay in a swift resolution. If it devolved into a drawn-out conflict, it would be exceedingly detrimental to their side. Suddenly, a burly bandit wielding a massive axe charged at Ian. Ian sidestepped nimbly, effortlessly evading the lethal blow, and swiftly countered with a thrust aimed at the bandit's chest. The bandit reacted quickly, blocking Ian's attack with the axe handle, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Kid, you think you could defeat us? The bandit snarled, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. In that instant, he began to gather magical energy, preparing to unleash an ice arrow. However, he soon discovered that 3 additional bandits had appeared around him, surrounding him completely. Humph, where do you think you can run? One of the bandits sneered, raising his weapon to strike at Ian. Ian's heart raced. It seemed they recognized his identity and had come at him directly. Yet he quickly regained his composure, channeling his inner energy, and swung his sword in a sweeping arc half-moon slash. As Ian roared, a crescent-shaped silver arc of sword light surged forth. Having cultivated the crimson flame breathing technique, both his strength and energy had significantly increased, thereby amplifying the power of his half-moon slash. The silver arc sliced through the air like lightning. The 3 bandits could not react in time and were struck by the blade's light, howling as they were sent flying, rolling on the ground before lying still. The bandit wielding the massive axe was momentarily taken aback, but his ferocity quickly returned. That you've got some skill, but this is where it ends. He roared, charging at Ian once more, the blade of the axe slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. Ian did not dare to underestimate him. He recognized the bandit as a knight-level warrior whose power was formidable. Even with armor, a direct hit from such an attack would inflict severe harm. Ian flickered out of sight, deftly evading the swing of the axe. His energy surged to its peak, and his sword gleamed brilliantly. As the massive axe swung down again, Ian advanced instead of retreating. Like a phantom, he closed in, thrusting his sword toward the bandit's throat along the length of the axe handle. Seizing the opportunity, Ian delivered a swift kick to the bandit's abdomen. The force sent the bandit stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance. Without granting him a moment's respite, Ian unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike fierce and deadly. Scoundrel, Cyclone Slash! The bandit, furious, swung his massive axe with wild abandon. Faced with the whirlwind of blows, Ian was forced to retreat, shifting from offense to defense. Chapter 11. The Might of Sorcery. Humph. Is that all you've got? The bandit sneered, inching closer with every step. Let us see how long you can evade. Noticing Ian's continual dodging, the bandit increased the speed of his attacks. Meanwhile, the surrounding bandits closed in, constricting Ian's space for evasion. In the distance, Ross observed Ian's predicament, his heart racing with urgency as he fought through the chaos, carving a bloody path towards Ian's location. Young master, hold on. I'm coming to save you, Ross shouted. Yet, Ian appeared oblivious to the call. His expression remained stoic as he evaded the axe's onslaught, searching for an opening in the next moment. Ian thrust his sword with all his might, deflecting the bandit's attack. The force reverberated through his wrist, causing pain, but it created a brief opportunity. He leaped onto the bandit's axe, propelling himself into the air. Ha! You're finished, the bandit bellowed triumphantly, his gaze locked onto Ian, the axe poised to strike. In response to the bandit's taunt, Ian's eyes narrowed. Magical energy surged within him like a raging tempest, gathering frantically at the moment of his leap. As he adjusted his posture midair, runes flashed in his mind. Swift, the brigand bellowed fiercely. Seizing the moment as Ian descended, raising his colossal axe with both hands, infused with immense force, and brought it down upon Ian with a savage strike. The blade cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Yet, Ian showed no sign of fear. His gaze remained resolute and frigid. Just as the massive axe was about to strike him, a frost-laden arrow, radiating a ghostly blue light, materialized instantaneously in his hand. Without hesitation, Ian unleashed the frost arrow towards the brigand. The arrow pierced the brigand's chest with lightning speed, and a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted within him. Instantly, his body was enveloped by a thick layer of frost, transforming him into a frozen statue, forever frozen in the act of swinging his axe, before crashing to the ground in countless shards. The surrounding brigands, witnessing this spectacle, felt their smiles freeze in place, replaced by a profound terror. They could scarcely believe that Ian had managed to retaliate in such a dire situation, wielding an attack of such eerie potency. What are you all dawdling for? Attack together! Kill him! Shouted a figure resembling a minor leader among the brigands, attempting to rally the troops. As Ian landed, he quickly regained his composure, harnessing his energy, channeling his fighting spirit throughout his body. His sword shimmered with brilliance as he re-entered the fray. My lord. Ross finally arrived with several soldiers, charging into the enemy ranks like fierce tigers, fighting alongside Ian. Ross wielded his spear with precision, each thrust accurately striking the foe, alleviating some of Ian's burden. Ross, we cannot linger in battle. You command the troops. I will take down the other knight-class brigands, Ian exclaimed, battling fiercely as he spoke. The soldiers engaged in fierce combat under Ross's leadership, while Ian swiftly advanced towards another knight-class brigand. Ian darted through the enemy ranks like a bolt of black lightning, his target clear as he charged towards the knight-class brigand. The brigand, sensing Ian's intent, wore a look of disdain. You foolish boy, having just dealt with one, you dare approach me. Do you take me for a fool? With that, he swung his long knife, sending a wave of energy slicing towards Ian. Ian's eyes sharpened. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the energy strike as it cleaved through a nearby tree. Seizing the opportunity, Ian closed the distance rapidly, his sword aimed directly at the brigand's throat. The brigand scoffed, easily parrying Ian's attack while simultaneously launching a kick towards Ian's chest. Ian quickly raised the hilt of his sword to block, yet he was still forced back several steps by the force of the blow. The brigand, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Ian with his long knife. Ian gritted his teeth, focusing intently on countering the onslaught, each parry accompanied by a pang of fatigue in his arms. Amidst this tempest of attacks, Ian began to show signs of wear. His armor bore several scratches, yet his fighting spirit soared higher. While defending, Ian searched for an opportunity to counterattack. As the brigand swung down once more, Ian opted not to meet the blow head-on. Instead, he crouched low, advancing in an almost uncanny angle to evade the knife's edge while his sword lunged forth like a viper, aiming for the brigand's abdomen. The brigand's expression shifted in alarm, retreating to protect H. However, the shortcomings are equally evident. His current magical energy and mental strength are utterly insufficient to sustain the continuous consumption required for spellcasting. Host, Ian Olson, Realm, Knight, Junior Apprentice, Strength, 2.2, Speed, 1.6, Constitution, 1.6, Spirit, 1.8. Crimson Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV0, 25,300, Half Moon / LV1, 39,300, Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 31,300, Elemental Rite LV0, 35,250. Despite Ian's unwavering dedication to training over the past days, his proficiency has only seen limited improvement. As for the enhancement of his magical and mental capacities, it remains a gradual endeavor, requiring time and patience. Furthermore, the revelation of his frost arrow in the recent battle means that the enemy is now aware and will likely take precautions that it is improbable that he will have another opportunity to eliminate two knightly adversaries in a single strike. Nonetheless, the crystal ball does contain records of two additional zero-ring spells, Mage's Hand and Flame Spear. Ian has secluded himself with the aim of swiftly mastering these spells. Additionally, he must carve out time to practice potion brewing. He can only pray for a delay in the enemy's advance, granting him a bit more time to enhance his abilities. Consequently, Ian settled cross-legged upon his bed, commencing today's meditation. Chapter 13. Initial potion brewing time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. With the aid of the proficiency panel, he now finds himself capable of casting Mage's Hand and Flame Spear. Moreover, through arduous training over the past fortnight, his strength has considerably improved. Host, Ian Olson, Realm, Knight, Junior Apprentice, Strength, 2.3, Speed, 1.7, Constitution, 1.7, Spirit, 2.4. Crimson Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV0, 9,300, Half Moon / LV1, 109,300, Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 131,300, Elemental Rite LV0, 75,250, Flame Spear LV0, 118,250, Frost Arrow LV0, 165,250, Mage's Hand LV0, 113,250. Emerging from slumber, Ian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Feeling the smoother flow of magical energy and combat aura within him, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. The toil of the past fortnight had not been in vain. Rising, he approached the window to gaze upon the scenery beyond the castle walls. It was early morning, with sunlight bathing the ramparts, reflecting a golden radiance. Yet Ian understood that the enemy might strike at any moment. This tranquility was merely a facade preceding the storm. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap sounded at the door, to which Ian responded. Luna entered, carrying a breakfast tray adorned with fresh bread, a fried egg, and a steaming cup of milk. "Young master, you are awake. Do have some breakfast," she said, her voice soft and melodious, imbued with genuine concern. She placed a tray on the table, then turned, her gaze inadvertently landing on Ian, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes. After 2 weeks of diligent training, Ian's aura had undergone a subtle transformation. His previously youthful visage now bore a hint of resoluteness, his movements exuding newfound calmness and confidence. The aura he emanated imparted to Luna a sense of unique strength. "Young master, you have worked too hard lately. You must eat more," Luna urged as she carefully pulled out a chair for him. Ian sat down, ready to savor his breakfast, but suddenly remembered something. "Luna, please inform Mr. Siri that I wish to discuss something with him this afternoon." "Of course, young master," Luna replied softly, turning on her heel and departing the room with a light step. Ian hastily finished his breakfast and tidied his attire. He navigated around the bookshelf, revealing a concealed space behind it. Within the narrow confines lay an experimental desk cluttered with various apparatuses. In the realm of sorcery, potion making is undoubtedly a sophisticated discipline. The knowledge Ian possessed regarding potion crafting was merely the foundational aspect. However, with the proficiency panel at his disposal, as long as he dedicated sufficient time, he could enhance his skills in potion brewing. Over the past fortnight, he had nearly completed his research on stamina potions, and now he hoped to succeed today. The stamina potion is a simple concoction recorded in the text Elementary Potion Making. According to its description, consuming this potion guarantees 7 days of nourishment without the need for additional food intake. 3 hours later, Ian held 3 test tubes in hand, the table strewn with remnants of herbs. Out of 10 batches, he had succeeded 3 times, yielding a success rate of merely 30%. Ian gazed at the potions in his hands, murmuring to himself. Yet in comparison to the potions, Ian was more focused on his proficiency panel. Potion Brewing LV0, 125-250. Although he had not leveled up, his increasing number of potion brews had notably improved his success rate. The materials for the stamina potions needed replenishing, as he cleared the table of debris. He calculated what materials were required. In the afternoon, when Ian entered the conference room, Siri was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Ian, Siri immediately rose and saluted. If Siri had previously held Ian in high esteem solely due to his connection to Kelly. After several battles, he now genuinely recognized Ian as the future Lord of Winter City. Mr. Siri, there is no need for such formalities. Ian hastened to the conference table and took a seat, gesturing for Siri to do the same. A smile of satisfaction graced Siri's face. Over the past fortnight, the soldiers had trained diligently. The castle defenses had been significantly reinforced, and provisions and weaponry were adequately stocked. Ian nodded. Mr. Siri, your efforts alongside Ross are greatly appreciated. Have there been any new reports from the scouts in recent days? Siri's expression grew serious as he replied. Those brigands continue to gather deep within the Sunset Forest, though they have not made any significant moves. However, they seem to be waiting for something, which gives me an uneasy feeling. Ian pondered for a moment. Regardless of their scheming, we must be fully prepared. Instruct the soldiers to remain vigilant and enhance patrols. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure they are well informed. Siri promptly departed to fulfill his orders. By the way, the herbs you instructed us to gather have been located, Siri added, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Upon hearing this, a spark of enthusiasm flickered in Ian's eyes, his previously furrowed brow relaxing. Excellent. These will be invaluable in our critical times. He understood that these herbs were vital for his father's recovery and for enhancing the strength of the family warriors. Mr. Siri, issue a command that no one is permitted to approach the area where the herbs are stored. We must ensure their safety, Ian instructed gravely. Additionally, prepare a quiet, well-ventilated room for me. Siri nodded in agreement. I shall make the arrangements promptly. You need not worry, young master. With that, he hurriedly exited the conference room to attend to Ian's directives. Left alone in the conference room, Ian's mind was tumultuous, while the gathering of the herbs was indeed good news. The impending battle loomed heavily upon him. Moreover, brewing the energy potion was no simple task. The failure rate was exceedingly high, and the raw materials were exceedingly precious. Should he fail, it could be a long time before he could gather them again. Ian took a deep breath. Striving to calm his racing thoughts, he was already well versed in the steps for crafting the energy potion, but he needed to reaffirm the process, as this potion was critically important in light of the current circumstances. Every characteristic of the herbs, their order of addition, and the precise timing of the brewing were all meticulously replayed in his mind. Rising, he steadily made his way toward the designated room for potion crafting. Upon opening the door, a gentle aroma of herbs wafted toward him. The table was neatly arranged with various tools for potion making, alongside the hard-earned precious herbs. Ian approached the table, his gaze sweeping over the blood essence fruit. Gandhi blue and wolf toothgrass, his eyes filled with reverence. These materials were only sufficient for 7 or 8 attempts. Ian's brow furrowed slightly. The success rate for his first attempt at brewing the energy potion was alarmingly low. However, the primary ingredients were exceedingly rare, and finding these had indeed been a stroke of luck for Ian, he gently picked up a blood essence fruit, its deep red hue glimmering with a faint glow, emanating an air of mysterious power. Ian knew well that it was the core ingredient for the energy potion, and the energy contained within was pivotal to the potion's success or failure. With utmost care, Ian placed the blood essence fruit into the specially designed crucible, then ignited the flame beneath it. The blue flames gently licked the bottom of the crucible, gradually increasing in temperature. Ian focused intently on the crucible, the stirring rod in his hand beginning to move slowly as he stirred. The blood essence fruit began to dissolve, transforming into a thick, red liquid that released an unusual fragrance. Chapter 14. Energy Potion. Having dealt with the blood essence fruit, Ian proceeded to take the Gandhi Blue. Gandhi Blue was an exceedingly rare blue herb, its leaves soft yet resilient. Following the steps etched in his memory, Ian placed the Gandhi Blue into a small distiller, adding a suitable amount of water and igniting the flame beneath. The blue liquid within the distiller began to swirl and rise, gradually coalescing into a glistening drop of blue liquid. Ian operated with unwavering concentration, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Next came the addition of the wolf tooth grass powder. This step was crucial, as both the fineness of the powder and the timing of its addition would significantly affect the potion's outcome. Ian took a deep breath, using a specialized spoon to scoop the wolf tooth grass powder, and began to pour it slowly into the glass vial. Just as he was about to proceed to the next step of fusion, a sudden violent tremor shook the castle, causing Ian's heart to leap in alarm. The powder on the spoon nearly spilled from his grasp. He felt a surge of dread wash over him as he set down the wolf's tooth grass and hurried towards the window. Outside the castle, dust swirled chaotically as a dark mass of soldiers rapidly approached. The bandits were upon them, but Ian's heart sank. He realized that this fierce battle had arrived sooner than anticipated that moment. Alarms blared throughout the castle, and soldiers rushed about, preparing for the impending conflict. Ian turned to leave the room and head to the battlefield, but his gaze fell upon the unfinished potion on the table, causing him to pause. This potion was crucial for Joanne's recovery. Abandoning it now would be a grave mistake. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a gamble, hoping he could successfully concoct the elixir. He slowly poured the condensed blue liquid into the glass vial containing the wolf's tooth powder, promptly adding the other required ingredients according to the formula, but a loud fizzing erupted from the glass vial as the liquid darkened rapidly, releasing a foul stench. Damn it, he thought, his expression darkening. Although the failure rate of potion making was already high, it was particularly unfortunate that it happened now. Outside the castle, the vanguard of the bandit group had reached the moat. Swiftly lowering their siege ladders in an attempt to cross that on the walls, Siri and Ross commanded the soldiers in a desperate defense. Arrows rained down upon the enemy, while catapults roared, hurling massive stones into the throng of bandits. The cacophony of battle cries and screams intertwined violently. Inside the castle, beads of sweat trickled down Ian's forehead, splattering onto the table as he continued his attempts. He understood the urgency of the situation. Every second was invaluable. Suppressing his rising panic and frustration, he took a deep breath. He swiftly cleared away the failed potion and readied his tools and materials once more. This time, he was more focused, proceeding with each step carefully, as if the surrounding chaos were inconsequential to him. His eyes glinted with a determination akin to burning bridges. Regardless of the fierce battle outside, he was resolved to successfully create the elemental potion at this critical moment. Ian placed the Gandhi Blue back into the distiller, meticulously controlling the heat. His eyes remained fixated on the gradually coalescing blue liquid, refusing to allow any distraction. Meanwhile, the battle outside escalated further. The bandits, undeterred by casualties, pressed forward relentlessly, some of their forces already breaching the moat and beginning to scale the walls on the ramparts. Siri and Ross fought side by side, their weapons cutting through the air as they repelled every enemy attempting to ascend. Yet the sheer number of bandits was overwhelming, and the soldiers began to falter. "Steady! Do not panic!" Voices rang out, urging the soldiers to maintain their morale. Siri, while fending off foes, kept a vigilant eye towards Ian's chamber, silently praying for his success. Back in Ian's domain, the blue liquid had been successfully refined. He scooped up more wolf's tooth powder, slowly pouring it into the glass vial, his hands steadier this time. Ensuring each grain fell precisely into place, he then added the other supplementary materials sequentially, his gaze locked onto the vial, scarcely daring to breathe. The liquid within began to merge gradually, its color clarifying. While a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, that Ian's heart leapt with hope. He sensed success was within reach, that he had completed the potion's amalgamation, now only needing to activate it with a special magical resonance. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating, guiding the magic within him as he gently infused it into the glass vial. Just then, a cacophony of violent impacts echoed as the bandits began to batter the castle gates with their siege hammer. "Hold the line! We cannot let them in!" The soldiers atop the wall shouted, hurling heavy objects at the enemies by the gates. Ian disregarded the turmoil outside, fully immersing himself in the potion-making process. Finally, the liquid in the vial fully merged, transforming into a pale golden elixir that radiated a soft glow. The elemental potion was a success. Potion configuration LV0, 135-250. Ian grasped the glass vial with exhilaration. The pale golden liquid within seemed to pulsate with life, shimmering with a gentle luminescence that he exhaled, his tension easing as he gazed at the softly glowing potion. After several consecutive failures, he had feared this attempt would also end in disappointment. Yet, with just one ingredient remaining, fortune had smiled upon him. He swiftly corked the vial tightly, securing the hard-earned elemental potion close to himself. At that moment, he could distinctly sense the acrid smell of smoke permeating the battlefield. The clamor of battle seemed to pierce through the walls, each cry urging him to join the fray. Ian turned and strode purposefully towards the door, yanking it open as a gust of blood-scented wind rushed in. Without hesitation, he dashed toward his father's chamber. Upon reaching Joan's room, he found the physician pacing anxiously by the bedside. Spotting Ian's arrival, the physician's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. "Young Master Ian, what is the situation? How fares Lord Viscount?" He began, gently uncorking the vial and pouring the elemental potion into his father's mouth. As the potion entered, Joan's previously pallid complexion began to show a hint of color. Both Ian and the physician watched intently, holding their breath. After a moment, Joan's breathing steadied, and the furrow in his brow gradually relaxed. It worked. Ian breathed, barely containing his excitement. The elemental potion had indeed aided Joan's injuries. Now, he could only wonder when his father would awaken. "Take care of him. I must return to the battlefield." He gently set his father down and turned to the physician, determination etched on his face. Grasping his weapon tightly, he raced out of the room, heading towards the walls. Soon, he ascended the ramparts. Chapter 15. The chaos of winter's end. At that moment, the battlefield was a scene of unimaginable carnage. With each strike of the bandit siege hammer, the gates groaned under the immense strain. The walls were stained with the blood of the soldiers, bodies strewn haphazardly, yet the living fought valiantly. "Young Master Ian," Ciri exclaimed, catching sight of him, her eyes lighting up with relief. "You have finally arrived." Ian said nothing, only gripping his sword tighter, his gaze resolute. He inhaled deeply, absorbing the acrid scent of smoke and blood that hung in the air. Surveying the battlefield, he noted the enemy's attacks growing increasingly fierce, especially at the gates, which had begun to show cracks, threatening to give way at any moment. Ian bellowed orders, his voice cutting through the din of battle. Ciri immediately sprang into action, organizing the archers. Ian stepped forward, murmuring incantations as he swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a ball of crimson fire coalesced in his palm, the precursor to a flame spear. As he channeled more magic into it, the flame spear solidified, emanating a chilling aura. "Behold!" Ian shouted, launching the flame spear toward the siege hammer. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck with searing heat and tremendous force, obliterating the hammer in an explosive burst. The surrounding bandits were thrown back by the shockwave, their cries echoing in the aftermath. This unexpected assault momentarily halted the bandits' advance. The soldiers, witnessing the turn of events, surged with renewed vigor, wielding their weapons with greater strength, repelling the bandits attempting to scale the walls. Yet the sheer number of bandits soon reassembled their assault, their voices rising in unison as they charged toward the walls once more. "Draw your breath and strike. Wolf Breaker's slash. Radiant Blade." The Knights of Winter's End unleashed their fighting spirit, cutting down the soldiers who dared to ascend the walls. Despite their efforts, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy pressed on. disregarding their own losses in their desperate attempt to seize Winter's End. The battle grew increasingly brutal, and the walls of Winter's End became thoroughly soaked in blood. "Sir, our siege hammer has been destroyed. If this continues, our losses will be catastrophic." A young lieutenant rushed to report to the bandit leader, his face etched with anxiety. The leader's expression was dark enough to draw water, his gaze fixed on the stalwart defenders atop the walls. Teeth clenched in determination. "Relay my orders. At all costs, employ a human wave tactic. We must capture this castle today." The lieutenant was taken aback by the leader's orders, after such a prolonged assault without success. Surely their enemies would soon grow restless. They were the ones most eager to see the Olsen family brought to heel. Understanding the implication, the lieutenant said nothing further and hurried off to deliver the command. In an instant, the bandits surged forward like madmen, disregarding the rain of arrows and boulders rolling down from the walls. Use lives to fill the moat, stack bodies to create a ladder. Ian watched this near-mad spectacle unfold before him. A chill creeping into his heart, he understood that a powerful force was undoubtedly backing the bandit group, compelling them to act with such reckless abandon. Bang! 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 2 or 3 dozen burly bandits hoisted a massive battering ram, sheltered by shields as they relentlessly pounded the gates. Behind them, the soldiers of Winter's End busily reinforced the doors with stones and sandbags. The bandits' assault grew fiercer, and Ian noted with concern the emergence of numerous night-level combatants among their ranks. On the walls, the soldiers pushed boulders over the edge, crushing the bandits below to a knight astride a black steed, upon witnessing the falling stones, scoffed, and, with a flick of his lance, unleashed a powerful surge of fighting spirit, shattering the boulders to pieces. Ian recognized the might of these night-level warriors. Ordinary soldiers would struggle to withstand their power. He realized that if these foes were not dealt with swiftly, Winter's End would surely fall. For Winter's End, Ian gritted his teeth, leaping down from the walls, sword in hand, charging headlong into the enemy ranks. His swordsmanship was fierce, each swing imbued with a formidable fighting spirit that repelled the approaching bandits. Under his leadership, the Knights of Winterfell joined the fray with fervor. "Kill!" Hiri's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a torrent of fighting spirit, reminiscent of a war god, slaughtering all nearby bandits. Boom! At last, the knights among the bandits could no longer stand by. Determined to stop Hiri's relentless massacre, 2 knights charged at him, engaging him in fierce combat. The battlefield became increasingly brutal, littered with mangled corpses. The knights fought valiantly, and the bandits dared not approach, for the overwhelming aura of fighting spirit and sword energy would annihilate any living being that drew near. As the situation once again reached a stalemate, the forces lurking behind the bandits finally revealed themselves. Whoosh! A swift sound of slicing air heralded the arrival of a middle-aged man clad in white warrior garb, who crossed half the battlefield with imposing might and directly sought out Hiri. "The Great Knight, you are Shulatin." Hiri recognized the intruder, his pupils narrowing in realization. Black Feather City, a major stronghold near the Sunset Forest, had long been at odds with Winterfell. It was only after Joanne's formidable rise and his ascension to the rank of Great Knight that they had engaged in battle for several years, culminating in a non-aggression pact signed a few years prior. "Hiri, you are but a loyal old dog, following Joanne for so many years without dying." A smirk of disdain graced Shulatin's face as he casually waved his sword, emanating a powerful aura of oppression. Upon hearing these words, Hiri's rage ignited, gripping his great sword defiantly. "Shulatin, you treacherous scoundrel! Lord Joanne will not spare you." Shulatin scoffed. "Joanne? He should still be bettered, wondering if he will survive today. Once I deal with you, I shall take his worthless life." With that, he deftly propelled himself forward, resembling a flash of white lightning, his sword gleaming ominously as it aimed for Hiri's throat. Hiri's pupils constricted as he narrowly evaded the lethal strike by sidestepping. He swung his great sword, executing a devastating wolf slash, sending a crescent-shaped blade of energy hurtling toward Shulatin. Unfazed, Shulatin effortlessly countered the attack with a flick of his sword. "Is this all you can muster?" Shulatin taunted, launching another wave of assaults. His sword danced, clang. Xiao Liduan's longsword struck fiercely against the golden aura shield, sending forth dazzling sparks, while the overwhelming force reverberated through the air with a resounding buzz. Witnessing this, Xiao Liduan's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance, in a ghostly manner. He circled behind Kairi, his sword slicing through the air with a chilling whistle aimed at Kairi's back. Xiao Liduan, your doom is at hand. Zhou bellowed, wielding his longsword with a reverse grip to unleash a devastating attack, known as the Rending Slash. A powerful sword aura instantly cleaved through the heavens. Hurtling towards Xiao Liduan. Caught off guard, he was struck by the blade's aura, letting out a blood-curdling scream. His body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a deep wound appearing, blood gushing forth. No, this cannot be. Xiao Liduan struggled to rise, but his body was utterly drained of strength. Zhou approached him slowly, his gaze filled with disdain. Xiao Liduan, this is the fate of those who defy the covenant. With that, he raised his sword, poised to deliver the final blow. Just as Zhou's sword was about to descend, Xiao Liduan suddenly let out a desperate, frenzied roar. He summoned every last ounce of strength, channeling the remnants of his aura into his longsword. Lunging recklessly towards Zhou. This unexpected counterattack momentarily stunned Zhou, but he quickly sidestepped, yet still felt the brush of Xiao Liduan's sword aura graze his arm, leaving a crimson mark. Humph, a dying struggle. Zhou scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He would not grant Xiao Liduan another chance. His aura surged violently, and he unleashed the Gale Fury, slash once more. This time, his sword aura was even more ferocious, sweeping towards Xiao Liduan with an unstoppable momentum. As Xiao Liduan gazed upon the oncoming sword aura, fear gripped him more intensely. He swung his longsword in a desperate attempt to fend off this lethal strike. Boom! The sword aura struck Xiao Liduan with tremendous force, instantly shredding his body into fragments, dissolving into a mist of blood in the air. The lord of the city is dead. The lord has fallen. With Xiao Liduan utterly obliterated, the bandits on the battlefield were thrown into disarray. Their morale crumbling in an instant, their once fierce assault now reduced to a cowardly retreat. The soldiers of Winter City, witnessing this, felt their spirits soar, rallying together to launch a final onslaught against the bandits. Roaring, surrender, and those who yield shall not be harmed. Upon hearing these words, the bandits hesitated. A portion, filled with trepidation, began to lower their heads, discarding their weapons, their hands instinctively raised in surrender. Yet a stubborn faction among the bandits remained defiant, unwilling to concede. Retreat, retreat, a bandit leader shouted, leading a group in a frantic dash backwards. The soldiers of Winter City seized the opportunity, swiftly pursuing them. Arrows rained down like a tempest upon the fleeing bandits. Clashing blades and splattering blood ensued. The atmosphere of the battlefield remained intense, yet the outcome was already clear. 2 hours later, save for those who surrendered, the remaining bandits were annihilated, with only a handful managing to escape into the sunset forest. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred remnants. Zhou stood amidst the wreckage, gazing at the scene before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, a soldier responsible for clearing the battlefield approached to report that, "My lord, we have accounted for the battlefield. Our casualties are severe, many soldiers are gravely injured and in urgent need of medical attention." Understood. The soldier promptly departed. Ian approached, furrowing his brow. "Father, our supplies have been significantly depleted in this war. The forthcoming reconstruction efforts and care for the wounded will require substantial resources." Zhou pondered for a moment. "I shall dispatch individuals to nearby towns for assistance. Moreover, the machinations behind this war stem from Black Feather City. Now that Xiao Liduan has been slain, Black Feather City is within our grasp. Securing it will restore our vitality." At that moment, Shiri hastily approached, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, I am willing to lead an elite team to infiltrate Black Feather City and ascertain its inner workings." Zhou considered for a moment. "Very well, Shiri, you must exercise utmost caution. Remember, safety comes first. Once I have settled affairs in Winter City, I will hasten to join you." Though victory had been achieved, a multitude of matters required attention. Prisoners needed guarding. The wounded needed tending, the fallen required accounting, and compensation needed to be distributed. The damaged walls demanded repair. For 3 consecutive days, Joanne was tirelessly occupied, while Ian, eager to train, was also enlisted to assist. Once the majority of the city's affairs were addressed, Joanne prepared to set forth for Black Feather City. As evening fell, Joanne sat in the main seat, with Ian beside him. Both knights possessed impressive appetites. Joanne seized a large, steaming piece of roasted meat, tearing off a sizable bite and chewing it before swallowing. He then raised a goblet and took a hearty swig of wine, exhaling in satisfaction. Ian, you have worked hard these past few days. Let us enjoy a fine meal tonight, for I shall embark on my journey to Black Feather City tomorrow. After the maids filed out, gently closing the door, Kyrie's gaze softened, imbued with a hint of expectation. Ian, your performance in the aftermath of this battle has showcased your responsibility. Tomorrow, while I am away, Winter City will depend on you. Ian, upon hearing this, felt a jolt in his heart. Sitting up straight, his gaze resolute as he looked at Joanne. Father, you can rest assured. Joanne nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with pride. Ian, you are now a wizard, correct? Chapter 18. The expedition after recovering, Joanne diligently attended to the affairs of Winter City, well aware of Ian's extraordinary prowess demonstrated during the war. Indeed, that day in the family treasury, Ian did not withhold, recounting the origin of his wizardly inheritance to Joanne at length. Ha! Upon hearing Ian's tale, Joanne burst into hearty laughter, his eyes alight with joy and pride. He patted Ian's shoulder with such force that it caused Ian to stagger slightly. Good lad, I never would have expected you to encounter such fortune, obtaining a wizard's inheritance. This is an unprecedented honor for our family. That crystal lay dormant in our treasury for so many years, harboring a wizard's legacy. Truly astonishing. Yes, Father, on that day, when you were gravely injured and struggling to recover, I sought ways to aid you. Until the father and son conversed for a prolonged duration, not concluding until deep into the night. The following day, at dawn, Joanne commanded the soldiers to line up beneath the city gates, though the gates had been repaired. The scars of war were still evident. Advance, with the army assembled, Joanne issued the command. The gates creaked open, and the troops surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly vanishing beyond the distant horizon towards Black Feather City. High atop the castle, Ian watched the army depart until their figures faded from view. Lunacy, accompany me for a stroll. Ian turned and descended the castle stairs, where Lunacy had long awaited. Clad in light, agile attire, with a finely crafted dagger at her waist, her curious and expectant eyes sparkled. Young master, where are we headed? Let us explore the marketplace, Ian replied, striding purposefully towards the castle's exterior, craving a rare moment of relaxation. Since arriving in this world, he had remained within the castle's confines, never truly exploring. Winter City, being the largest town near the Sunset Forest, boasted a population of tens of thousands. The architecture within Winter City bore a resemblance to medieval Europe from his past life. This was the most bustling street in Winter City. Towering stone edifices lined both sides, their outer walls often adorned with vibrant banners and flags. Adding a lively touch, the air was filled with the calls of vendors, displaying an array of goods that showcased the town's prosperity. Despite having just endured a war, the streets remained lively. The aromas of roasted meats, freshly baked bread, and ripe fruits wafted through the air. Look at the women, the voluptuous ones, with ample figures, capable of bearing many children. 50 silver coins each. These men are formidable warriors, able to lift 1,000 pounds. For a single gold coin, you can buy one man and receive a child as well. A bald slave trader shouted loudly, flanked by dozens of burly men overseeing the area. Behind them lay a fenced enclosure, where numerous slaves stood naked, their expressions a mix of numbness and humility. The vendor perseveringly continued, asserting that although the quality of the material was not as resilient as that of black magic iron, it could undoubtedly be utilized for the crafting of some lower-tier weapons and even for decorative items. The young man gritted his teeth, his face suffused with rage, for he had previously attempted to forge a sword from this, or only to meet with utter failure. The ore had proven incapable of fully melting in the flames, nor could it amalgamate with other metals. He was acutely aware that this was not as extraordinary as the vendor claimed. Driven by curiosity, Ian pushed through the crowd and approached. Before him lay a pile of dark, irregularly shaped stones, their rough surfaces adorned with delicate patterns. Picking one up, Ian felt its chill against his palm and summoned his mental energy to probe it. After a brief moment, he sensed a faint, special energy fluctuation emanating from the stone. It was certainly not an ordinary iron, or, "May I borrow some tools?" Ian inquired, directing his gaze at the vendor. Although the vendor appeared perplexed, he nonetheless handed over a hammer and chisel. Though only Luna was by Ian's side, her noble demeanor, her elegantly tailored robe, and the presence of a maid all served to signify the young man's elevated status. Ian accepted the tools and gently struck the ore. With each ringing sound, fragments flaked off the stone, revealing a speckled luster within. Indeed, it was magical stone. A wave of joy surged within Ian, according to the knowledge he had gleaned from his inheritance. Magical stones served as currency in the wizarding world, containing vast reservoirs of magical energy. The ordinary folk were oblivious to their true worth, merely selling them as common ores. "I shall take all of these stones," Ian declared, casting a glance at the vendor. The vendor's eyes flickered with surprise and hesitation upon hearing this. His surprise stemmed from the fact that someone was willing to purchase all the stones. A significant sum indeed. His hesitation, however, arose from the realization that the value of these stones likely far exceeded his expectations. "Young master, are you certain you wish to buy them all? This is no small amount." The vendor inquired cautiously, his gaze filled with trepidation. "Humph. These gold coins should be more than sufficient to acquire everything at your stall." Upon hearing someone dare to question young Master Ian, Luna snorted disdainfully, producing a small pouch of coins from her bosom and tossing it to the vendor. The pouch landed with a crisp sound, evidently filled with gold coins. The vendor hastily picked up the pouch, weighed it in his hands, and his face broke into a radiant smile as he immediately began to package all the stones. "That's enough? Young master, you are truly generous. Please take these stones." The onlookers gazed enviously at the scene, some even regretting that they had not recognized the stone's value earlier. After receiving the stones, Ian and Luna made their departure. To the street corner, Ian quietly shared something with Luna. He gently lifted a piece of black crystal, examining it closely in his palm. The surface of the crystal gleamed like a mirror, subtly shimmering with mysterious radiance, while the magical energy within flowed like a hidden current. Though these magical stones were not large, the energy they contained was formidable. Excitement sparkled in Ian's eyes. With these, he might accelerate his journey towards greater power and even attempt to create some magical artifacts. Just then, a faint knocking echoed at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Luna entered softly. "Young Master Ian, I have clarified the matter. The merchant found this type of ore in a canyon deep within the Sunset Forest. According to him, he only discovered these, but I have ensured he marked the canyon's location." Ian took the parchment that Luna offered and unfolded it. The map indicated a secluded valley, surrounded by dense woods, appearing quite hidden. "Excellent, Luna. You have executed your task with remarkable efficiency," Ian praised. "This canyon may well harbor even more magical stones. Once we resolve our current matters, we should seek an opportunity to explore it." Chapter 19. Magical stones in the room. Ian wielded a small hammer, diligently removing impurities and debris from the ore. Once all the stones were processed, he found himself with over a dozen thumb-sized black crystals before him. He gently picked up one of the black crystals, scrutinizing it closely in his palm. The crystal's surface was as smooth as glass, faintly emanating a mysterious glow, while the magical energy within surged like a hidden tide. Despite their modest size, the energy contained within these magical stones was not to be underestimated. Excitement gleamed in Ian's eyes. With them, he might accelerate his ascent in strength and even attempt to craft some magical tools. Just then, a gentle knock resounded at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Luna gracefully walked in. "Young Master Ian, I have confirmed the details. The merchant found this type of ore in a canyon deep within the Sunset Forest. According to him, he only found these, but I made sure he marked the canyon's location." Ian took the map from Luna, unfolding it to reveal a secluded valley surrounded by dense forests, appearing quite concealed. "Well done, Luna. You have performed admirably," Ian commended. "This canyon might conceal even more magical stones. Once we address our immediate concerns, I plan to seek an opportunity to investigate further." As time passed, it had been over a month since Kyrie's expedition to Blackfeather City. Ian had thoroughly transformed the room previously designated for concocting elemental energy potions. Upon the central laboratory table lay an array of glass beakers, test tubes, and reaction vessels. With Ian's unrestrained acquisitions, the space now resembled a true laboratory. On the spacious table, flames flickered gently, and within one beaker, a dark purple liquid bubbled energetically. Ian gazed intently at the beaker, his movements fluid and graceful. As he stirred the liquid, bubbles formed and dissipated in a mesmerizing dance. With the incantation on his lips growing increasingly urgent, a deep luminescence erupted from within that moment. Ian swiftly added several blue crystals prepared nearby into the beaker, but a low hum resonated as the beaker began to tremble. Ian extinguished the flames, allowing the liquid within the beaker to gradually settle, releasing a peculiar fragrance. Success. Ian wiped the sweat from his brow. He retrieved a clean test tube and poured the liquid from the beaker into it, ensuring it measured precisely 1 standard dose. "This is the moon elixir, designed to assist in meditation," Ian murmured to himself. The moon elixir was a potion recorded in the elemental rite meditation method, ideally suited for novices like Ian. Host, Ian Olson. Rank, Knight, Novice Apprentice. Strength, 2.7. Speed, 2.0. Constitution, 2.1. Spirit, 3.0. Crimson Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV0, 13300. Crescent/LV1, 159,300. Beginner Swordsmanship LV1, 181,300. Elemental Rite LV0, 165,250. Potion Concoction LV0, 150,250, Flame Spear LV0, 198,250. Frost Arrow LV0, 215,250. Mage's Hand LV0, 183,250. After more than a month, Ian had become increasingly adept in the application of various sorceries. Following several battles, he distinctly felt that, profession-wise, wizards were evidently more formidable than knights. During his training, he naturally placed greater emphasis on enhancing his mental prowess. Now, it was time to test the effects of the moon elixir. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ian's eyes as he moved to a nearby open space, seated himself cross-legged, and downed the contents of the test tube in one gulp. It was slightly bitter. With a hint of acidity, Ian smacked his lips, entering a meditative state. This meditation felt markedly different from previous attempts. He seemed to plunge into a profound darkness, enveloped in a haze. The surrounding darkness pressed upon him relentlessly, as if attempting to drive him from this state. 3 hours later, Ian exhaled deeply, emerging from his meditative trance. This time, the experience had been more arduous than before. Shaking his head, he attempted to regain clarity. Under normal circumstances, his meditation sessions lasted about 2 hours. With the moon elixir, however, the duration had extended by an hour. This indicated that his accumulation of magical power and enhancement of mental energy had accelerated by nearly 1/3. Unfortunately, the success rate for concocting this elixir was alarmingly low, and Ian glanced at the remnants of the potion, realizing that the primary ingredient, moonlight grass, was nearly depleted. He sighed softly, casting a wistful gaze at the remaining moonlight grass. It was a rare magical plant, and he had already gathered all that could be found within Winter City. But if he wished to continue producing the moon elixir, he would likely need to venture once more into the depths of the Sunset Forest in search of more moonlight grass. It seemed he would have to undertake the journey to the Sunset Forest himself. Ian resolved silently, for although this expedition was fraught with uncertainty and peril, the pursuit of greater strength made it all worthwhile. However, he still needed to assist Baron Kyrie in safeguarding Winter City. He wondered how his father was faring. Despite receiving continuous reports of victories, and with Blackfeather City having lost its sole Grand Knight, the war remained stubbornly stagnant, with no decisive victories yet obtained. Suddenly, the laboratory door gently creaked open once more. "Young Master Ian," Luna's voice floated in. The door opened slowly, and Luna stepped in gracefully, holding a letter sealed with wax in her hand. Ian felt a tightening in his chest as he swiftly approached to take the letter, hastily tearing it open. Unfolding the parchment, Joanna's bold and vigorous handwriting met his gaze. In the letter, Joanna mentioned that although Blackwing City was devoid of its great knights, a formidable band of mercenaries had been recruited from an unknown source. Moreover, a mysterious figure seemed to have appeared within the city, exhibiting an uncanny knowledge of Joanna's strategies, effectively countering their assaults on several occasions. The purpose of Joanna's correspondence was to summon Ian for assistance. "Where is Mr. Sherry? Have him come to see me." Chapter 20. Blackwing City. The following morning, as the sun began to cast its golden rays upon the walls of Winterfell, Ian mounted a sleek black steed, clad in lightweight armor and wielding a sharp longsword at his side. Sherry and Lunas stood nearby, their expressions filled with concern. "Young Master Ian, as you proceed to Blackwing City, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution. Those mercenaries and the mysterious figure are not to be underestimated. Do not act impulsively." Ian nodded, his gaze resolute as he addressed Sherry. "Mr. Sherry, I understand. I shall adapt to the situation and ensure I do not fall into peril. I entrust Winterfell to your capable hands." With her eyes slightly reddened, Lunas handed him a bundle. "Young Master Ian, within this package are provisions, water, and a set of clean garments I have prepared for you. You must return safely." Taking the package, Ian pressed his legs against the horse's flanks, causing it to whinny as it galloped towards Blackwing City. This time, Ian chose to venture forth without a retinue, opting for swiftness and agility in his solitary endeavor. Winterfell still required manpower, and traveling lightly would afford him greater speed. The wind howled past his ears as his steed thundered along the path. Blackwing City, one of the grand towns neighboring the Sunfall Forest and on par with Winterfell, loomed ahead. Its towering walls cast immense shadows beneath the sunlight, resembling a slumbering behemoth. After 2 arduous days, Ian finally neared Blackwing City. From a distance, he could discern the silhouettes of patrolling soldiers atop the battlements, their weapons at the ready, vigilance etched upon their faces. As he drew closer, Ian observed the remnants of battle surrounding Blackwing City. Once lush vegetation lay charred and desolate, leaving behind stark blackened earth that sent shivers down his spine. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred remnants. Stains of blood marred the battered walls, bearing witness to the violence that had transpired. Upon arriving at the camp near Blackwing City, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. The camp was brightly lit, soldiers bustling about, the atmosphere charged with urgency. Ian approached on horseback, but soldiers quickly moved to intercept him. Displaying the special token included with Joanna's letter, they promptly saluted and allowed him passage. Within the tents, soldiers appeared weary yet hurried, some polishing weapons, others organizing supplies, while hushed conversations about recent battles filled the air. "Father!" Ian entered the main tent. Bowing respectfully, Joanna's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Ian, yet it quickly reverted to a serious demeanor. "Ian, you have arrived." Splendid, he led Ian to the center of the tent, where a war map lay sprawled before them, detailing the terrain surrounding Blackwing City and the troop deployments of both sides. Ian furrowed his brow. "Father, could it be that we have a traitor among us?" Joanna sighed. "I have considered that possibility, but as of now, there is no concrete evidence. Furthermore, the identity and intentions of that mysterious figure remain shrouded in secrecy. Currently, their exhibited capabilities include generating fog and unleashing a transparent shockwave." A shockwave. Ian's eyes sharpened at this unfamiliar ability, his mind racing. He had not encountered such a phenomenon in his heritage. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Father, what is the extent of this shockwave's power? What is its range and frequency?" Joanna shook his head, a look of concern etched upon his face. "It is difficult to ascertain. The shockwave can incapacitate a group of soldiers in an instant, covering a considerable area, and its frequency is unpredictable, making it nearly impossible to defend at the same time." He swung his longsword with a flourish, unleashing a piercing wave of sword energy that severed the head of his opponent's spear. The knight's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, Joanne had glided forward like a wraith, his sword aimed directly at the knight's chest. The knight hastily raised his shield to defend, but with a resounding clang, The tremendous impact numbed his arm, nearly unseating him from his horse. Observing this, the other 4 knights rallied, brandishing their weapons and closing in from various directions. Yet Joanne remained unfazed, unleashing his fighting spirit with abandon. His form flickered like a phantom amidst the throng of enemies, his longsword glinting with a chilling light, each swing summoning a torrential downpour of blood. In an instant, the clashing of metal and the cries of the wounded intertwined, evoking a profound sense of dread. Meanwhile, Ian engaged with a contingent of ordinary mercenaries, his peripheral vision scanning the battlefield. His target was not these common soldiers. The true quarry lay hidden within the ranks, an enigmatic figure cloaked in mystery. The situation on the battlefield intensified. One knight, seizing the opportunity presented by Joanne's attack, launched a sudden ambush from behind. With a heavy sword slicing through the air, he aimed a brutal strike at Ian's back. Sensing the danger, Joanne instinctively leaped aside just as the sword's arc descended. In that critical moment, he reversed his grip on the longsword, sending a wave of fighting spirit soaring towards the attacking knight. The knight was caught off guard, the energy slice striking his arm, causing his sword to clatter to the ground as he let out a pained scream. Seizing this moment, the remaining 3 knights simultaneously charged. One thrust a spear towards Joanne's leg, another swung a spiked mace at his shoulder, while the last attempted to sever his reins with a curved dagger, seeking to deprive him of his steed's support. Joanne's gaze sharpened, and in a heartbeat his fighting spirit erupted, a palpable wave of energy formed, visibly repelling the attacks of the 3 knights. He then shouted fiercely and propelled himself towards the knight wielding the mace with astonishing speed. His sword struck like lightning, piercing through the knight's chest. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief, etched with horror before he gradually slid from his mount, blood pooling beneath him. The sight instilled a deeper fear in the hearts of the other knights. At that moment, Ian keenly detected an unusual fluctuation amidst the chaos. The air, filled with invisible elemental particles, became strikingly clear to his senses. Suddenly, a wave of psychic energy surged forth, causing the particles to converge rapidly. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from Joanne's battlefield. This unforeseen force momentarily stilled the cacophony of combat. Joanne, at the epicenter, despite his full defensive stance, felt the impact surge through him, causing him to stagger. The startled warhorse reared, neighing loudly, nearly tossing Joanne off. The 4 knights surrounding Joanne were also knocked to the ground by the shockwave, their weapons flying from their grasp. Clambering back to their feet, they looked around in terror, their eyes filled with dread at the unknown power. Meanwhile, Ian dashed against the tumultuous crowd towards the source of the disturbance. Mercenaries rushed at him, weapons drawn to impede his progress. Yet, in the face of Ian's formidable swordsmanship and unwavering resolve, they fell one after another. His focus remained solely on that mysterious figure. At this moment, the image of the mystery man became increasingly vivid in his mind, like a beacon in the dark, guiding him forward. Just as Ian covered half the distance, his expression shifted abruptly, and he deftly sidestepped. Boom! In the next instant, an invisible force erupted beneath him. Transparent waves rippled outward, sending soldiers sprawling, their cries of distress filling the air. Ian silently rejoiced at his quick reflexes, having sensed the unusual surge of elemental particles just in time to evade. Chapter 22. Blood feud. Once Ian regained his balance, he dared not show any sign of complacency. He cautiously observed the movements of the elemental particles around him, while continuing to surge towards the direction of the mysterious figure. His longsword gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, each swing painting the air with crimson, repelling any mercenaries bold enough to obstruct his path. Meanwhile, Joanne had managed to steady himself and his startled horse. Surveying the chaotic scene before him, he understood that unless he swiftly dealt with the mysterious figure, this battle would descend into even greater peril. His eyes widened in fury, his fighting spirit surging like a tangible flame that engulfed him in a fierce blaze. With a fierce cry, he charged once more at the knights besieging him. His sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, overwhelming the 4 knights who struggled to keep pace. Ian, drawing ever closer to the enigmatic figure, finally beheld his visage, clad in a long black robe with a hood obscuring his features. The mysterious figure wore a peculiar silver mask, revealing only a pair of eyes radiating an eerie green glow, suffused with an aura of dread and enigma. The mysterious figure locked eyes with Ian, slowly turning his head. Ian Olsen, the sole son of Joan Olsen? His voice was deep and raspy, echoing as if from the depths of some infernal realm, resonating clearly amidst the tumult of battle. Your father killed mine, and now I shall take your life, allowing him to taste the anguish of losing a child. His chilling tone bore down on Ian, eyes fixed with malevolent intent. Your father? Ian's heart raced. He anticipated that there was another son of Shillidan. Humph, if my father has slain yours, then allow me to send you to reunite with him. With that, he swiftly propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His sword aimed at the mysterious figure's throat. The figure, moving with an otherworldly grace, effortlessly evaded Ian's strike. He extended a skeletal hand, grasping at the air, causing the surrounding dark elements to coalesce into a fearsome black serpent that lunged at Ian. Ian's eyes narrowed. He evaded by sidestepping, simultaneously unleashing a crescent slash with his sword. Ian continued to dance with his blade, deflecting the projectiles that Ian reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping deftly as the dagger grazed his clothing. Stirring a chilling breeze, he retaliated with a swift strike, but the enigmatic figure vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow of that moment. Joan had dispatched the last knight, his form splattered with the blood of his foes. Ignoring his heavy breaths, he sprinted towards Ian and the mysterious adversary, his feet leaving shallow impressions in the ground. Upon noticing Joan's approach, the enigmatic figure's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension. He was acutely aware that should Joan join the fray, he would likely find himself at a severe disadvantage. Chapter 23. The spear of blazing flames, a flicker of panic crossed the mysterious figure's gaze. Yet, in an instant he regained his composure, resolute determination surging within his eerie green eyes. His hands began to dance frantically in the air, murmuring incantations. His voice, low and sinister, seemed to summon an ancient and malevolent force. As he moved, the surrounding dark elements swirled like a boiling black sea. Growing ever more tumultuous, a bone-chilling aura permeated the air. Ian felt a surge of intense unease. He sensed that the enigmatic figure was conjuring a terrifying assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated, channeling all his magical energy in an attempt to seize the initiative. The spear, imbued with formidable magic, took shape in an instant. Flames engulfed the spear, crackling ominously. Ian shouted, hurling the fiery spear towards the mysterious figure. It traced a brilliant arc through the air, radiating searing heat and tremendous force, aimed directly at him. The mysterious figure sensed the impending danger, but remained unperturbed. With swift movements, he coalesced the dark elements before him into a solid barrier. The fiery spear collided violently with the shadowy shield, unleashing a deafening roar. The powerful energy wave radiated outward from the impact point, fracturing the ground in a spiderweb of cracks. Nearby soldiers were thrown to the ground by the shockwave, crying out in agony. The cacophony of battle, the clamor of combat, the cries of the wounded, and the clash of metal converged into a chaotic symphony. Seizing the opportunity amid the billowing smoke of the explosion, Ian charged forward, his sword glinting with a cold light, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the enigmatic figure. It appeared that the mysterious adversary had committed him. The mysterious figure emitted a piercing scream. His body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled several meters away before crashing violently against a crumbling wall. Seizing the opportunity, Ian hurled the crimson spear with all his might. The spear, trailing a long tail of flame, traced a magnificent arc through the air, scorching the atmosphere with a sizzling sound wherever it passed. With a thud, the crimson spear embedded itself into the body of the mysterious figure, igniting him instantly in a blaze of searing fire that crackled ominously. The figure let out a woeful cry as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Flames spread from the wound, enveloping him entirely in mere moments. The black robe he wore rapidly carbonized, transforming into black ash that scattered in the gentle breeze, revealing a frail, charred body beneath. Ian and Joan stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction of the fallen figure, Their taut nerves finally beginning to relax, Joan's sword drooped in his hand, trembling slightly from the exhaustion of expended energy. His chest heaved violently, beads of sweat rolling down his blood-streaked and dusty visage. Ian, too, was panting heavily, the substantial drain on his magical energy leaving him lightheaded. His legs felt weak, yet he strained to keep his posture upright, his gaze fixed firmly on the mysterious figure, wary of any sudden changes. On the battlefield, the cacophony of clashing soldiers gradually subsided, all eyes converging on Ian and Joan. The soldiers who had been locked in combat halted their skirmishes, turning their attention to the climactic conclusion of this decisive battle. With the defeat of the mysterious figure, the soldiers of Black Feather City instantly lost their will to fight, surrendering en masse. Numerous injured soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Blood pooled on the earth, forming dark red streams that flowed slowly, mingling with the surrounding dust to create a quagmire. Ian and Joan approached the fallen figure, noting his wide-open eyes that had lost their focus, the breath of life completely extinguished. As they neared the mysterious figure, Joan gently prodded the remnants of a tattered cloth still clinging to his face with the tip of his sword, revealing a countenance twisted in agony and defiance. This visage, scorched by the searing heat, bore cracks in the skin that resembled the parched riverbeds of desolate lands. The sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the ravaged battlefield, imbuing the scene with a tragic beauty. Ian and Joan stood upon a rise, surveying the entire battlefield, their hearts laden with myriad emotions. Though victory had been achieved, the aftermath of the battle loomed ahead. For Ian, the plight of ordinary soldiers held little interest. He moved directly to the corpse of the mysterious figure, rummaging through it, but discovering nothing of value to it seemed improbable. Had he truly left all his possessions within the castle? Ian scoured the body several more times, yet found nothing pertaining to the sorcerer. That moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a gray pouch at the figure's waist. Could this be a dimensional bag? A jolt of excitement surged through Ian as his gaze became riveted on the gray pouch. Dimensional equipment was a creation of the sorcerer civilization. It was said to possess an independent space capable of holding far more than its exterior suggested. Even the most rudimentary dimensional pouch was a rare treasure on this continent. If this truly was a dimensional bag, then the mysterious figure's wealth might lie within. Taking a deep breath, Ian suppressed his inner thrill and anxiety, cautiously extending his hand towards the pouch as he grasped it. The texture felt coarse, imbued with a slight warmth, as if it still held the remnants of the mysterious figure's life force. He carefully untied the drawstring, his movements deliberate to avoid triggering any traps. As the string came undone, a faint whiff of decay wafted from within, prompting Ian to wrinkle his nose, yet he did not retreat. Tilting the pouch slightly, he attempted to pour its contents onto the ground. But after a prolonged moment, nothing fell out. Confusion surged within him as he peered inside again, finding it still empty. How could this be? Was it not a dimensional bag, but merely an ordinary pouch? Ian murmured to himself, disappointment flooding his heart. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon the knowledge imparted by the crystal ball. He began to channel his magical energy, cautiously probing into the depths of the pouch. As soon as his magic made contact with the inner wall of the pouch, Ian felt a faint resistance. Shortly thereafter, he seemed to touch a layer of an invisible membrane. The membrane quivered slightly, as if resisting his magical probing. Gritting his teeth, Ian intensified his magical output, striving to breach this barrier. Just as his magical reserves were nearing depletion, the membrane suddenly burst with a pop, akin to a bubble bursting. Dissipating before him, in an instant, a powerful suction emanated from the pouch, nearly causing Ian to lose his grip as he was pulled forward by the force. Once the suction ceased, Ian peered into the pouch once more, witnessing a remarkable transformation within. What had once been an empty void was now filled with an array of peculiar items. The internal space was modest, approximately 2 cubic feet, yet various objects lay haphazardly arranged inside. Ian caught a fleeting glimpse of numerous books and an assortment of rare gemstones. However, now was not the time for exploration. He secured the dimensional bag tightly around his waist and lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. The twilight deepened over the battlefield, the setting sun resembling blood, casting an increasingly somber hue over the scarred land. The shattered remnants of walls cast distorted shadows in the dim light, while embers flickered among the ruins, sending up tendrils of acrid smoke. Joan, having concluded his immediate tasks, approached with purposeful strides. His steps remained resolute, yet the fatigue etched upon his face was undeniable, the scratches and dried blood on his armor bearing testament to the ferocity of the battle. "Ian, I have dispatched troops to clear out the castle of the Black Feather Lord. For now, we shall take refuge there." Joan's voice, slightly hoarse, resonated powerfully amidst the tumultuous battlefield. The two men walked side by side towards the castle of the Black Feather Lord. Along the way, soldiers saluted them, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. The castle's grand entrance stood ajar, the guards having vanished, replaced by Ian and Joan's subordinates. Upon entering the castle, chaos reigned within, furniture strewn haphazardly across the floor. The opulent decor lay in shambles, tapestries torn from the walls, now encrusted with dust and blood. "First, let us tidy this place up and arrange for the soldiers' watch and rest," Joan instructed a knight trailing behind them. The knight promptly obeyed and hurried off to organize the troops. Ian and Joan arrived in the castle's hall, where shattered windows allowed the cold wind to seep inside, chilling the atmosphere further. The floor was littered with shards of glass and porcelain, and a rancid odor permeated the air, as if the very castle were suffering from the ravages of war. Ian could not help but furrow his brow, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. Once this castle had been the pride of the Black Feather Lord, a symbol of his power. Now it stood as a witness to the horrors of this brutal conflict. Joan stood in the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, seemingly contemplating their next course of action. "This place is unsuitable for lingering. We must swiftly clarify the remaining situation, although we have temporarily subdued the Black Feather Lord subordinates. The underlying threats remain." Ian nodded, understanding Joan's implication. Though Black Feather City had been vanquished in this battle, its influence and residual forces still roamed, and should they regain their strength, they could pose further complications. Thus, the foremost task at hand was to stabilize the situation and eliminate any potential threats. "You should rest well. I intend to speak with the captives to glean any useful intelligence from them," Joan declared before striding purposefully towards the area where the prisoners were held. Ian resolved to explore the castle further, familiarizing himself with the environment and searching for any resources that might prove advantageous. He traversed the dimly lit corridors, the flickering torches casting wavering shadows upon his form. Along the way, he observed that many rooms had been ransacked, their former opulence now a distant memory. Upon entering his study, Ian found it relatively intact, albeit with books strewn across the floor. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and raised voices. Ian promptly exited the study to investigate. He beheld a group of soldiers escorting a visibly anxious young man towards the hall, the youth repeatedly exclaiming, "I know nothing. Let me go." Ian intercepted one of the soldiers to inquire about the situation. After saluting, the soldier reported, "My lord, we discovered this individual within the castle. He appeared suspicious, as if searching for something." Ian regarded the apprehended youth with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Take him to the hall. I shall interrogate him personally." Once in the hall, Ian seated himself upon a dilapidated chair, his gaze fixed intently on the young man before him. The youth lowered his head, unable to meet Ian's penetrating stare. Ian's voice turned cold as he inquired, "Who are you? What were you doing in the castle?" The young man trembled slightly, stammering, I am merely a servant who got lost." He fell silent, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Observing this, Ian pressed harder in his interrogation. "Now that Black Feather City has fallen, and both your lord and his son are dead, if you do not provide honest answers, I will treat you as a spy and subject you to severe interrogation." After a moment's hesitation, the young man finally spoke. "There is a hidden chamber within the castle. It contains treasures cherished by Black Feather City. I once saw the lord enter there." A shiver coursed through Ian's heart as his gaze fixated on the youth before him. "Where is the secret chamber? What treasures lie within? You would do well to speak the truth, for I shall show no mercy otherwise." The boy trembled under Ian's piercing stare, stammering that the secret chamber is located in the basement of the castle. I'm not entirely sure of its exact position, but I know the entrance is concealed behind a false wall in a storage room. As for the treasures inside, I cannot say. After pondering for a moment, Ian deemed the boy's words to hold a semblance of truth, that it was reasonable to assume that the Lord of Black Feather had amassed some precious artifacts during his lengthy occupation of the castle. He instructed the soldiers guarding the boy, keep a close watch on him, ensure he does not escape. Ian resolved to seek out the storage room first. Navigating the corridors of the castle, Ian meticulously searched the basement level. A damp, foul odor permeated the air, and the walls were encrusted with moss, casting an eerie gloom under the flickering torchlight. As he examined each storage room, he finally discerned an anomaly in one cluttered chamber. On one wall, a stone's texture appeared incongruous with its surroundings. Ian pushed against it, but the stone remained unyielding. Disinterested in searching for a hidden mechanism, he unleashed his fighting spirit, shattering the stone and revealing a concealed passageway. Chapter 26. The secret chamber of faint mist enveloped the passage as Ian cautiously stepped inside, sword firmly grasped in hand, vigilant for any lurking dangers. The walls flanking the passage were embedded with moonstones that emitted a soft glow. Illuminating his path, before him stood an iron door, dark and formidable, crafted entirely from black magic iron. This material was exceptionally resilient, impervious even to the most potent techniques of a formal knight. Such extravagance was indeed remarkable. Ian gazed at the imposing iron door, a chill running down his spine. He was acutely aware of the hardness of black magic iron. With his current strength, forcibly breaching the door would require sorcery. However, the scope of such magic was vast, posing a risk of damaging the treasures within. Just then, Joan arrived, having received news of the situation. Noticing Ian's demeanor, he inquired, "Ian, what has transpired?" Ian, his brow furrowed, pointed toward the deep passage where the iron door stood. Following Ian's gesture, Joanne fell into contemplation. He took a deep breath, his fighting spirit surging forth. Golden light coalesced around him, illuminating the dim corridor. Planting his feet firmly, he gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling every ounce of his energy into it. "Now," Joanne shouted, unleashing a formidable strike against the iron door. The colossal wave of golden fighting spirit surged forth, imbued with searing heat and overwhelming force. Crashing into the door, the resounding boom reverberated through the passage, causing the very walls to tremble, and the moonstones flickered in response. Yet as the dust settled, the black magic iron door remained steadfast, bearing only a massive gash from the strike, through which a ghostly light seeped. Breathing heavily, Joanne fixed his gaze on the scarred door, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. It seemed that the black magic iron was not entirely invulnerable. It simply required greater power to breach. It appears this material is not without its vulnerabilities, Joanne remarked, tightening his grip on the sword. After replenishing his energy, he delivered another strike. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous crashes echoed from the depths, shaking the entire castle. Last. After Joanne had expended a significant portion of his energy, a deafening roar erupted, and the black magic iron door, overwhelmed by Joanne's relentless assault, finally succumbed, collapsing under the strain. The massive door crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, shrouding the passage in a thick haze. The moonstone's glow was obscured, dimming into obscurity. Ian and Joanne quickly covered their mouths and noses with their arms to shield themselves from the choking dust. Once the haze began to dissipate, they slowly lowered their arms and gazed into the space beyond the fallen door. Before them lay an extraordinarily spacious secret chamber. The floor and walls were adorned with smooth, black stone slabs, surrounded by crystals that radiated a deep blue light. Before them stood rows of tall, sturdy wooden shelves, stretching endlessly, laden with a dazzling array of precious items. Rare gems, countless exotic herbs, in addition to the gems and herbs. The chamber housed a multitude of martial arts manuals and techniques for channeling fighting spirit. Some of these tomes bore yellowed covers, clearly aged by time, yet the intricate techniques inscribed within still left one in awe. The entire space shimmered with treasures, a breathtaking spectacle that would evoke a profound sense of desire in anyone fortunate enough to behold such wonders. Joanne approached a shelf, picking up a herb that glowed with an otherworldly radiance. The leaves quivered gently, as if imbued with life. This is the illusion star herb, exceedingly rare and immensely beneficial for breaking through barriers and fighting spirit, Joanne exclaimed, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ian stood before a shelf filled with martial arts manuals and techniques for channeling fighting spirit, casually flipping open an ancient tome. The text was obscure and challenging to decipher, but as he infused it with a hint of his fighting spirit, the words began to shimmer, revealing vivid scenes of combat that showcased the finesse of the techniques. "Father, the martial arts here seem quite exceptional," Ian remarked, a note of excitement in his voice. The history of Black Feather Castle was long and storied. Unlike Winterfell, which had risen solely due to Joanne's efforts, the treasures accumulated over the years far surpassed those of the Olsen family's treasury. Ultimately, Ian and Joanne had merely scratched the surface of this trove of riches. As they emerged from the secret chamber, laden with treasures, they found the night had already deepened. The previously dilapidated castle had regained a semblance of order, thanks to the soldiers' hasty repairs. The torches within flickered back to life, casting light upon the battered walls and illuminating the weary yet resolute faces of the soldiers. Just as Ian and Jun entered the hall, a knight hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, his expression grave as he reported, "My lord, we have detected suspicious signs around the castle. It appears unknown individuals are lurking in the shadows." That Joanne's brow furrowed as he exchanged a knowing glance with Ian, understanding that although Black Feather Castle had been breached, the intricate web of factions remained. Increase the castle's defenses, ensure the soldiers remain vigilant, and leave no suspicious detail unexamined, Joanne commanded swiftly. The knight rose and immediately set about conveying the orders. Turning to Joanne, Ian said, "Father, it seems we cannot linger here. Should these treasures be revealed, they may attract unwanted troubles. Indeed, we must swiftly relocate these treasures to a secure location while also uncovering the identities of those who are spying on us." Joanne nodded in agreement. After a simple dinner, Ian retired to a temporarily cleared guest room that a faint scent of dust lingered in the air. The tapestries on the walls, though worn, still hinted at their former splendor. A modest bed was positioned at the center of the room, accompanied by a wooden table and 2 chairs. Chapter 27. The reluctance to leave moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery veil over the floor. Enveloping the room in a dreamlike aura, Ian tread lightly to the window, standing quietly as he gazed out at the tranquil castle shrouded in night. The castle's silhouette appeared strikingly clear under the moonlight, resembling a slumbering giant. The flickering flames illuminated the resolute faces of the soldiers clad in glimmering armor. He reached for the dimensional pouch obtained on the battlefield earlier that day, carefully placing it upon the table. This pouch was crafted from a unique material, cool to the touch, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. Strange runes faintly shimmered on its surface, emanating a subtle magical aura. Earlier, amidst the throngs of people, Ian had lacked the opportunity to thoroughly investigate what treasures lay within the pouch. Now, with the night enveloping them in stillness, it was the perfect moment. Ian took a deep breath, striving to quell the surge of excitement within him, as his mental energy probed into the pouch. Its contents began to reveal themselves. First were a multitude of gemstones, all boasting remarkable clarity, high in comparison to the value of mundane coins. Ian placed greater importance on their high purity, envisioning them as consumable magical materials. The most numerous items were black tomes, which had nearly filled the pouch's limited space, stacked neatly in an orderly fashion, indicating the mysterious owner's high regard for them. Aside from these, there were various trinkets, magical materials, and peculiar items, many of which Ian could not immediately identify and set aside for later examination. However, these tomes were precisely what Ian urgently needed. Although he had acquired substantial knowledge through his legacy, much of it was foundational theory. These books might provide him with deeper insights into the civilization of sorcerers. Eagerly, he withdrew one of the black tomes. As he opened it, a faint musty scent mingled with a subtle magical energy wafted forth. The pages were yellowed, and the text appeared hastily inscribed, as if etched with a special tool in a rush. Ian concentrated intently, poring over the text word by word. This tome delved into the separation and application of elemental particles. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, his fingers unconsciously tracing the shapes of runes in the air, attempting to sense the magic at play within. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had swiftly passed. The turmoil in Black Feather City had finally subsided, and under the stewardship of Viscount Joan, a new order was reinstated. During this period, the existing powers within Black Feather City thwarted several insurrections. However, they evidently underestimated Joan's resolve. Each budding rebellion was met with ruthless and bloody suppression. Every few days, numerous noble families in Black Feather City faced annihilation. In contrast, for the ordinary residents, Joan adopted a conciliatory approach. Not only did he order a reduction in the residents' taxes, but he also organized manpower to repair the war-torn houses and streets, establishing soup kitchens to assist struggling families. Under such a combination of benevolence and authority, the situation in Black Feather City gradually stabilized, and the populace's trust in Viscount Joan grew increasingly robust. Meanwhile, Ian remained reclusive, immersed in the knowledge contained within the black tomes from the dimensional bag. He occasionally ventured into the treasury of Black Feather City, where, since acquiring the wizard's legacy in Winter City, his desire for those ancient and mysterious artifacts had deepened. Within the treasury, he indeed discovered several precious magical materials. Though they paled in comparison to the items found in the dimensional bag, they nonetheless provided considerable support for his magical studies. One day, as was his custom, Ian was in his chamber studying the Black Tome. This particular Black Tome was unlike the others. It contained a collection of various information recorded by a mysterious individual, akin to a journal. From this tome, Ian gleaned insights into the identity of the mysterious figure. He was Hurtun, the second son of Shillidan. After coming of age, he left Black Feather City to travel the continent, seeking experience. Ian continued to leaf through Hurtun's journal, which chronicled the young man's remarkable adventures in various locales across the continent. Hurtun mentioned discovering a wizard's ruin in Roland City, within the East Forest Kingdom, which led him to become a wizard apprentice. The Black Tomes and the dimensional bag he possessed were acquired from that very ruin. As Ian read about Hurtun's journeys, a powerful impulse surged within him. Ever since he received the wizard's legacy, his gaze had transcended the confines of the small winter city. He contemplated that perhaps it was time for him to embark on a journey across the vast continent, to explore those enigmatic places in search of greater knowledge and power, to grow through experience, much like Hurtun. After all, merely relying on these black tomes and a legacy he had inherited was far from sufficient to truly master powerful sorcery. Previously, he had refrained from departing, considering Joan's need for his assistance in stabilizing the situation. Now that the new order in Black Feather City had been established, it was indeed time for him to set forth. Ian set the black tome aside, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. The following morning, Ian arrived at Joan's study. Upon seeing Ian, Joan's eyes widened with surprise. "Ian, what brings you here so early? Is there something amiss?" Ian smiled faintly. "Father, Black Feather City is now stable. I intend to leave this place and journey across the continent in pursuit of further wizardly mysteries." Viscount Joan paused in astonishment, a complex expression crossing his face. A mixture of reluctance and a hint of pride, he rose slowly and approached Ian, placing a hand on his shoulder. A warm surge washed over Ian, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded earnestly. "Do not worry, Father, I will take good care of myself. I shall strive to enhance my abilities, and should Black Feather City ever require my aid in the future, I will undoubtedly answer the call." Subsequently, Viscount Joan instructed his men to prepare supplies in gold, which he handed over to Ian. Chapter 28. Moonlight grasped the inky night sky was graced with a crescent moon, hanging solitary above. A faint, cool moonlight spilled across the land. Within the shadowy confines of a small forest, a flickering campfire danced lightly, casting a warm glow amidst the stillness of the night. By the fire, a young man leaned against a tree trunk, idly toying with a fire stick, his mind wandering. With today included, Ian had been away from Black Feather City for 6 days. The initial novelty had worn off, and a subtle loneliness crept into his heart. Ian held a map in his hands, presently comparing it to the route he had traversed over the past few days, ensuring he had not strayed off course. The sunset forest stretched for thousands of miles. With Winter City and Black Feather City merely bordering towns, that Ian's journey did not have a specific destination. However, he had previously received clues about magical stones from a mineral merchant, leading deep into the sunset forest. Moreover, he was in dire need of a substantial quantity of moonlight grass for potion crafting, making this his first stop. Host, Ian Olson, Realm, Knight Beginner Apprentice, Strength, 2.9, Speed, 2.3, Constitution, 2.7, Spirit, 3.5, Crimson Flame Knight, Breathing Technique LV0, 150-300, Half Moon / LV1, 199-300, Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 211-300, Elemental Rite LV0, 195-250, Potion Crafting LV0, 235-250, Crimson Flame Spear LV1, 28-400, Frost Arrow LV0, 245-250, Mage's Hand LV0, 223-250. Ian scrutinized his attribute panel, furrowing his brow in contemplation of ways to enhance his strength. Just as he pondered, a faint rustling sound emerged from the forest, as if something was moving through the underbrush. Instantly alert, Ian gripped his fire stick tightly. His gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk, he sensed a presence drawing closer, and it seemed there was more than one. Shortly thereafter, several lithe wolves sprang forth from the darkness, their eyes glinting with an eerie green sheen in the moonlight. They emitted low growls, clearly regarding Ian as prey. Just in time for dinner, today would present a fine opportunity to try roasting wolf meat. These wolves were merely ordinary beasts, and Ian had no difficulty dealing with them. Drawing his longsword, he unleashed a surge of energy, his form blurring as he appeared before one of the wolves. Before the creature could react, Ian's sword struck like lightning, precisely piercing its neck. Blood gushed forth as the wolf let out a pained howl, collapsing to the ground after a few convulsions, lifeless. The remaining wolves, witnessing this, grew fiercer, encircling Ian and growling as they searched for an opening to attack. Unfazed, Ian channeled his energy throughout his body, wielding his sword with deadly precision. Another wolf lunged at him, but Ian deftly sidestepped, simultaneously sweeping his sword across, the blade slicing through the wolf's abdomen. The remaining wolves seemed momentarily daunted by Ian's prowess, their attacks becoming more cautious. Yet they did not relent. Ian would not grant them respite. He charged towards the pack, launching a relentless assault with his sword techniques, each strike imbued with formidable strength. One wolf struck in the hind leg, limped away in a desperate attempt to escape, but Ian would not allow it to succeed. In a swift motion, he closed the distance and ended its life with a single stroke. The last wolf, seeing its comrades fall, finally displayed fear in its eyes and turned to flee. Ian scoffed, swinging his sword at a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy shot forth, striking the wolf's back, which howled in agony before collapsing, never to rise again. With the wolves dispatched, Ian sheathed his sword and surveyed the fallen beasts. Content that tonight's dinner was secured, he skillfully processed the wolf carcasses, slicing the meat and setting it over the campfire to roast. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of cooked meat. As he inhaled the delicious scent, Ian retrieved some simple seasonings from his pack, sprinkling them over the roasting wolf meat. As the fragrance intensified, his stomach betrayed him with a growl. Just as he prepared to indulge, a sudden breeze swept through, carrying with it an unusual scent. Ian furrowed his brow, instinctively pausing his actions, his gaze sweeping the area once more. It seemed the night was becoming rather lively. Quite the bustling night, isn't it? Ian murmured to himself, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves reached his ears. Brother, do not be alarmed. We are members of the Fire Depart mercenary group, drawn here by the sight of your fire. With this proclamation, 5 individuals emerged from the shadows of the trees. They donned various styles of worn leather armor and bore an assortment of weapons. Exuding an air of competence, to the forefront was a middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard, who raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Ian, however, kept his sword firmly in hand, his gaze sharp as he regarded them. A mercenary group? You ought to be aware of the rules in the Sunset Forest. Approaching another's camp without cause is rather impolite. The bearded man chuckled lightly. "Brother, I sincerely apologized. We have been wandering this forest for several days without encountering a single soul. Upon seeing your fire, we thought we might take a chance, perhaps find some supplies or companions that we harbor no ill intentions." Ian scrutinized them, noting the signs of battle etched upon their forms. They indeed appeared to have endured considerable hardship, and his wariness lessened slightly, though he did not lower his sword. "If that is the case, what do you seek?" At that moment, a young man from the group leaned forward, his eyes widening at the sight of the roasted wolf meat. He swallowed hard. The bearded man gave him a playful nudge before turning back to Ian. "Brother, to be frank, our provisions are nearly depleted. Might you share some of your food with us?" "Of course. We would be willing to exchange something of ours in return." Speaking thus, he retrieved several pieces of ore and herbs from the leather pouch at his waist, signaling that he intended to trade. Ian cast a cursory glance at the items presented before him. They were nothing more than ordinary stones, devoid of value in his eyes, as for the herbs. A mere glance was sufficient for Ian to ascertain that none contained the ingredients necessary for potion crafting. "Ah, this is moon dew grass." Ian's gaze suddenly fixated on one particular herb. This seemingly unremarkable pale blue plant was indeed moon dew grass. Although it was far inferior to moonlight grass, the two shared similar living conditions. And it was often the case that moonlight grass could be found in proximity to moon dew grass. Ian suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "I shall take this moon dew grass. Do you have anything else? If so, I might consider offering you additional wolf meat." Chapter 29. Employment. Upon noticing Ian's keen interest in the moon dew grass, the bearded man's eyes twinkled with cunning, and a sly smile crept across his face. "Brother, to be frank, this is the only moon dew grass we have found. However, we are aware of several locations where it may grow." As he spoke, the bearded man regarded Ian with an expectant gaze. Ian contemplated the situation. He was indeed not well acquainted with this forest. The assistance of these individuals could potentially enhance his efficiency in locating moonlight grass and magical stones. Though it would require some expenditure, the possible returns seemed worthwhile. After a brief silence, Ian lifted his head, fixing a resolute gaze upon the bearded man. "Very well, I shall employ you. However, let me make one thing clear. I detest betrayal above all else. Should I discover any treachery on your part, do not blame me for being ungracious. I am confident in my abilities to deal with you should the need arise." As Ian spoke, an imposing aura emanated from him, causing the hunting party to feel a chill run down their spines. The bearded man quickly offered a nervous smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, my lord, we understand the importance of loyalty. In this forest, unity is essential for survival. We would never engage in such foolishness." Ian nodded slightly before slicing off several pieces of roasted wolf meat and handing them over. The group settled around the campfire and began to eat. During the meal, Ian subtly engaged them in conversation about the forest conditions. He gleaned valuable information regarding perilous areas and mysterious legends from their discourse. Through their exchanges, Ian learned that the bearded man's name was Hark. He was the captain of this hunting party and had navigated the Sunset Forest for over a decade. Amassing considerable experience, he had encountered various dangerous beasts and explored numerous enigmatic locales. Possessing an intimate knowledge of the forest terrain and the habits of its creatures, the young man who had first salivated over the roasted wolf meat was named Leon. He was Hark's apprentice, having trained under him in hunting skills for 3 years. Although his experience was limited, Leon was physically capable and quick-witted, proving effective in minor skirmishes. Additionally, there was a female hunter named Eileen, skilled in archery. Renowned for her precision in hitting distant targets, she was composed, spoke little, yet every word she uttered carried weight, earning her a respected position within the hunting party. The remaining 2 members were brothers named Brad and Carl. Proficient in close combat, they worked seamlessly together, often providing mutual support during battles, much to the detriment of their foes. As Ian listened to their introductions, he surreptitiously assessed each individual's capabilities at that moment. Hark interjected, "My lord, one of the locations we mentioned earlier, where moon dew grass may be found, is near a wetland to the east. However, that wetland is fraught with danger. Not only are there various toxic plants, but also a multitude of venomous insects. Additionally, it is said to be home to a giant frog that can spray venom, making it quite troublesome. Ian furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Do you have confidence in finding moondew grass there?" Hark pondered for a moment before responding. "While I cannot guarantee success, based on our prior experiences, moondew grass favors damp environments, and that wetland is one of the most likely spots. Furthermore, we are familiar with its terrain. As long as we remain cautious, we should be able to avoid most dangers." Ian nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed there for a reconnaissance. However, we must prepare thoroughly and set out at dawn." The group nodded in agreement and returned to their roasted wolf meat. After their meal, Ian organized the watch schedule, then closed his eyes by the campfire, seeking to rejuvenate himself. The forest at night was exceptionally silent, save for the crackling of the fire and the occasional chirping of insects. Ian lay beside the fire. Though his eyes were shut, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. In a place like Sunset Forest, it was impossible for him to truly succumb to deep slumber. Time passed unknowingly. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves and illuminated the ground, Ian opened his eyes. He rose, stretching his body, feeling revitalized. Hark was already awake, checking the equipment of the group. The hunting party swiftly sprang into action, extinguishing the campfire and organizing their belongings. Ian watched attentively, awaiting their readiness. "Let us depart," Hark commanded, leading the group towards the wetland in the east, under Hark's guidance. They advanced cautiously towards the wetland. The dense foliage obscured much of the sunlight, and the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching underfoot. Leon led the way, wielding a slender stick. Occasionally parting the underbrush while vigilantly observing the surroundings, the hint of tension flickered in his eyes. Eileen positioned herself on one side of the group, her sharp gaze scanning the trees around them. With an arrow nocked, she was prepared to confront any imminent threats. Her posture was agile, reminiscent of a leopard lurking in the shadows. The brothers, Brad and Carl, stood closely together, gripping heavy axes, their muscles taut. Exuding a palpable sense of strength, they exchanged occasional glances, their eyes brimming with unspoken understanding. Ian walked beside Hark, observing the environment while inquiring further about the forest, having received a considerable sum of gold. Hark patiently answered Ian's questions, cautioning him on various matters to heed. "My lord, we are nearing the edge of the wetland," Hark murmured, a serious expression crossing his face. "From here on, we must be increasingly vigilant. The dangers within the wetland are more numerous than we anticipate." Ian nodded, perceiving the rising humidity in the air. The ground began to show signs of muck and mire. He tightened his grip on his longsword, mentally preparing himself for what lay ahead. As they entered the wetland, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. Ian grimaced, noting that the surrounding flora had become increasingly lush, with many unfamiliar species. The leaves of these plants exhibited bizarre colors, some even emitting a faint glow. "Beware of those plants. Some are toxic," Hark warned. "Avoid contact at all costs. A scratch could prove fatal." That moment, Eileen abruptly halted, her eyes fixated on a patch of grass ahead. "There's movement," she whispered, her bow drawn and aimed at the target. The group immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to confront the impending danger. Chapter 30. The Marsh Poison Frog. Ian concentrated. Attempting to sense the source of the hostile presence, he could feel an air of animosity approaching ever closer. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, and everyone held their breath, their eyes locked onto the direction Eileen was watching. Suddenly, a massive beetle, clad in a black shell, burst forth from the underbrush. Its body towered half a man in height, with 6 stout legs propelling it forward, and a pair of enormous pincers glinting ominously. The beetle emitted a low hum as it charged towards Leon. Reacting swiftly, Leon raised the stick to defend himself. The beetle's pincers clamped down on the stick, the sheer force nearly wrenching it from his grasp. "What is that thing?" Leon exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Hark quickly sprang into action, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist and lunging at the creature's legs. "Everyone be cautious. This is a black pincer poison beetle. A bite from it can be lethal," Hark shouted as he attacked, warning his companions. Eileen was not idle either. She drew back her bowstring, launching a poisoned arrow at the beetle. The arrow struck its back, leaving only a shallow mark on its tough exterior. "Its shell is too hard. Standard attacks are ineffective." Eileen frowned, frustration evident. Brad and Carl exchanged glances, synchronizing their movements as they swung their axes, flanking the beetle from both sides. The axes struck the creature with a resounding thud, yet the impact was minimal. Ian observed the skirmish from a distance. Having invested a considerable sum of gold, he was keen to evaluate the prowess of this mercenary band. Despite the tense situation, he noted their teamwork and individual strengths. Ian silently assessed that while the mercenary team was not exceptionally formidable, they possessed a reasonable degree of combat capability and collaboration. At that moment, the beetle, provoked by their attacks, grew increasingly agitated. It wielded its pincers, emitting a furious buzzing sound as it struggled against the onslaught of the crowd. Ian observed the beetle's movements, a flicker of realization igniting within him. He noted that its abdomen would briefly expose itself during its attacks. Strike at its abdomen. That's its weak point. Ian shouted, channeling his fighting spirit and preparing to join the fray. Although he was indifferent to the fate of the mercenary group, he still relied on them to assist him in locating the moonlight grass. Thus he felt compelled to offer guidance. Huck, upon hearing Ian's suggestion, immediately altered his attack direction, aiming for the beetle's abdomen. Leon also thrust his wooden stick forcefully toward the creature's vulnerable point. Eileen drew her bow once more, targeting the beetle's exposed abdomen with an arrow. Brothers Blade and Carl adjusted their positions, one to the left and one to the right, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Under the collective assault of the group, the beetle's abdomen was finally breached, and a torrent of black ichor erupted forth. The beetle writhed in agony, letting out several pained cries before collapsing to the ground. Motionless, the collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they wiped the sweat from their brows. That was close. We nearly found ourselves at a loss against this creature, Leon remarked, still shaken. Huck nodded in agreement, turning to Ian. My lord, thanks to your warning, we would have been at a loss as to how long we might have to contend with this beast. Everyone is safe, which is what matters. Let us proceed, Ian declared. The group re-established their composure and continued deeper into the wetlands. The ground beneath them became increasingly boggy, requiring significant effort to lift each foot. The surrounding flora grew ever more peculiar, with creeping vines snaking across the ground, occasionally releasing unknown insects that flitted from the grass. Eileen remained ever vigilant, her gaze sweeping the environment, her bow never relinquished. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a nearby puddle, where a soft, pale blue glow flickered. It seems there is something ahead, Eileen whispered, prompting the group to halt and follow her gaze. Huck squinted, scrutinizing the scene. A glimmer of excitement crossing his face. That could be moondew grass. Let us approach with caution. The group carefully made their way toward the puddle. As they drew closer, they discerned that the pale blue luminescence emanated from several clumps of moondew grass growing at the water's edge. Ian's heart leapt with joy as he finally spotted the coveted prize. Among the moondew grass, 3 plants stood out, their colors notably deeper, adorned with delicate silver veins in their leaves. Moonlight grass. Ian suppressed his excitement, signaling the others to approach with care. Just as they were about to reach the moondew grass, a sudden splash erupted from the puddle. In an instant, a massive creature burst forth from the water, a giant toad. Its body covered in grotesque lumps and its skin a nauseating dark green, exuding a repugnant odor. It's a toxic swamp toad. Beware of its venom. Huck shouted, swiftly drawing his dagger and assuming a defensive stance. The toxic swamp toad opened its gaping maw and emitted a low growl. In the next moment, it unleashed a torrent of green venom in the group's direction. Eileen reacted swiftly, knocking an arrow and attempting to disrupt the toad's attack. The arrow struck the creature's body, but merely left a faint mark on its thick hide. Infuriated by the pain, the toxic swamp toad intensified its assault, spewing venom like a rainstorm upon the group. Blade and Carl synchronized their efforts, swinging their axes in an attempt to close the distance and attack the toad. However, the giant creature proved remarkably agile, deftly leaping to evade their strikes while extending its long tongue toward Carl. Quick on his feet, Carl sidestepped just in time, the tongue grazing his shoulder and leaving a slick trail. Meanwhile, Leon sought an opportunity, noticing that the toad's eyes were a critical target. He tightened his grip on his wooden stick, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Ian concentrated his energy, summoning the fighting spirit within him, aware that this toxic swamp toad was no trifling opponent, and the mercenaries stood little chance against it. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing his identity as a wizard. As he gathered his energy, Ian stomped the ground with force, propelling himself like lightning toward the toad. His sword shimmered with cold light. And as he neared the creature, he executed a fierce crescent slash. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy whistled through the air, aiming for the toad's legs. Sensing the impending danger, the toxic swamp toad attempted to leap away. Yet Ian's strike was lightning quick, leaving a deep gash on its leg. Ian sidestepped, evading the toad's snapping tongue, and lunged again, aiming for its abdomen. Although the skin of the toad's belly was not as tough as its back, it was still quite thick, and the sword only penetrated slightly that moment. Huck seized the opportunity, rushing in from the side, thrusting his dagger into the wound on the giant toad's leg in an effort to hinder its movement. The toxic swamp toad thrashed wildly, spewing venom that stained the ground a vibrant green. Blade and Carl once more worked in tandem, swinging their axes from either side at the toad, under the relentless barrage. The creature's movements grew increasingly labored, and its wounds multiplied. As Ian, since the moment was ripe, he concentrated all of his fighting spirit into his sword and thrust it toward the toad's heart. This time, the sword pierced the creature's body, and black blood gushed forth. The toxic swamp toad let out a despairing wail, its body swaying before it finally collapsed, lifeless on the ground. The group exhaled in relief. Gathering around, Huck wiped the sweat from his brow. My lord, you were magnificent. Without you, we would have truly struggled against this toxic swamp toad. Ian nodded slightly, saying, everyone contributed. This victory is ours together. Now, let's harvest the moon dew grass and continue our journey. He collected 3 clumps of moonlight grass, leaving the remaining moon dew grass for the mercenaries. Chapter 31. The killing vines. Once the moon dew grass was collected, the group pressed on through the wetlands. After their encounter with the toxic swamp toad, the mercenaries appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet the thought of their hard-won reward invigorated their spirits. Along the way, Huck, drawing upon his wealth of experience, skillfully guided them past numerous hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, such as thorny vines, traps concealed beneath the muck, and small venomous insects that suddenly darted out. As they continued, they came upon an area of even denser vegetation. Layer upon layer of plants nearly obscured the sunlight, casting the region in an eerie gloom. Huck halted, furrowing his brow. My lord, that area ahead seems peculiar. I've never ventured here in the wetlands before, and I'm uncertain of the dangers that lie within. Can we circumvent it? Ian frowned, inquiring, is there no way to avoid it? Huck shook his head, an expression of resignation on his face. My lord, based on our previous route, taking a detour would not only waste considerable time, but may also lead us into other unknown perils. After a moment of contemplation, Ian weighed the pros and cons very well. Let us proceed with caution, Ian finally declared. The group maintained a close formation, supporting one another. Huck, lead the way, and alert us immediately of any developments. Everyone nodded, adjusting their positions according to Ian's instructions. Taking a deep breath, Huck cautiously stepped into the foreboding area. Upon entering, a wave of damp, decaying air assaulted them. The ground became increasingly boggy, each step producing a squelching sound. The surrounding flora was unusually dense, with vines entwined together as if forming natural barriers. The sunlight was entirely blocked, only a few faint rays filtering through small gaps, enhancing the surrounding area's sinister atmosphere. Suddenly, Ian heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the left side of the thicket. He immediately halted, signaling for the group to remain silent. The others grew alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Just then, Eileen gasped softly. Everyone be cautious. Something is moving. The group instinctively scanned their surroundings. They witnessed the entwined vines beginning to writhe slowly, as if imbued with life, stretching toward them. It's the killing vines. Be careful not to get ensnared. Huck shouted, swinging his dagger at the approaching vines. The remaining group members followed suit, wielding their weapons to sever the encroaching tendrils. Ian focused his fighting spirit, wielding his sword with precision, the blade cutting through the nearby vines. However, the number of vine monsters seemed to multiply, encircling the group from all sides. This won't do. We need to locate the main vine monster's root and destroy it to free ourselves from these tendrils. Huck shouted. Hearing Huck's words, Ian swung his sword to fend off the relentless onslaught of vines while swiftly scanning the environment for the main root of the vine monsters. Yet, the overwhelming mass of vines obscured his view. At that moment, Ian unleashed his fighting spirit in a powerful crescent slash. The arc of sword light glittered, severing large swathes of vines and temporarily clearing a safe area for the group. However, new vines rapidly filled the void, continuing their advance toward the group. Ian understood that he could no longer continue the blind slaughter. He must quickly locate the main stem. As he fought, he observed the direction of the vines, attempting to glean clues from their patterns of movement. That moment, Leon suddenly shouted, "Look over there!" Those vines appear to be extending in one direction. The others followed Leon's pointed finger and indeed discovered that the majority of the vines were converging towards a singular location. There seemed to be a denser thicket of vines there. That must be it. Hold your ground. I will return shortly. Ian called out, unleashing a powerful surge of fighting spirit as he charged toward that direction. He moved like a streak of black lightning, weaving through the ocean of vines. His fighting spirit surged, and with each swing of his sword, more vines fell beneath his blade. Ian drew closer to the dense thicket, sensing the main stem of the vine creature lurking within. Suddenly, a thick vine lashed out from the side, but Ian reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid the strike. He then swung his sword, severing the attacking vine. As Ian plunged into the thicket, he beheld a massive vine ball, its diameter exceeding 2 meters. Countless vines extended from this orb, sprawling outward. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the fire elements from the air. In the next instant, a blazing spear of crimson flame materialized in his hand. The flames roared, distorting the air around the spear with their intense heat. Ian raised the spear high and hurled it at the vine ball with great force. The spear streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the vine ball with a resounding crash. A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a large hole in the vine ball. Black ichor splattered everywhere, and flames engulfed the surface of the orb. The entire vine ball writhed violently, and the surrounding vines trembled in response. Seizing this opportunity, Ian unleashed another surge of fighting spirit. With the swiftness of lightning, he charged toward the vine ball, raising his sword high to strike at the wound. With a dull thud, the vine ball shattered completely. The surrounding vines instantly lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred remnants and the stench of decay. In the distance, the group sighed in relief, pausing their actions. Leon leaped up in excitement, exclaiming that they had finally dealt with this troublesome creature. His face radiated the joy of survival. Hark wiped the sweat and black ichor from his face and approached Ian. Sincerely admiring, "My lord, your prowess is truly remarkable. Without you, we would have been in dire straits." Ian nodded slightly. "Let us rest for a moment, then we shall continue our journey." The group took a brief respite, regaining their strength and composure. Meanwhile, Ian seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings. This area appeared much quieter now, owing to the demise of the vine creature. It seemed that this murderous vine was the king of this region, having driven away and obliterated other life forms. Crackling sounds echoed as flames blazed, and remnants of vines fell to the ground. Chapter 32. Bones and Phantoms. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey. Cautiously traversing the territory once ravaged by the murderous vines, the soil beneath their feet still bore traces of the vine's sticky residue, emitting a nauseating odor. Although the surrounding flora no longer faced the threat of the murderous vines, they appeared somewhat wilted, as if still recovering from the previous reign of terror. The path became increasingly arduous, with mud threatening to swallow their ankles, each step demanding immense effort. As they continued, the view ahead gradually opened up. They arrived at a clearing devoid of towering trees, replaced by low shrubs. Sunlight bathed the area, yet it brought no warmth, instead causing the dew on the low bushes to glisten with a chilling light. Ian and his companions cautiously stepped into the clearing, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Scattered throughout the clearing were heaps of massive bones, resembling small hills. Some were shattered, while others maintained a complete form. In the dim light, they emitted a ghastly white glow, casting an eerie atmosphere that Hark's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, "My lord, the aura here feels unsettling. These bones seem to belong to some powerful creature." Ian frowned slightly. Sensing a vague pressure emanating from the bones, he pondered their next course of action. "Are you certain there is a place ahead where moondew grass grows?" Ian turned to Hark. His gaze a blend of anticipation and caution. Hark deliberated for a moment before responding. "My lord, based on my previous experience and the information I've gathered, it is indeed possible for moondew grass to thrive in this area. Moreover, we have found some along our journey, indicating that our direction is generally correct. However, this wetland is unpredictable, and no one can be entirely certain." Ian nodded, his gaze returning to the clearing piled with bones. He understood that advancing further could bring unknown dangers, yet he had little choice if he wished to find sufficient moondew grass. The area ahead is not for you to traverse. Ian took a deep breath, his gaze firm as he surveyed the mercenaries. That Hark's expression turned anxious, and he hurriedly said, "My lord, this is too dangerous. Since we have accepted your gold, how can we—" Ian waved his hand, his tone brooking no argument. "Your abilities would only burden me. Here is the remaining gold. Leave this place at once." With that, Ian tossed a bag of gold to Hark. Hark instinctively caught it, eager to voice further objections. But Ian did not afford him the opportunity. With a surge of fighting spirit, he conjured an invisible barrier around the group, separating them from himself. "I said, do not follow." Ian's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. He darted forward like a flash of black lightning into the depths of the bone-laden clearing, swiftly leaving the others far behind. Upon reaching the end of the swamp, Ian ventured deeper into the heart of the bone pile, losing track of the time spent within. The ground beneath him was no longer muddy, but paved with countless tiny bones, each step producing a creaking sound reminiscent of whispers from the abyss. What had transpired here to warrant such a multitude of corpses? Ian murmured softly, a hint of confusion and vigilance in his eyes. He slowly rotated his sword, the fighting spirit coursing through the blade, ever alert for potential dangers lurking nearby. Suddenly, the air grew frigid, a potent aura of death enveloping him. Phantoms? Ian's heart raced. He had read about phantoms in books. These ethereal entities, formed from bitterness and deathly energy, often possessed bizarre abilities. The bones surrounding him began to tremble slightly in response to the chilling aura. Soon, semi-transparent figures emerged from the heaps of bones. Each took on different forms. Some were grotesque, others distorted, exuding an unsettling presence. Judging by their aura, these phantoms were comparable to novice apprentices. Ian tightened his grip on his sword, his fighting spirit coalescing into a faint protective glow around him. One phantom struck first, resembling a wisp of black smoke as it lunged toward Ian. That he swung his sword, and the blade cut through the phantom, yet it inflicted no tangible harm. As expected, phantoms were intangible. Ordinary attacks were futile. Ian mused quietly, channeling his mental energy to search for the phantom's weakness. At the opportune moment, he conjured a frost arrow, aiming directly at the phantom's brow. The ice arrow, imbued with a biting chill, sliced through the air with a soft whoosh. The phantom seemed to sense the impending danger, momentarily hesitating in its erratic movements as it attempted to evade the sudden attack. However, Ian's frost arrow was swift and precise. The phantom could not escape in time, and the arrow struck its mark. With a sharp hiss, the phantom emitted a piercing wail, a layer of frost enveloping its form. Its shape began to waver, trembling violently. Ultimately, with a resounding pop, it dissipated into the air, leaving behind a wisp of faint black mist. Ian felt a surge of triumph. Clearly, the frost arrow was effective against the phantoms. Yet he dared not relax his guard, for numerous phantoms were still watching him keenly. Focusing his mind, Ian summoned the magical energy within him, preparing to unleash another frost arrow. Just then, a larger phantom approached silently from the side. Its speed surpassed that of the other phantoms, and it was more stealthy. Ian only noticed it as it drew near. Alarmed, Ian swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the phantom's attack, but the phantom was quick to pivot in midair. Launching another assault on Ian, he swiftly turned, flickering his form to deftly evade the phantom strike. At the same time, he swung his sword, sending a wave of sword energy towards the phantom. Although this strike could not inflict substantial damage, it successfully disrupted the phantom's movement. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Ian conjured another frost arrow, aiming at the phantom's brow once more. The frost arrow struck true, and the phantom let out a furious roar as its form began to disintegrate. However, more phantoms surged forward, seemingly enraged, their attacks growing increasingly frenzied as Ian deftly evaded the assaults of the wraiths. He sought an opportune moment to unleash his frost arrow. However, the multitude of wraiths moved with erratic fluidity, causing his magical energy to deplete rapidly. With a chime, the frost arrow upgraded to the frost spirit barrage, now at level 1 8 this moment. Ian's proficiency with the frost arrow had also been fully accumulated, allowing for successful advancement. Chapter 33. Monstrous Grass. Ian felt a surge of newfound power within him as the upgrade to the frost spirit barrage coursed through his veins. He swiftly adjusted his stance, hands forming intricate seals as his magical energy surged like a tidal wave, instantaneously manifesting 3 ice arrows radiating an eerie azure glow. These arrows were denser than the previous frost arrow, exuding an even more profound chill that froze the air into delicate frost as they passed. With the keen gaze of an eagle, Ian locked onto the clustered wraiths ahead, unleashing the frost spirit barrage without hesitation. The 3 ice arrows streaked through the air like shooting stars, propelled by an imposing force, each aimed directly at a wraith. The targeted wraiths, sensing the imminent threat, became frantic, their previously ethereal forms now desperate to evade. Yet, the arrows raced with astonishing speed, unerringly homing in on their essence. With 3 sharp hisses, the arrows struck true, piercing the foreheads of the wraiths. In an instant, their bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of frost, which spread rapidly, encasing them completely. Following this, 3 muffled explosions echoed as the wraiths shattered under the frost's grip, transforming into countless tiny ice crystals that dissipated into the air, leaving only faint wisps of black mist behind. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Ian cast the frost spirit barrage once more, releasing another trio of ice arrows that whistled towards the remaining wraiths. Though the wraiths lacked the intelligence of their former lives, their primal instinct for survival compelled them to flee from Ian. However, the might and velocity of the frost spirit barrage exceeded their comprehension, resulting in 2 additional wraiths being struck, their anguished cries fading into the air. Ian's magical energy was significantly taxed after the successive casts of the frost spirit barrage. His complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his breath quickened. Nevertheless, the remaining wraiths were few, deterred by Ian's sorcery, hovering cautiously in the air. Gasping lightly, Ian fixed his gaze on the wraiths, refusing to relent even for a moment. He slowly raised his hand again, preparing to conjure the frost spirit barrage once more. Sensing Ian's intentions, the wraiths hastily dispersed, aware of the impending danger. Observing their retreat, Ian realized that this moment presented an excellent opportunity to eradicate them. 2 ice arrows materialized in his hands, glowing with an eerie azure luminescence, radiating an intense chill. Without hesitation, he launched the arrows, which shot forth like blue lightning, racing toward 2 wraiths. The fleeing wraiths sensed the lethal threat and desperately quickened their pace, attempting to evade the pursuit of the ice arrows. Yet, the speed of the frost spirit barrage was unparalleled, locking onto their essence with relentless precision. With 2 sharp hisses, the arrows struck their marks. With 2 muffled thuds, the wraiths' bodies exploded under the frost's embrace. However, that was all Ian could achieve. The remaining wraiths scattered, disappearing into the unknown. Ian, unwilling to linger, hastened his steps, intending to vacate the area swiftly while the wraiths remained unsettled. As he walked, a peculiar area shimmering with an unusual light appeared ahead. The glow manifested in a pale green hue, standing out starkly against the eerie surroundings that Ian's heart stirred, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the luminescence. Upon approaching, he discovered that the light emanated from the skeletal remains of a colossal, unidentified creature. This skeleton had likely been here for ages, half buried in the ground, while the exposed portion had weathered significantly, appearing damaged and worn. The light seemed to emanate from the depths of its eye sockets. Ian and his companions cautiously approached the massive skeletal head, the ground beneath their feet growing increasingly firm, each step accompanied by a faint crackling sound. The pale green light flickered within the eye sockets, resembling a strange eye lurking in the darkness, coldly observing him. As he drew nearer, he realized the glow originated from a small grass-like plant radiating a gentle green light. "What manner of plant is this?" Ian murmured, his gaze fixated on the peculiar grass. Filled with curiosity, it bore no resemblance to any plant he had encountered, exuding an unsettling chill. Ian leaned closer, extending his hand to touch the grass. However, the moment his fingers made contact, a wave of icy energy surged through him. He sensed that this small grass was no ordinary specimen. Within its icy aura lay some potent and enigmatic power. Ian carefully excavated the soil surrounding the grass, extracting it in its entirety. After unearthing the grass, the chilling essence intensified, as if it released more of its power upon being displaced from its original position. The pale green glow now shone even more brightly, starkly contrasting against the foreboding environment. That moment, the once damaged colossal skeletal head began to tremble violently. With a thunderous rumble, the fissures across its surface widened rapidly, and dark mist surged forth like a tide, permeating the surrounding air. A deep, menacing growl emanated from the skeleton, as if it were safeguarding this extraordinary herb. Ian hastily secured the grass, placing it carefully into his dimensional pouch. Simultaneously, he activated his fighting spirit, swiftly departing the area. This place was too peculiar. Ian had no desire to linger. With the augmentation of his fighting spirit, he sped forward with remarkable swiftness. Behind him, the thunderous sounds of the shattering bones echoed. As the massive skeletons crumbled, kicking up clouds of dust, as he advanced, the surrounding environment began to transform. The once dreadful atmosphere gradually dissipated, replaced by a tranquil, yet mysteriously enchanting ambience. The soil beneath his feet softened, sprouting unfamiliar small flowers that exuded a delicate fragrance. The surrounding trees once again towered, enveloping the sunlight. Ian traversed through a grove, arriving at the entrance of a valley that a thin mist enveloped the valley. Faint outlines visible within. This must be the valley spoken of by the merchant. Ian, clutching a map, diligently compared it to the nearby landscape. Chapter 34. The mysterious valley standing at the valley's entrance. The mist before him drifted gently, as if some mystical force were obscuring visibility. The surrounding forest was lush and verdant, branches thickly intertwined, with sunlight filtering through the treetops, dappling the ground below. The entire valley exuded a serene and tranquil aura. Nevertheless, Ian's heart brimmed with wariness. The subtly flowing elemental essence in the air warned him that this place was far from ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He cautiously stepped through the valley's entrance, his movements light and soundless. Gradually, the contours of the valley became clearer, revealing a scene that took him by surprise. At the valley's center, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, its surface shimmering with silver ripples under the sun's rays. Unique green moss grew on the surrounding rock walls, glistening with a faint luminescence. Here, there was no sense of danger as he had anticipated. Instead, it felt mysterious and harmonious. Before him lay a natural platform formed from large stone blocks. On this platform stood several broken stone pillars, surrounded by thickly grown weeds, suggesting that someone had once lingered here. At the center of the platform, a plethora of rubble lay scattered. Ian approached to investigate, and as he entered the platform, he keenly sensed that the elemental concentration here far surpassed that of the outside world, intensifying as he neared the center. Before long, he reached the heart of the stone platform. Aside from the heightened elemental concentration, nothing seemed particularly remarkable. Ian surveyed the area with skepticism, confirming that there were no apparent issues nearby. According to the merchant, those ores were carelessly strewn about within this valley. Ian had long pondered how such a place could yield magical stones. Now, it was no longer a mystery. The high elemental concentration near the stone platform could indeed produce magical stones over the years. Crouching down at the center of the platform, Ian meticulously sifted through the rubble. Suddenly, he appeared to discover something, inspecting it with disbelief. These were not mere fragments. They were clearly remnants of magical stones that had been drained of their energy. A wave of dismay washed over Ian as shock spread across his face. These fragments, once brimming with magical power, had inexplicably been depleted. Yet, due to the area's elevated concentration of elemental particles, they gradually absorbed energy, replenishing their internal magic. Ian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to find a small vein of magical stones here, only to uncover this instead. However, Ian was perplexed by the situation. He could not comprehend what entity could so thoroughly siphon the magic from the stones. Moreover, the high elemental concentration here did not appear to be naturally occurring. Could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck Ian that a surge of fighting spirit erupted from his hand, sweeping across the entire stone platform. With a whoosh, it was as if a fierce wind had blown through, lifting the dust and debris from the platform. Under Ian's command, these materials were flung beyond the stone platform's boundaries, as the dust and debris were cast aside. The surface of the stone platform gradually became discernible. Ian focused intently, and to his astonishment, he saw intricate patterns engraved upon the platform's surface. These patterns intertwined, forming a vast magical array. A tremor coursed through Ian's heart as he realized that this magical array might be intricately linked to the depletion of the magic stones and the unusual concentration of elements in the vicinity. He crouched down, scrutinizing the intricate patterns, endeavoring to uncover clues. To his astonishment, he discovered that the periphery of the magical array was adorned with depressions, perfectly matching the size of the remnants of the magic stones. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. With utmost caution, he picked up a fragment of the magic stone and placed it into one of the indentations, which fit seamlessly. It seemed evident that the magic stone's energy was intended to activate this magical array. As Ian surveyed the multitude of nearly 1,000 pits surrounding him, a chill ran down his spine. That it was unfathomable to conceive of a being so powerful that it required such an immense quantity of magic stones to activate this array. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and continued to observe the magical array, seeking additional clues. However, the complexity of the array was far beyond the grasp of a mere novice apprentice like him. After a prolonged examination, Ian found himself dizzy and devoid of ideas. With no immediate solution in sight, he retrieved a piece of parchment and meticulously sketched the array's patterns and symbols in as much detail as he could manage. He understood that, with his current capabilities, unraveling the mystery of this magical array was beyond his reach. Once he finished depicting the array, Ian carefully stowed the parchment away. He also took note of the peculiar patterns etched upon the nearby stone pillars, ensuring each was recorded as night fell. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the ground, and a thin veil of mist began to rise within the valley. Inside the spacious tent, Ian engaged in his daily meditation. Outside, a pot of iron was set over a roaring fire, bubbling with food, and the enticing aroma wafted through the valley. During his meditation, the exceptionally high concentration of elements in the area significantly enhanced Ian's efficiency. With a sigh of relief, he opened his eyes, feeling his spirit and magic fully restored, a sense of joy swelling within him. The elevated elemental concentration in this valley had indeed proven to be immensely beneficial for his training. As the delicious scent of food permeated the air, Ian's stomach grumbled in response. That he realized that in his fervent exploration of the magical array and in facing the dangers of the setting sun forest, he had exhausted a considerable amount of energy and was indeed quite hungry. Ian stepped out of the tent and approached the flickering campfire. He stirred the contents of the pot with a wooden spoon, and the steam carrying the aroma intensified. He ladled himself a bowl, seated by the fire, eating while contemplating his next actions. Originally, he had intended to leave after documenting the magical array, but he suddenly recognized that this place was exceptionally conducive to his training. The tranquil environment and rich elemental density. This tent had been specially crafted for him by Viscount Joanne, not only spacious, but also remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding considerable wind and rain. One side was filled with various books, some acquired from her ton and others discovered within the city of Heiyu. Ever since Ian became an apprentice wizard, collecting knowledge had become a daily habit on the opposite side of the tent. He erected a temporary workstation using a few wooden boards, filled with alchemical tools and various herbs. In the days that followed, Ian led a busy, yet fulfilling life. This tranquil and focused time dedicated to his training was a rare treasure for someone who had recently been in a constant state of upheaval. The newly acquired moonlight herbs, through Ian's careful grinding and blending, transformed into vials of moon elixirs radiating a mysterious luminescence. With each attempt to concoct these potions, his proficiency increased, and the success rate gradually climbed to an impressive 50%. With these precious moon elixirs, Ian could perceive a marked change during his meditations. Each session felt as though he were submerged in an endless ocean, and his meditation duration significantly increased. Coupled with the valley's elemental concentration, his meditative efficiency soared, yielding notable progress in each training session. Day. When sunlight flooded the valley, Ian practiced the scarlet flame breathing technique. As night fell, adorned with twinkling stars, he would calm his mind and enter profound meditation, harnessing the power of the moon elixirs to enhance his mental and magical prowess. Additionally, in his leisure time, Ian immersed himself in a plethora of books. The ancient scrolls and hefty tomes contained the distilled wisdom of countless predecessors, nourishing his insatiable thirst for knowledge. Whenever he felt a twinge of boredom, he would delve into the study of the colossal magical array. Occasionally, he ventured beyond the valley into the setting sun forest for exploration, gathering herbs and honing his sorcery skills. During one such expedition into the setting sun forest, Ian chanced upon an open marshland. Beside a pond at the center of the marsh, he discovered 7 or 8 moonlight herbs. The moonlight herbs he had previously collected had long been depleted through his numerous meditations. These newfound herbs were a timely boon. After dispatching the nearby guardian beasts, Ian successfully harvested the moonlight herbs. Both his physical prowess and magical control had undergone a qualitative leap since his previous encounters. Host, Ian Olsen. Realm, Knight, Novice Apprentice. Strength 3.5, Speed 2.5, Constitution 2.6, Spirit 4.3. Scarlet Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV0, 285-300. Half Moon / LV1, 279-300. Basic Swordsmanship LV1, 298-300. Elemental Right LV0, 245-250. Potion Crafting LV1, 23-500. Scarlet Flame Spear LV1, 118-400. Ice Soul Arrow LV1, 38-400. Elemental Grasp LV1, 3400. His proficiency in potion crafting finally reached a sufficient level, advancing to the first tier, significantly enhancing his success rate in concocting potions. The original Mage's Hand evolved into Elemental Grasp. Its potency greatly increased. The remaining skills were also on the verge of upgrading. Nevertheless, Ian resolved not to linger in the valley any longer. Firstly, his food supplies were nearly depleted. Secondly, while his potion crafting success rate had improved, he still needed to replenish various auxiliary materials. Ian began to pack his belongings, carefully organizing the parchment inscribed with the patterns and symbols of the magical array, the precious books, and the remaining elixirs into his dimensional pouch. He glanced at the makeshift tent and workstation he had constructed, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Exiting the tent, Ian cast a final gaze upon the valley. The crystal-clear stream continued to babble. The surrounding forest remained serene and peaceful, and the mysterious stone platform lay hidden deep within the woods. He inhaled deeply, savoring the high concentration of elemental energy in the valley. With a final deep breath, Ian turned and departed from the valley. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where a crimson sun was slowly sinking, painting the entire sky in shades of orange and red, as if nature herself had crafted a magnificent tapestry just for him. Having encountered ferocious beasts and lost his way, he had, through sheer tenacity and cleverness, gained a certain understanding of the terrain and the habits of various creatures within this realm. Although eager to press on, Ian remained cautious, unwilling to let his guard down in the slightest. Whenever he sensed potential danger ahead, even at the slightest rustle, he would unhesitatingly choose to deter. Thus, he continually altered his route, even if it meant taking many unnecessary paths. but it ensured his safety. After a lengthy trek, Ian found himself nearing the edge of the setting sun forest. This forest was immensely vast, stretching endlessly and bordering several neighboring countries. Soto Town lay a mere 100 miles from the edge of the forest. Each day, thousands of mercenaries flooded into the setting sun forest, seeking rare herbs, elusive beasts, and rich mineral resources. At last, Ian successfully crossed the boundary of the setting sun forest. The moment his feet touched the solid ground of the outside world, he exhaled in relief, the tension in his body gradually unwinding. Maintaining vigilance within the forest had kept his mind highly alert, and now he could finally afford to relax a little at this moment. The sun was close to setting, and the sky was adorned with a stunning array of colorful clouds, almost dreamlike in their beauty. Standing at the edge of the setting sun forest, gazing at the descending sun and the vibrant evening sky, Ian felt a rush of emotions. He turned to take one last look at the forest before resolutely setting forth on the path to Soto Town. Along the way, Ian encountered numerous mercenary groups emerging from the forest. Some traveled in small clusters, excitedly discussing their bounties from within the woods, while others appeared solitary and weary, their faces etched with the signs of hardship endured in the forest. As Ian stepped into Soto Town, the sky had darkened considerably. The town was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. Stalls lined the streets, brimming with various items sourced from the setting sun forest. Colorful pelts, oddly shaped minerals, and herbs exuding peculiar aromas. Upon entering the inn, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices as mercenaries gathered together, drinking and sharing tales of their adventures. Chapter 36. Soto City. The hall was overflowing with weary yet exhilarated mercenaries. They clustered around rustic tables, their surfaces adorned with foaming mugs of malt beer. The mercenaries drank heartily, oblivious to the liquid trickling down their chins, as they animatedly recounted their thrilling escapades in the setting sun forest. Some recounted vivid scenes of fierce battles with ferocious beasts, while others shared tales of charming courtesans nearby. The hall was abuzz with the cacophony of laughter and the clinking of glasses. Ian navigated through the lively yet somewhat chaotic crowd with great difficulty, cautiously evading flailing arms and swaying bodies, until he finally reached the counter, greeting the proprietor with a voice that, though not loud, bore a hint of urgency. He requested, "Sir, please provide me with a quieter room and some food." The innkeeper, a portly middle-aged man with a round belly that rose and fell with his breath, wore a congenial smile. His small eyes scrutinized Ian from head to toe, seemingly assessing his status and needs. After a leisurely pause, he replied, "Very well, esteemed guest, a single room for one night will cost you 5 silver coins, including a dinner. Please pay for the room first." Without hesitation, Ian produced 5 silver coins from his pocket. He handed them to the innkeeper, who weighed the coins in his hand and inspected them closely under the light. Satisfied that all was in order, he nodded approvingly. Then, he turned with some effort and retrieved a rusted key from a cluttered shelf behind him, presenting it to Ian. "Your room is the second one on the left on the second floor. Dinner will be brought to you shortly." Ian accepted the key, feeling its rough texture, thanked the innkeeper, and made his way towards the staircase. The stairs were narrow, each step creaking underfoot. Once upstairs, he followed the proprietor's directions to his room. Upon opening the door, a faint musty odor greeted him, but the furnishings were simple yet tidied. At a wooden bed adorned with slightly yellowed sheets, a modest table holding an oil lamp, and a wardrobe with its door ajar. Ian approached the chair, slowly sat down, and rubbed his weary shoulders. Just then, a knock echoed through the silence. The sound of 3 firm knocks was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the room. Ian responded, and the door swung open to reveal a young male servant carrying a platter of food. The servant appeared somewhat nervous and timid. "Esteemed guest, here is your dinner." He placed the platter on the table, and Ian glanced at the food. Though modest, it was clean and appetizing. A golden brown roasted chicken leg, glistening with enticing juices, accompanied by a few soft pieces of bread exuding a subtle wheat aroma, and a steaming bowl of vegetable soup with green leaves and diced carrots floating within. His stomach growled in response, and Ian smiled at the servant, speaking in a warm tone. "Very well, just set it down here." After the servant departed, Ian eagerly seized the chicken leg and took a bite. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside, yet succulent within, juices bursting forth as he savored the flavor. Having subsisted on rations and broth since entering the Sunset Forest, he had long grown weary of such fare. He devoured the meal ravenously, and before long, the platter was completely empty, despite being situated in the farthest corner of the inn. The raucous noise from below still permeated his room. Lying on the bed, he furrowed his brow slightly. The sounds of laughter and clinking cups, interspersed with coarse jokes from the mercenaries downstairs, were particularly jarring on this quiet night. Ian tossed and turned, attempting to acclimate to the clamor, but the more he tried, the more agitated he became. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the futility of sleep, letting out a resigned sigh. He understood all too well that in such a boisterous environment, achieving a restful slumber was nearly impossible. Gradually, he sat up, adjusted his posture, crossed his legs, and let his hands rest naturally on his knees, gently closing his eyes as he entered a meditative state. Initially, the external noise felt like an invisible force persistently attempting to disrupt his thoughts. However, as Ian's breathing gradually deepened, he transcended into a profound level of meditation. When he finally emerged from his meditative state, several hours had passed. He slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with clarity. The uproar from downstairs had lessened, likely due to the mercenaries' exhaustion as they retired for the night. Outside, the night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, resembling jewels embedded in black velvet, exquisite and enigmatic. Ian turned onto his side, knowing that a brief rest after meditation could soothe his restless spirit. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and graced Ian's face, he gradually opened his eyes, stretching his limbs. He felt invigorated, his mental acuity more robust than ever. Rising, he moved to the window and gazed out at the little town, welcoming the dawn of a new day. After freshening up, Ian descended to the hall. The once raucous atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by a few early-rising mercenaries engaged in quiet conversation in the corner. Ian approached the counter to inquire about the town's affairs. After parting with a silver coin, the innkeeper eagerly divulged the intricacies of the town. Our Soto town may be small, but is bustling with activity, with so many mercenaries coming and going. There is no shortage of business that we have a blacksmith, a general store, an auction house, and several guilds dedicated to providing tasks for mercenaries. The innkeeper paused to sip some water and continued to the east of the town. You will find numerous weapon shops and blacksmiths, a favorite spot for the mercenaries. To the west lies a herbal market, where various medicinal herbs harvested from the Sunset Forest are traded. High-quality herbs can fetch a pretty penny, and many mercenaries brave the dangers of the forest solely for the sake of these rare plants. To the south, there's an arena where mercenaries often engage in friendly duels during their leisure time. The victors not only earn rewards but also gain renown that if you possess sufficient skill, you might consider testing your mettle there. Ian listened intently, mentally calculating his next moves. After expressing his gratitude to the innkeeper, he prepared to leave when the innkeeper added, "Oh, by the way, the town has been somewhat unsettled recently, with several groups of mercenaries clashing over resources. Exercise caution while wandering about." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ian stepped out of the inn. Chapter 37. The Trading Point. As Ian exited the inn, the morning sun enveloped him in a gentle warmth. The streets were beginning to bustle with life, with vendors selling breakfast and adventurers hurrying past. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the essence of the town. Filled with anticipation for his forthcoming explorations, he made his way towards the eastern part of the town, where the innkeeper had mentioned an abundance of weapon shops and blacksmiths. Along the way, he observed the stalls brimming with an array of weapons. Sharp long swords, hefty battle axes, intricate daggers, and sturdy shields. The stalls were crowded, mercenaries meticulously selecting their desired weapons, their voices rising and falling in spirited negotiations. A burly blacksmith was hammering away at his forge, sparks flying in all directions. However, the weapons available here were merely ordinary fare. Those he had uncovered in the secret chambers of Black Feather City surpassed these in quality. Such equipment would be of little use in the forthcoming battles employing the knight's breathing technique. Disappointed, Ian left after a brief perusal. Next, he opted to head towards the herbal market in the western part of town. As he approached, the rich aroma of herbs wafted through the air. The market was teeming with people, stalls overflowing with herbs of various colors and shapes. Mercenaries were engaged in discussions with herbalists, negotiating the quality and prices of the herbs. Ian navigated through the market, spotting many precious herbs, including those he had sought after in the Sunset Forest. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could procure some materials for potion crafting here. Ian moved through the herbal market, his eyes meticulously scanning the various stalls. The assortment of herbs was vast, with varying qualities. Securing the herbs he needed would require both luck and keen observation. He halted in front of one stall, where the proprietor, an elderly man with graying hair, was intently sorting herbs. Several plants that Ian recognized as essential ingredients for the moon's elixir were displayed before him. "Young man, what herbs do you seek?" "I have only the finest, harvested from the depths of the Sunset Forest," the old man remarked. Ian pointed to the herbs he desired, saying, "I would like those nightmarish blooms and the nearby spirit leaf herbs. And please also provide me with some wind whisper flowers." The old man examined the herbs Ian requested, a sly smile creeping across his face. "These are indeed fine goods, but the price is rather steep. Nightmarish blooms are 5 gold coins each, spirit leaf herbs 3 gold coins each, and wind whisper flowers 1 gold coin per bloom. For all of these, it will total 40 gold coins." Ian felt somewhat exasperated. While he was not particularly concerned about gold, he was unwilling to be overcharged. "Sir, I am not a novice, and I have some understanding of the market for these herbs. Nightmarish blooms should not exceed 3 gold coins each. Spirit leaf herbs 2 gold coins each, and wind whisper flowers, as you stated, 1 gold coin each. That totals 20 gold coins. How about that?" Upon hearing this, the old man's smile vanished as he recognized he was dealing with an expert. "All right, you drive a hard bargain, young man. We shall settle on your terms. It seems I've encountered a knowledgeable customer today," he conceded with a wry smile. Ian produced 20 gold coins and handed them to the old man, who carefully inspected them before confirming their authenticity. Only then did he carefully wrap the nightmarish blooms, spirit leaf herbs, and wind whisper flowers, handing them over to Ian. Ian received the herbs and meticulously examined them to ensure their quality met his standards. After departing from the stall, he wandered about once more, but found no additional herbs he required. Glancing at the sky, Ian decided against further lingering. His visit to Soto City was not intended for idle exploration. His knowledge of this place was gleaned from Hutton's journal. Although it was not a large town, there existed a gathering point for wizards nearby. Following Hutton's accounts, Ian made his way to a grove located west of Soto City. This area was notorious as the Ghost Forest, where ordinary individuals would lose their way, with rumors circulating of encounters with specters. Over time, the residents of Soto City had come to regard this place with a sense of trepidation. Standing at the edge of the Ghost Forest, Ian gazed into the ominous woods, feeling no hint of fear. Taking a deep breath to collect his thoughts, he resolutely stepped into the mysterious grove. Upon entering, Ian immediately sensed a chill creeping up his spine, as if the very air had turned frigid and biting. But he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting the towering trees, yet devoid of foliage. A massive blanket of dark clouds obscured nearly all sunlight, casting an especially dim pall over the forest. The ground was carpeted in a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched softly beneath his feet. Ian treaded carefully, each step taken lightly to avoid disturbing anything. The trees bore grotesque shapes, some resembling monstrous claws, others contorting into human-like figures. Ian recognized this as the peculiar magic of the Ghost Forest attempting to disrupt his mind. Focusing his energy, he recalled the methods detailed in the journal to harness his internal magic. Striving to resist the forest's influence, as his magic circulated, the surrounding chill gradually dissipated, and Ian felt a clarity returning to his mind, alleviating the oppressive sensation he had experienced at that moment. A faint whispering filled his ears. As if someone were murmuring secrets just out of reach, he halted, scanning the area with vigilance, yet found nothing amiss. The whispers intensified, and a sense of irritation welled within him. He understood this was yet another strange phenomenon of the Ghost Forest, aimed at unsettling his spirit. Gritting his teeth, Ian fought against his rising agitation and pressed onward. As he continued, he noticed a faintly glowing object not far ahead. Intrigued, he approached cautiously, discovering it to be a stone tablet inscribed with mysterious runes. The runes emitted an unusual luminescence, and upon closer inspection, Ian recognized their similarity to those he had encountered in the valley's magical array. The center of the tablet was a depression, into which Ian placed a magic stone before gently touching the surface of the stone. In an instant, a surge of formidable magic flooded into him, followed by a wave of dizziness, causing the world around him to blur. When he regained focus, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Chapter 38. Acquisition. This new realm appeared to be subterranean, with formations resembling stalactites overhead, and a delicate mist veiled the entire area like a gossamer shroud. In the depths of the fog stood several wooden huts, their full outlines obscured. Ian vaguely discerned numerous figures moving in and out of them. He inhaled deeply and made his way toward the wooden structures. As he approached, the details of the huts sharpened into focus. They were quaint, weathered buildings, their wooden boards showing signs of decay, exuding an air of antiquity. Thick moss blanketed the roofs, seemingly telling tales of the passage of time. This was the trading point for wizards near Soto City. However, most of the traders were shrouded in black or gray robes, unwilling to reveal themselves to outsiders. Each hut housed an apprentice wizard, selling an array of wizard-related items. Upon entering one hut, Ian was enveloped by a complex aroma, a blend of herbs, magical elements, and aged wood. Various magical artifacts adorned the walls, including softly glowing crystal orbs, rune-engraved shields, and ancient items of unknown origin. The shelves brimmed with jars and vials containing liquids of diverse hues, occasionally emitting sizzling sounds. In the center of the room stood a rickety table, upon which lay an ancient tome of magic. The pages had yellowed with age, and the edges were frayed. Behind the table sat an apprentice wizard, engrossed in the book's contents, oblivious to Ian's presence. Ian lingered in the hut, observing the apprentice's fervent study, and cleared his throat in an attempt to garner attention. However, the apprentice remained utterly absorbed in the text, showing no inclination to acknowledge him. With no other recourse, Ian began to pace slowly around the room, continuing to examine the various items. His gaze fell upon a delicate crystal vial perched on a shelf, containing a pale blue liquid that shimmered softly in the dim light. Curiosity piqued, Ian approached to inspect the vial. Just as he reached for it, the apprentice finally lifted his gaze, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Do not disturb the items here at will. Each possesses unique properties and taboos. Should you damage anything, you would be unable to compensate for it, he admonished, scrutinizing Ian with a glimmer of suspicion. This is your first visit to the market, isn't it? Ian frowned but nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is my first time here, and no wonder you are unaware of the customs. What you seek is in the hut across the way, that you'll find more tools and books related to magical arrays. However, they do not come cheap, and whether you can procure them depends on your skill and luck, the apprentice remarked, gesturing toward the opposite hut with a hint of derision, as if awaiting Ian's misfortune. Following the apprentice's indication, Ian observed that the hut was slightly larger, with a greater number of people entering and exiting. He could faintly hear the sounds of conversation and the clinking of magical artifacts within. A surge of anticipation rose within him. After expressing his gratitude to the apprentice, he made his way toward the other hut. Upon entering, Ian was immediately captivated by the myriad of magical artifacts displayed. The walls were adorned with glowing magical scrolls, and the floor was strewn with large models of magical arrays, surrounded by several wizards and apprentices engaging in conversation or studying the items intently. Ian strolled through the room, his gaze flitting from one object to another. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" A female attendant approached him with a professional smile shortly after he entered. "I seek books on the fundamentals of wizardry arrays, as well as a crystal ball for assessing wizard qualifications." We do have several commendable volumes on the basics of wizardry arrays. However, the crystal ball for evaluating wizard qualifications is quite rare, and our stock is limited, the attendant replied with a smile. Ian felt a tightening sensation in his chest. He knew such prized items would command a hefty price. Nevertheless, he resolutely stated, regardless of the cost, "As long as the quality is sufficient, I am willing to purchase it. Please, could you present it for my consideration?" The attendant nodded and turned to a shelf brimming with books. After a brief search, she produced 2 volumes with weathered covers and handed them to Ian. These two are focused on the fundamentals of wizardry arrays. One emphasizes theoretical knowledge, while the other introduces various special arrays. You may peruse them at your leisure. Ian accepted the volumes, flipping open one to reveal text that, while somewhat obscure, was quite detailed. The sense of joy welled within him. He felt these books would greatly aid his studies. He then inquired, "Excellent. I shall take these too. What of the crystal ball for assessing wizard qualifications?" The attendant smiled and guided Ian to a counter. She carefully retrieved an exquisite wooden box from within, opening it to reveal a crystal ball radiating a gentle glow. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, with wisps of mist swirling within. "This is our finest crystal ball for assessing wizard qualifications. As for the price," she paused deliberately, gauging Ian's reaction before continuing, "including the 2 books, it shall cost 60 magic stones, a firm price." Ian was taken aback. This price exceeded his expectations. However, given the rarity of these items, he realized that missing this opportunity would make obtaining them again a challenge. Gritting his teeth, he decided to negotiate. "60 magic stones is indeed steep. I did not bring that many with me on this trip. However, I possess some rare items. Perhaps we can negotiate a partial trade?" As he spoke, Ian produced a vial emanating a soft glow from his dimensional bag. The attendant's eyes widened with intrigue, a flicker of greed flashing across her face before she regained her composure. "What is this potion? It appears rather unique, but I must first ascertain its value." Saying this, she carefully took the vial, inspecting it closely. She then retrieved a magnifying glass adorned with intricate runes from a nearby shelf, scrutinizing the potion's color and consistency before gently shaking it to listen to the sound of the liquid within. Observing her keen interest, Ian quickly explained, "I acquired this from an apprentice well-versed in potion making. Consuming it enhances the efficiency of meditation." Chapter 39. The crystal ball. The waitress continued to scrutinize the potion meticulously. She retrieved a small dish intricately engraved with runes from the cabinet and carefully poured a single drop of the potion onto it. As the drop made contact with the surface of the dish, it emitted a faint sizzling sound while releasing a wisp of delicate purple smoke. Frowning, the waitress inhaled the aroma of the smoke and observed the reaction of the runes on the dish. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing her features. However, this potion was of too low a grade, its efficacy significantly diminished for an intermediate apprentice. "Very well, even if it costs 20 magic stones. This is the utmost concession I can offer." Ian calculated the magic stones in his possession and ultimately steeled his resolve. He once again produced a vial of moon elixir along with 20 magic stones. After slaying Hedon, he had acquired only 35 magic stones from the merchant in the mysterious valley. Spending more than half of his gains in a single transaction was disheartening. The waitress accepted the magic stones and potion, verified their authenticity, and then pushed 2 books and the crystal ball towards Ian. The transaction was complete. The items were now his. Ian stowed the belongings into his dimensional pouch and turned to leave the shop. Ian wandered aimlessly for a few more laps, familiarizing himself with the trading area while ensuring no one was tailing him. After confirming that all was clear, he exited through the stone tablet. Once outside the market, he quickened his pace, his heartbeat involuntarily accelerating. This area was rife with all manner of individuals, and one could never be certain if ill-intentioned souls lurked nearby. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows upon Ian. Yet it did little to alleviate the tension within him, that he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings, his mental acuity radiating outward, probing for any signs of threat. As he walked, Ian suddenly detected a faint sound of footsteps behind him. A tightness gripped his heart, yet he maintained an outward facade of nonchalance, keeping his stride steady while discreetly gripping the sword concealed within his sleeve. He noticed a figure clad in a black robe, hood drawn low, stealthily trailing him. The person's face was obscured by shadows, rendering their expression unreadable, save for a pair of eyes that glinted with an unsettling light, fixed intently on Ian's back. Realizing the danger, Ian quickened his steps in an attempt to shake off the pursuer as he turned into a narrow alleyway, flanked by dense thickets of thorns that occasionally snagged at his clothing, but he paid them no heed, sprinting with all his might. However, the figure in black seemed remarkably familiar with the area, reappearing in Ian's line of sight shortly thereafter. Gritting his teeth, Ian resolved to stop fleeing and instead seize the opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, a massive rock loomed ahead, towering over two men. Its surface was rugged and marred by the ravages of time, crisscrossed with deep grooves. Ian sprinted towards the rock, his movements light and agile as he neared. He abruptly sidestepped, pressing himself against the stone face. With his back against the rock, he heightened his mental focus to its peak. Peering slightly to the side, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. Fixated on the approaching figure in black, the black-robed figure, patient as a predator, continued to follow Ian from a distance. Upon noticing Ian's sudden disappearance, he momentarily faltered, instinctively halting his steps before quickly regaining composure. His eyes glimmered with an eerie light as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Edging closer to the rock's vicinity, as he approached, he leaned slightly forward, hands hanging loosely, one hand stealthily gripping the weapon concealed at his waist, ready to respond to any imminent threat. When the black-robed figure reached the side of the rock, he did not immediately circle around to investigate. Instead, he remained stationary, quietly observing the area around the rock. Attempting to discern Ian's location from subtle clues, he knew that Ian was concealed just behind the stone, awaiting his approach. Thus, he continued to creep toward the opposite side of the rock, his footsteps light, as if fearing to disturb something. As the black-robed figure pressed against the stone wall, he discovered nothing behind it. An unsettling wave of anxiety surged within him. Warily swiveling his head, those strange, glimmering eyes swept across the area, leaving no corner unchecked. Just then, crack! The dry twigs and leaves beneath his feet suddenly crumbled, and Ian erupted from the ground like a coiled cheetah ready to pounce. His sword gleamed with a chilling light, and a crescent of sword energy shot forth, aimed directly at the black-robed figure's abdomen. The black-robed figure reacted with remarkable speed, leaning back sharply in an attempt to evade the lethal strike. Yet, Ian's attack was executed with such swiftness that the sword tip still grazed the edge of the figure's robe, leaving a shallow wound upon his abdomen. The figure let out a muffled grunt, a flash of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Buzz! A sharp sound sliced through the air as a verdant blade of wind shot forth from the black-robed figure's hand. The wind blade shimmered with a razor-sharp edge, accompanied by a howling gust, hurtling toward Ian. Ian's expression hardened, inwardly cursing his luck. With the agility befitting a knight, he swiftly sidestepped, his form becoming a fleeting shadow. The wind blade grazed his shoulder, the sharp gust instantly tearing through his sleeve, leaving a shallow cut that oozed blood, staining his torn garment. Disregarding the pain in his shoulder, Ian summoned the pent-up magical energy within him. He whispered an incantation, his mental force surging like a tide, converging the elemental powers within his body. Blue light flickered between his fingers as three icy arrows, imbued with chilling energy, took shape before him. Under the sunlight's radiance, the ice crystals shimmered, emanating an aura of frost. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the ice arrows, Ian raised his hand with a sudden force. The arrows shot forth like meteors, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at the black-robed figure. Surprised that Ian could mount a counterattack in such a brief span, the figure's eyes widened momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. He swiftly waved his hands in front of him, conjuring a transparent barrier of wind that coalesced before him. The wind barrier shimmered with a faint glow, continuously spinning as it emitted a rushing sound. As the ice arrows collided with the wind barrier, a tremendous burst of energy erupted. The force of the ice arrows was immense. The wind barrier trembled violently under the impact, fissures rapidly appearing on its surface. Chapter 40. Grant City. Ian's ice spirit arrows, bolstered by the barrier's enhancement, exhibited a significant increase in power. Under his precise control, the three ice arrows struck the wind barrier in succession. The first arrow. Second arrow. After absorbing two arrows, the wind barrier was on the verge of collapse, the cracks spreading like wildfire. The once transparent barrier now appeared dim and lifeless, seemingly on the brink of shattering. The third ice arrow, imbued with a fierce chill, sliced through the air, hurtling toward the wind barrier. The black-robed figure's eyes widened, his hands straining to hold the barrier in place, beads of sweat forming on his brow as tension etched across his face. How was it possible? Your sorcery possesses such power, he exclaimed incredulously. But the third arrow's speed was relentless, depriving the black-robed figure of any opportunity for further reaction. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, the ice arrow struck fiercely against the precarious wind barrier. The barrier quaked violently before, with a resounding crash. It shattered into countless fragments of wind elementals. The overwhelming force surged forth like an invisible tide, propelling the black-robed figure several meters backward. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Producing a dull thud, simultaneously, the icy aura released upon the shattering of the arrows rapidly enveloped the black-robed figure, coalescing into a thick layer of frost. The frost encased him, rendering him akin to a frozen statue. His lips quivered, and the light in his eyes began to fade. Ian, unwilling to show mercy to his foe, conjured a spear of blazing flames. "Wait, spare me." The black-robed figure struggled against the encasing frost. His lips trembling, eyes filled with terror and desperation. "I know of a sorcerer's relic, and a vast treasure of magic stones. If you spare me, I shall reveal everything." Seeing Ian's unwavering resolve, fear surged within the black-robed figure like a tide. He writhed desperately, attempting to free himself from the frost's grip. However, Ian had resolved not to squander any more time. The fiery spear, ablaze with intense flames, surged toward the black-robed figure. The fiery radiance illuminated the surroundings, and the air thickened with the scent of charred flesh. The black-robed figure's eyes widened in horror, filled with despair and dread. Just as the blazing spear was about to pierce him, he emitted a chilling scream. "No." Thrusting forward, the fiery spear impaled the black-robed figure's chest. Flames erupted instantly, engulfing him. His body writhed in agony within the inferno, releasing a chorus of pained wails. Before long, his voice faded into silence, and his form lay still, reduced to a charred remnant. On the expansive thoroughfare, a horse-drawn carriage sped along. At the reins sat two mercenaries, clad in battle attire, wielding long swords. Upon sighting the car, his fingers glided gently over the pages of the book, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, as if he were striving to grasp the profound mysteries contained within its text. The carriage jostled along the rugged road, the wheels creaking and rumbling against the uneven surface. Outside the window, the scenery flashed by like a flowing tapestry. Yet, Ian remained blissfully unaware of it all, utterly absorbed in the world of his book. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently to a halt. Ian lifted his gaze from the pages. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, he closed the book and carefully set it aside before reaching out to draw back the curtain of the carriage. "My lord, we have arrived at Grant City." Ian nodded slightly, peering through the carriage's curtain. The towering and sturdy walls of Grant City stood before him, the mottled stones telling tales of the passage of time. It was a magnificent longsword, symbolizing the city's majesty and glory. To the city gates, a throng of pedestrians gathered, awaiting the guard's inspection. "Let us find a place to stay. We shall linger here for a few days." "Very well, my lord." Upon hearing Ian's command, the two men guiding the carriage followed the crowd, slowly entering Grant City. As they stepped into the city, the cacophony of voices, the braying of livestock, and the shouts of vendors assailed their ears. The streets were lined with an array of dazzling goods, vibrant fabrics, exquisitely crafted jewelry, and delectable foods wafting enticing aromas. Upon sighting Ian's opulent carriage, the crowd instinctively parted, bowing in reverence. Soon, the two mercenaries maneuvered the carriage into the largest inn in Grant City. After settling in, Ian tossed a small pouch of gold coins to the mercenaries. "I shall be staying here for a few days. Consider this your promised recompense." The mercenaries eagerly accepted the pouch, their faces lighting up with delight, and bowed even lower in respect. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Should you have any further commands, please do not hesitate to ask. We are at your service." Ian nodded slightly, signaling them to withdraw. Once the two left the room, Ian approached the window, gazing out at the bustling streets. After his encounter with the man in the black robe, he had departed from Soto City without delay. To hasten his journey, he had employed the two men, traveling day and night to arrive here. The book he had been studying was acquired from the sorcerer's market, and he had dedicated the last few days to its exploration. As dusk descended, the lamps along the roadside flickered to life, illuminating the streets of Grant City in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, Ian remained engrossed in his book, oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when he turned to the final page that he rubbed his aching temples. Elementary Sorcery, Theory Elvizuro, 1250. It was only upon seeing the new information on the panel that Ian exhaled slowly. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. T last. I have been recorded by the panel. Now, it's time to gradually enhance my proficiency. Ian regarded the panel's notification, closing the book resting on the table. For these past few days, he had been delving into this foundational sorcery theory and had finally made a breakthrough. He instructed the attendant not to disturb him during this period, then locked the doors and windows. Now, let me test this crystal ball that detects sorceress aptitude. Chapter 41. Aptitude Assessment. Ian gently placed the crystal ball for detecting sorceress aptitude upon the table, but a soft glow swirled within the orb. As if awaiting awakening, he inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart before slowly extending his hand to lightly touch the surface of the crystal ball. In that instant, a cool sensation coursed through his fingertips. Immediately, the light within the crystal ball intensified, that a vibrant spectrum of colors began to swirl wildly, as if countless mysterious forces collided and merged within. Ian felt a powerful yet gentle energy surge through his arm and into his body, meticulously probing every corner, from his limbs to his very marrow, leaving no part undetected. As time passed, the light of the crystal ball gradually stabilized, displaying an extraordinary and resplendent hue. Ian watched the orb intently, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. His gaze was filled with anticipation and trepidation, uncertain of his sorceress aptitude. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the crystal ball, piercing the ceiling like a sword. Within the light, ancient and enigmatic runes began to materialize, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Ian's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. He had never encountered anything so surreal, and a wave of indescribable excitement and exhilaration surged within him. That moment, a faint tremor emanated from the crystal ball. Then a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed. Sorceress aptitude. Rank 4 elemental affinities. Fire, darkness, and ice. Upon hearing this frigid mechanical voice deliver its verdict, Ian understood that the sorceress world categorizes apprentice aptitude into 5 ranks, with rank I being the lowest and rank V the highest. Although not exceptional, it was certainly above average. The revelation of his elemental affinities ignited a flicker of hope within him. Fire, darkness, ice, Ian murmured, contemplating his future path in sorcery. While sorcerers can wield any power, choosing the path aligned with their highest affinity is the key to reaching greater heights. This was also why Ian had expended so many magic stones to acquire this crystal ball. As he immersed himself in thought, the light of the crystal ball gradually faded. Crack, crack. The surface of the crystal ball began to form tiny fissures, as if the immense power used to assess his aptitude had depleted its energy. The cracks swiftly spread, and within moments, the entire orb shattered with a resounding pop, scattering countless fragments across the table. Ian furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a soft sigh as he swept the shards aside, considering the loss to be considerable. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, acquiring knowledge of his sorceress aptitude and elemental affinities was of utmost importance. He tidied the table, placing the elegant wooden box that had contained the crystal ball into his dimensional pouch. Grant City was a vast town, far surpassing Black Feather City and Winterhold, and it was the final destination of Ian's journey. There was also a sorceress resource market here, which he anticipated would dwarf that of Soto City. He intended to procure additional sorceress resources during his stay. Why magic stones are running low. It seems I will need to concoct some potions to exchange for more. After purchasing the book and the crystal ball, Ian found himself left with only a handful of magic stones. However, the areas in which he would spend these stones were only destined to increase. Researching sorcery arrays required magic stones, as did enhancing his power. He also needed to acquire fire and darkness sorcery templates. Ian meticulously calculated his needs against his current resources. He understood well that in the realm of sorcery, Magic stones formed the foundation of all transactions. Without sufficient magic stones, many endeavors would be hindered. The sorceress legacy Ian inherited contained only the most basic potion recipes, such as stamina potions and energy potions, which held little value for sorcerers. However, after defeating Hedon, he had discovered two basic potion recipes within his dimensional pouch, the mana restoration potion and the healing potion. These potions had decent market value among sorcerers. Hedon seemed to have intentions of delving into potion making. As Ian found numerous materials for these two potions in his pouch, Ian gazed at the potion-making tools and materials laid out on the table, mentally calculating the quantities he could produce and the potential profits. He first sorted the materials carefully, placing those for the mana restoration potion and the healing potion in separate piles to avoid confusion. He then lit the flame lamp, ensuring it burned steadily beneath the crucible. With great care, he began adding the required ingredients for the mana restoration potion in the order dictated by memory. With each ingredient added, he observed the reactions under the flame, ensuring that everything remained under his control. As the materials continued to be added, the crucible began to emit a strange glow, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Ian recognized this as a normal occurrence in potion making, indicating that an effective reaction was taking place among the ingredients. He adjusted the flame's temperature, maintaining it within an optimal range to facilitate the potion's formation. Ever since his potion-making level had advanced, Ian found himself increasingly adept at concocting potions. Time swiftly passed as Ian busied himself with potion-making. Whenever fatigue set in, he would meditate within the room. After each meditation, he would resume his potion-making. It was just before he completed all the potions that, on the day prior, he finished his potion-making and began his daily meditation. Ding! Elemental Ritual Level Up. Current level LV1. Immersed in deep meditation, Ian failed to notice this notification. However, he sensed that this meditation felt different from previous ones. During this session, Ian found himself within a fantastical elemental realm. Particles of various colors swirled around him, enveloping him entirely. Among them, the most prominent was the red fire element, with the darkness and ice elements trailing behind, while the remaining colors were exceedingly rare. In this realm, Ian's consciousness became extraordinarily clear. He could perceive every cell in his body greedily absorbing the elemental power. When Ian gradually awoke from his prolonged meditation, his eyes sparkled with bright light, and he radiated an air of confidence and strength. Chapter 42. Promotion Intermediate. I have actually been promoted to Intermediate Apprentice. Yet, Ian had never slackened in his pursuit of enhancing his mental prowess. Now, he had finally advanced to the rank of Intermediate Apprentice. Ian rose to his feet, stretching his body, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Host. Ian Olson, rank, Knight, Intermediate Apprentice, Strength 3. 6, Speed 2.6, Constitution 2.7, Spirit 5.0. Crimson Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV0, 299-300. Half Moon / LV1, 289-300. Beginner Swordsmanship LV1, 298-300. Elemental Rite LV1, 1-500. Potion Crafting LV1, 183-500. Crimson Flame Spear LV1, 148-400. Ice Soul Arrow LV1, 68-400. Elemental Grasp LV1, 5400. Which Array Studies LV0, 9-250. He could distinctly perceive that compared to before, the elemental forces surrounding him appeared more vibrant and intimately connected. Particularly, the fire, dark, and ice elements seemed to rejoice like old friends reunited, playfully swirling around him, responding to his summons. Ian tentatively raised his hand, and a flickering flame ignited at his fingertips in an instant. The temperature was just right, and the flame's form was more stable and refined than ever before. Is this the transformation that comes with a level up? Indeed, I have grown significantly stronger. Ian murmured to himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With his enhanced abilities, his forthcoming plans would undoubtedly benefit. After all, as a beginner apprentice, he had only just crossed the threshold into the world of wizards, possessing feeble strength and being among the most numerous. Some powerful knights, or great knights, could easily slay a beginner apprentice. However, once he ascended to an intermediate apprentice, the spiritual and magical energies within him would be sufficient to support multiple spell castings. His lethality and combat prowess had increased immeasurably compared to that of a beginner apprentice. At the intermediate apprentice level, the gap between wizards and knights truly widened. When Ian finally opened the door to his room again, it was already 3 days later. During these 3 days, he had been familiarizing himself with his newfound powers and potion crafting in the meantime, his Crimson Flame breathing technique had successfully advanced, though it did not allow him to break through to the rank of Great Knight. He had noticeably increased his efficiency while practicing the technique. Host: Ian Olson, rank, Knight, Intermediate Apprentice, Strength 3.6, Speed 2.6, Constitution 2.7, Spirit 5.0. Crimson Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV1, 2500, Half Moon / LV1, 289 300. Beginner Swordsmanship LV1, 298 300. Elemental Right LV1, 8500. Potion Crafting LV1, 195 500. Crimson Flame Spear LV1, 148 400. Ice Soul Arrow LV1, 68 400. Elemental Grasp LV1, 5400. Witch Array Studies LV0, 12 250. The Jacaranda Boulevard was the most bustling thoroughfare in Grant City. Upon arriving at Jacaranda Boulevard, Ian was taken aback by the sight before him. Towering jacaranda trees lined both sides of the avenue, their blossoms in full bloom, with delicate lavender petals swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a delightful fragrance. The shops along the boulevard were numerous and varied, ranging from weaponry stores to armor shops, restaurants to auction houses. Everything one could desire. The vibrancy here far surpassed any town Ian had ever encountered. As he strolled down the street, he observed a medley of architectural styles, from quaint wooden cottages to opulent stone castles. The streets bustled with people of all hues and attire, teeming with life and vitality. Ian continued westward along Jacaranda Boulevard until he reached its end. This was the terminus of the avenue. Yet all the shops in the vicinity were inexplicably shuttered. He pressed on until he turned into a narrow alley. The alley was flanked by pale gray stones, leading to a high wall at its end. However, Ian seemed oblivious to this. Walking directly toward the wall, as he approached, he scrutinized its surface closely. With his knowledge of magic and runes, he soon discerned the subtle traces of concealed runes hidden among the stone crevices. With his movements, the wall quivered slightly, and a concealed iron door gradually revealed itself. He knocked casually, and the heavy door emitted a dull thud. "Who goes there?" A cold voice echoed from behind the door. "I am a wandering apprentice wizard, wishing to explore the marketplace." The door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Ian felt a jolt of alarm. He sensed a chilling aura of bloodlust emanating from the robed figure. This was a vague notion, yet it was clear that one who had taken many lives of his kind would possess a distinct presence. The black-clad individual gave Ian the impression of having countless lives of fellow practitioners on his hands. Truly, this was a large marketplace with such strict guards. Ian sensed the black-robed figure emanating energy waves characteristic of an intermediate apprentice. Regardless of whether it's your first visit, I must inform you of the rules. This trading area is under the protection of the Barlow family, and any actions that disrupt order will be met with severe punishment. The black-robed figure fixed his icy gaze on Ian, articulating each word with precision. Furthermore, no one is permitted to harm another within the trading area. Should any disputes arise, they must be adjudicated by the area's arbitrators. Ian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He recognized that adhering to the rules was the fundamental principle of survival in such a place. The black-robed figure scrutinized Ian once more. "You may enter, but do not cause trouble." After the figure's warning, he stepped aside to allow passage. Ian walked through the door, entering a dimly lit corridor. At the end of the corridor was a corner, and upon rounding it, he beheld the trading area within. Unlike Sato City, this place not only boasted established large shops, but also numerous stalls set up by apprentice wizards. It was already afternoon, and the main street of the trading area appeared sparsely populated at a glance. Yet this was quite normal, as this trading area was not the bustling marketplace of the outside world, perpetually abuzz with activity. Those who could enter here were the rarest of wizards. Even having this many people was quite remarkable. Chapter 43. Exchange of magic stones. Apprentices clad in various wizard robes moved in and out of the shops. In contrast, only a handful of individuals lingered around the stalls. Ladies and gentlemen, fresh black scab beetle shells and flamingo eggs. Come take a look. As Ian passed the stall, an elderly man in gray robes eagerly promoted his wares. However, with just a glance, Ian discerned that the items for sale were all inferior goods. Processed and of low quality, and a wonder the apprentices prefer to spend their time in the pricier shops rather than waste it at these stalls. Ian gently shook his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, and prepared to move on. Yet the gray-robed man would not easily relinquish a potential customer. He hurriedly darted around the stall to block Ian's path. His murky eyes gleamed with urgency, and his face wore a solicitous smile, with wrinkles on his forehead crumpled into a tight ball. "Young sir, please don't leave just yet." The elderly man extended his gnarled hand, lightly tugging at Ian's sleeve. "If you find those unsatisfactory, I have other treasures. Just give me another chance to show you." Moments later, he produced a small glass vial containing powder that emitted a faint blue glow. "Look at this." The old man raised the vial and waved it before Ian. "This is the elusive ghost light powder, a crucial ingredient for crafting invisibility potions. Hard to come by elsewhere. The price, I assure you, is very reasonable." Ian raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on the glass vial. His spiritual energy subtly reached out, carefully sensing the essence of the powder within. He could tell that while the ghost light powder was indeed genuine, its quality was merely average, and the quantity was insufficient for brewing even a single potion. "I am afraid I do not require it," Ian replied coolly, preparing to leave once more. The gray-robed man, seeing Ian's resolute demeanor, immediately lost his cheerful expression, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. But he quickly resumed his pitiful facade. After he had perused the marketplace for a while, he finally entered the largest apothecary within. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What kind of potion do you require?" As Ian stepped inside, an elderly man adorned with an old-fashioned wizard's hat and a white beard approached him. "That I wish to sell a batch of potions," Ian stated plainly, without pretense that, "Oh, so you are a potion maker?" The old man was momentarily taken aback by Ian's request. Before a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes, he scrutinized Ian from head to toe, stroked his grizzled beard, and a professional smile crept onto his face. "How rare. May I inquire what types of potions you wish to sell?" Ian remained unhurried, retrieving several vials of magical energy potions and healing potions from his dimensional bag. He gently placed them on the counter, the glass clinking melodiously as they touched. Under the glow of the shop's magical lights, the potions radiated a soft and mysterious sheen, with faint runes swirling on their surfaces. The old man's attention was immediately captured. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixated on the potions, as if he were admiring precious works of art. He extended his withered fingers to delicately pick up a vial of magical energy potion, scrutinizing it closely against the light, his expression revealing a professional appraisal. Subsequently, he gently shook the vial, feeling the liquid's movement, listening to the sound of the liquid sloshing inside. Following that, he uncorked the vial, bringing it close to his nose to inhale deeply, savoring the aroma wafting from the potion. His brow furrowed slightly, only to gradually relax, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. "Dear guest, I must commend you. The purity of your mana potion is remarkably high, and the proportions of the ingredients are quite exquisite. It is evident that considerable thought was invested in the crafting process. The healing potion exhibits the same quality, showcasing a meticulous selection of materials." Ian nodded subtly, his expression exuding confidence. "You possess a keen eye, esteemed sir. However, regarding the pricing of these potions, although they are of superior quality, the competition for such items in the current market is quite fierce, and we may need to negotiate the price. You have a specific figure in mind?" Ian, having prepared for this moment, responded without hesitation. "I shall price the mana potion at 8 mana stones per vial and the healing potion at 6 mana stones per vial. I firmly believe that this price is justified given the quality of the potions." The old man furrowed his brow slightly, a look of concern crossing his face. "Dear guest, as you are aware, we must also ensure profitability in our business, and this price offers us exceedingly thin margins. How about 6 mana stones for the mana potion and 4 for the healing potion?" Consider it a friendly gesture. In the future, should you have superior potions, I would be grateful if you could send them my way. Ian shook his head resolutely, stating, Esteemed sir, I comprehend your perspective, but the production cost of my potions is already substantial. This price is the lowest I can offer. If it does not meet your expectations, I shall have to seek other opportunities. The old man, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly raised his hand to stop Ian, his smile returning. Dear guest, please do not rush to leave. Let us discuss this further. After all, good business thrives on amicable relations. Very well, I can offer 7 mana stones for the mana potion and 5 for the healing potion. This truly is the best I can do. I hope you can consider it a favor to this old man's enterprise. Ian weighed the offer in his mind, recognizing that while it did not meet his initial expectations, it remained within an acceptable range. Additionally, he did not wish to squander too much time on pricing, for there were other pressing matters awaiting his attention. All right, esteemed sir, I shall accept your proposed price. I have 10 vials of the mana potion and 15 of the healing potion. Could you calculate the total amount of mana stones? Ian inquired. The old man quickly performed the calculations in his mind, a satisfied expression emerging on his face. That amounts to 145 mana stones. He retrieved a bulging pouch of coins from beneath the counter, counting out the appropriate number of mana stones, and handing them to Ian. Ian accepted the pouch, meticulously inspecting the quantity and quality of the mana stones. Once assured of their accuracy, he stowed the pouch in his dimensional bag. It has been a pleasure conducting this transaction with you. Esteemed sir, should I procure any further exceptional potions, I shall certainly return to seek your services. The old man nodded with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Very well, dear guest, I look forward to your next visit. Should you require any assistance with potion crafting, be it materials or formulas, do not hesitate to let me know. I may be able to assist. As Ian departed the apothecary, the setting sun had painted the sky a vibrant orange. Light filtered through the towering edifices of Grant City, casting a tapestry of shadows upon the streets. The magical lanterns lining the sidewalks began to illuminate, casting a gentle glow that complemented the deepening twilight. The market's vibrancy showed no signs of waning with the arrival of dusk. In fact, it grew increasingly boisterous. Clutching the dimensional bag filled with mana stones, Ian pondered his upcoming plans, though the amount was modest. It sufficed for him to procure some urgently needed spell templates and magical materials. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards the section of the market dedicated to the sale of mystical items. Upon arriving, a grand magical edifice came into view, its exterior adorned with intricate runes and symbols. Under the glow of the magical lights, it radiated an aura of mystery and power. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the establishment. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few magical chandeliers casting faint illumination over the surrounding shelves. These shelves were brimming with an eclectic array of items, from ancient tomes to glimmering crystals, and from bizarre magical implements to scrolls exuding an enigmatic aura. Ka. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Seraphic Curios. As Ian entered, a glossy black crow with metallic sheen flapped from behind the counter, landing atop a nearby shelf. Its voice was loud, tinged with a metallic rasp that was somewhat grating to a summoned creature, a contracted being, or perhaps a magical aberration. This crow has undoubtedly undergone arcane enhancement. What do you require, dear guest? Ian steadied himself, meeting the gaze of the magically altered crow. I seek 0-level spell templates for the fire, shadow, and ice elements, preferably of rare and practical varieties. The crow tilted its head, its black eyes spinning as if contemplating Ian's request. It then flapped its wings a few times, emitting a series of caws that we do possess 0-level spell templates for fire, shadow, and ice, but rare and practical ones are few and far between. And their prices are naturally steep. You have sufficient funds? Ian furrowed his brow slightly, tightening his grip on the dimensional bag, and replied in a measured tone, I have mana stones. It should suffice for payment. With that, he opened the dimensional bag just enough to reveal the gleaming mana stones within. A glimmer of greed flickered in the crow's eyes, but was quickly subdued. In that case, follow me. With that, it spread its wings and soared deeper into the shop. Ian hurriedly followed, navigating through rows of shelves laden with mysterious artifacts until they reached a small chamber at the rear of the store. This room was even dimmer, dominated by a massive magical bookshelf filled with scrolls of parchment. The crow landed atop the shelf, deftly flipping through the parchments with its claws while cawing intermittently. These 3 scrolls are the Molten Ray Fire 0-level spell template, the Shadow Stealth Shadow 0-level spell template, and the Ice Shard Burst Ice 0-level spell template. They are all relatively rare. See if they meet your satisfaction. The crow stood by, observing Ian's reaction. Ian crouched down, carefully picking up the parchments to examine them. The runes and incantations were clear and mysterious, and he could sense the immense power contained within. Molten Ray fires a high-temperature molten ray, inflicting continuous fire damage on enemies in a straight line, capable of penetrating multiple targets. Shadow Stealth completely assimilates into the shadows, utilizing their power to move swiftly. Must rely on shadows to activate. Ice Shard Burst can launch multiple shards of ice in all directions from the body, causing widespread damage. Excellent. Exactly what I was seeking. Ian nodded in satisfaction. That if you're satisfied, then present the equivalent mana stones. The crow stated without reservation. Each of these templates requires 30 low-tier mana stones. Ian's expression shifted slightly. He had initially believed that while these templates would be costly, he should have enough mana stones to cover the expense. However, he was taken aback to learn that each scroll demanded 30 low-tier mana stones, totaling 90, which far exceeded his budget point 30 low-tier mana stones per scroll. Your pricing is excessively high. I previously inquired about this. And the average 0-level spell templates are priced at most at 10 low-tier mana stones. Even for the rarer ones, 20 is the ceiling. Your prices are simply exorbitant. Ian frowned, his displeasure evident. Humph, young man. This is already a fair price, considering your apparent sincerity. Rare 0-level spell templates are inherently valuable, especially for the sought-after fire, shadow, and ice elements. If you find it too dear, feel free to explore other options. I can assure you, you won't find such fine specimens elsewhere. Ian gritted his teeth. He was in dire need of these spell templates. He opened his dimensional bag and extracted the mana stones. The crow took them with its claws, counting them one by one. That once it confirmed the amount was correct, it satisfactorily stowed the stones into a small box behind the counter, just as Ian was about to leave. The crow spoke up again. By the way, I also have some accompanying magical materials available. If you're interested, you could purchase them together and save yourself a lot of trouble. Ian's interest piqued. He indeed required additional magical materials to complement his learning of these spell templates. What materials do you have? What are their prices? He inquired. These are the fire lizard scale powder and fire elemental crystal dust needed to craft molten ray. For shadow stealth, you will require nightshade sap and shadow spider silk. As for ice shard burst, you will need fragments of ice crystal and pollen from polar snowflowers. The total for these materials would be an additional 20 low-tier mana stones. Ian furrowed his brow. His mana stones were dwindling, yet these materials were undeniably crucial for him. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to proceed with the purchase. All right, I shall take them. He then retrieved another 20 low-tier mana stones from his dimensional bag. The crow accepted the stones, cawing in satisfaction. Pleasure doing business. I hope to see you again at the Seraphic Curios. Ian carefully tucked away the materials and exited the shop. At this point, the night had fully enveloped Grant City, and the glow of the magical lanterns twinkled against the darkened sky. Ian departed the area, making his way back to his residence. Chapter 45. The Potion Exchange conference time flew swiftly and in the blink of an eye. Over 2 months had passed in the northern district of Grant City. Within a resplendent manor, there lay a small square where Ian, bare-chested, was practicing his swordsmanship. His blade sliced through the air, carving out fierce arcs. Sweat trickled down his back, cascading onto the stone tiles beneath his feet. After 2 months of dedicated study of the Crimson Flame, breathing technique, and physical training, his physique had grown more robust, with muscles that flowed seamlessly and exuded strength. With a sudden motion, Ian sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. Though he had exhausted much of his stamina, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. "My lord, breakfast is ready." A middle-aged man resembling a butler, dressed in a tidy black uniform, approached the square with steady steps. slightly bowing as he spoke respectfully. Ian nodded slightly, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. "Have someone tidy up here," he instructed. He then sheathed his sword and turned towards the manor's dining room. Inside the dining room, the table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, bread emanating an enticing aroma. Fresh fruits, perfectly cooked meat, and a steaming cup of milk. Ian took his seat at the table and began to indulge in his meal. Since advancing in the crimson flame breathing technique, his appetite had notably increased, necessitating substantial amounts of meat, even for breakfast. This manor had been newly acquired to provide a better environment for his training, complete with a full complement of maids and butlers. Ian devoured the food with great enthusiasm, clearing the table as if a storm had swept through. After satisfying his hunger, he leaned back in his chair, letting out a gentle belch, and breathed a sigh of contentment. At that moment, the butler approached once more, holding a letter, which he presented respectfully. "My lord, this letter was just received this morning. It appears to be quite important. The Potion Exchange Conference." Ian opened the envelope to find an invitation, beckoning him to attend a Potion Exchange Conference in 3 days' time. The letter had originated from a potion shop named Seven Clover in the Wizard S Market. Having engaged with several potion merchants previously, this invitation had been extended to him. Ian felt a keen interest in this upcoming event, as such gatherings typically attracted numerous renowned potion masters and magical material merchants, offering a chance to witness an array of rare potions and magical ingredients, and potentially acquire unique recipes and training insights. For someone like him, who was fervently striving to enhance his abilities, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. "Prepare for me. I shall attend this potion exchange conference," Ian declared as he placed the invitation on the table. "Certainly, my lord, I shall make the arrangements at once," the butler replied with a slight bow before retreating. Ian then rose and departed the dining room, making his way to the laboratory on the second floor. The entire second floor had been specially modified by him. In addition to the potion room, there were meditation rooms, a lounge, and a chamber dedicated to the study of magical arrays. The magical stones acquired from selling potions were utilized not only to purchase more magical materials and spell templates to enhance his magical prowess, but also for his various projects here. For instance, in the meditation room, he had inscribed several foundational magical arrays, including soundproofing, protective, and spirit-gathering arrays. Entering the potion room, Ian adeptly donned his goggles and glove. He intended to utilize the next 3 days to concoct several unique potions for exchange at the conference. His gaze swept across shelves filled with an assortment of bottles and magical plants, and he began to formulate his plans. Host: Ian Olson, rank: Knight, Intermediate Apprentice, Strength 3.9, Speed 2.9, Constitution 3.0, Spirit 5. 9. Crimson Flame Knight Breathing Technique LV1, 202,500, Half Moon / LV2, 29,500, Mastery of Swordsmanship LV2, 19,500, Elemental Rite LV1, 115,500, Potion Crafting LV1, 385,500, Crimson Flame Spear LV1, 298,400, Ice Spirit Arrow LV1, 198,400, Elemental Grasp LV1, 154,400, Magical Array Study LV0, 182,250, Thermal Melting Ray LV0, 78,250, Shadow Stealth LV0, 65,250, Ice Flash LV0, 69,250, Ice Shield LV0, 47,250, Firewall LV0, 45,250. Over the past 2 months, Ian had practiced the 3 newly acquired spells and gained considerable proficiency. Both Half Moon Slash and Basic Swordsmanship had advanced to the 2nd tier, with Basic Swordsmanship evolving into Mastery of Swordsmanship. Although Half Moon Slash had not leveled up, its potency had increased significantly. Furthermore, he had recently acquired several defensive spells, including Ice Shield, which had been recorded on his panel. Inside the crystal crucible, a deep purple liquid simmered restlessly. He carefully added various magical plants in precise proportions, stirring continuously. He was crafting a potion known as Flame Magic. This potion differed vastly in both level and complexity from the Moon Potion and Mana Potion he had previously concocted. The Flame Magic Potion allowed the user to rapidly expend their internal magical energy to enhance their attack power. Notably, it was effective even for advanced apprentices, while it had the drawback of quickly depleting magical energy. In critical moments, such as facing formidable foes or engaging in life-and-death battles, it could instantaneously amplify one's offensive capabilities, often proving pivotal in turning the tide of battle. Ian meticulously controlled the speed and intensity of his stirring. His eyes fixed intently on the changes in the liquid within the crucible. As the magical plants were incorporated, the initially deep purple liquid began to thicken and emit a sharp odor. Ian furrowed his brow. This was a normal occurrence, indicating that the potion was being crafted correctly. After some time, the liquid gradually stabilized and the pungent smell dissipated, replaced by a subtle roasted fragrance. Success at last. Ian exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face that he carefully removed the crucible from the flame and used a special dropper to transfer the flame magic potion into several small glass vials. Sealing them securely. For the next 3 days, Ian remained in the potion room, diligently preparing additional potions for the exchange conference point. 3 days later, Ian emerged from the laboratory, having changed into a pristine robe. The butler awaited him, and upon seeing Ian, hurriedly approached him. "My lord, the carriage is ready and can depart at any moment," the butler stated respectfully. "Very well. Let's be off." Ian nodded, striding out of the manor accompanied by several guards. Chapter 46. 7 Clover. The carriage Ian was riding rolled slowly along the street. Outside the window, the vibrant scenes of Grant City flashed by. Ian gazed through the window at the bustling crowd on the street, his heart brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming potion exchange conference. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Wizardess Market. Upon disembarking, Ian was immediately enveloped by the lively atmosphere. Today, a multitude of wizard apprentices had gathered here. Various peculiar magical items lined the stalls along the streets, with vendors calling out their wares, while the sounds of magical creatures echoed intermittently. Without his guards, Ian navigated through the throngs of people, making his way toward the 7 Clover potion shop. Along the way, he encountered many fascinating magical artifacts. Upon reaching the 7 Clover potion shop, he found a long queue at the entrance, presenting his invitation. He was granted entry into the shop. The shop's decor was even more opulent than during his last visit. Shelves overflowed with an array of rare potions and magical materials, each exuding an alluring glow and an air of mystery. "Mr. Ian, welcome," a familiar voice called out. Turning, Ian saw White, the proprietor of the 7 Clover potion shop. Dressed in a green wizard's robe and sporting a warm smile, White approached Ian enthusiastically. "It's a pleasure to see you again." "Mr. White," Ian replied with a smile, "that I am eagerly looking forward to this exchange conference. I'm certain you shall gain much from it." White laughed heartily. After all, such gatherings of elite potion masters and rare materials are quite rare. "The conference is in the hall at the back of the shop. Please follow me." Ian nodded slightly and followed White as they traversed the lavishly carpeted corridor of the shop. Before long, they passed through a grand door adorned with exquisite runes and entered a spacious, well-lit hall. Massive magical chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft yet brilliant light that illuminated the hall as bright as day. The walls were adorned with exquisite murals depicting magical creatures and ancient potion-making scenes, each vividly bringing to life a mysterious magical world. The hall was already filled with people, who gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing various topics related to potions. Some showcased their newly developed potions, while others exchanged insights and experiences from their crafting processes. Ian casually found a corner seat, adjusted his posture slightly, and began to observe the surroundings intently. He noticed a large display stand positioned at the center of the hall, crafted from a mysterious metal that shimmered with silver light, its surface intricately engraved with complex magical runes, emanating powerful waves of magical energy. The exhibition platform is encircled by a transparent magical barrier, which not only safeguards the items displayed, but also allows the audience to clearly observe the showcase content. This moment. The platform is adorned with several completed potion samples, shimmering alluringly under the illumination of the lights, captivating the attention of all present. Just then, an elderly man clad in a white robe ascends the platform. His hair and beard are white. His face is etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes gleam with the light of wisdom. The old man clears his throat and proclaims loudly, Esteemed alchemists and purveyors of magical materials, I welcome you to this potion exchange conference. Today, we shall share knowledge and various rare materials, and I hope everyone will benefit from this gathering. Not all attendees are alchemists. Many are wandering wizard apprentices and merchants of magical materials. The essence of this event resembles a small trade fair centered around potions. Now, I declare the Potion Exchange Conference officially commenced. I invite each alchemist to present their potions in turn. The old man continues. As his words fade, a gentle buzz fills the hall as people begin to whisper among themselves. Ian, seated in the corner, fixates his gaze on the luminous potion samples upon the platform, pondering how the potion he brought might be received during this exchange. At that moment, a young apprentice wizard rises. His face bears a hint of youthfulness, yet his eyes radiate confidence that he steps onto the platform, carefully retrieving a small glass vial from within his robes, containing a gently swirling pale blue liquid. "This is my newly developed awakening potion," the young apprentice states, his voice slightly trembling, yet resonating clearly throughout the hall. That it allows the user to maintain heightened alertness for a short duration, enhances concentration, and effectively alleviates fatigue caused by prolonged mental exertion. All eyes turn to the vial, and expressions of interest begin to emerge as hushed discussions commence. Ian observes with keen interest. He has seen awakening potions for sale in alchemy shops before. While the crafting process is not overly complex, the potion's ability to cleverly blend several common magical materials to enhance mental acuity and relieve fatigue holds a certain uniqueness. However, it is merely an auxiliary potion. Hence, its price is not particularly high. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned merchant of magical materials stands up, his voice deep and resonant. "Sounds promising, lad. But tell me, how do you plan to sell this potion?" The young apprentice is momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a direct inquiry regarding pricing. After a brief hesitation, he replies, "I hope to exchange it for some rare magical herbs, such as starlight grass and dreamshade flowers." "Haha, you have quite the appetite, don't you?" The merchant laughs heartily. "Starlight grass and dreamshade flowers are both rare treasures. A single vial of your potion won't suffice for such an exchange." The young apprentice's face flushes with embarrassment as he realizes the challenge of his request. Ultimately, only a few offers are made, all of which fall short of his expectations. Disheartened, he descends from the platform. Soon after, several alchemists take their turns presenting their potions. One middle-aged alchemist showcases a potion named Fountain of Healing, which boasts effects several times greater than that of standard healing potion. As long as one draws breath, one can recover swiftly, he announces, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. In the fervor of bidding, it ultimately sells for a staggering 270 magic stones. Another young female alchemist presents an invisibility potion, enabling users to become invisible for a brief period to evade pursuers. The practicality and rarity of this potion make it highly sought after, ultimately exchanged for various high-grade materials by the owner of a potion shop. Ian remains captivated by the potions on display, attentively listening to the alchemist's presentations while meticulously observing the potion's colors, aromas, and magical fluctuations. As the Potion Exchange Conference progresses smoothly, the atmosphere intensifies with excitement, showcasing a myriad of potions. Upon encountering some rare elixirs, Ian's eyes gleam with an unmistakable fervor. Regrettably, the proprietors of those potions insist on exchanging them for specific rare materials. Ian can only watch in envy as these precious potions are exhibited before him. In contrast, the more common potions seem rather uninspiring to him. That he scans the venue, hoping for a new surprise. At that moment, a venerable elder with snowy hair strides confidently onto the stage. That I bring with me a unique potion formula. As he speaks, a stir ripples through the hall. This marks the first appearance of a potion formula at the exchange. In a gathering predominantly focused on potions, the value of a formula often far surpasses that of finished potions. Possessing the formula implies the potential for an endless supply of the corresponding potion. The elder's words fall like a stone into a tranquil lake, causing the entire hall to erupt in excitement. This is an exceptionally rare potion formula, the Earth Spirit Potion. The elder continues, his voice aged yet resonant. Upon consumption, This potion significantly enhances a Great Knight's battle energy and increases the likelihood of successfully advancing to the rank of Earth Knight by 20%, a feat comparable to that of a formal wizard. As the Elder concludes, the expressions of those present instantly freeze, followed by a surge of animated discussions. Indeed, Great Knights hold a prestigious status among the ranks of knights. However, in the eyes of these primarily wizard-focused attendees, while knights possess formidable physiques and battle energy, they ultimately differ fundamentally from the enigmatic arts of wizardry. Still, the prospect of a potion that could elevate a knight's power to rival that of a formal wizard leaves everyone present salivating. After all, should a potion be able to enhance a knight's abilities, it would bear significant implications for both the knight and any associated factions. Ian contemplates deeply, realizing that as a knight and an intermediate apprentice, obtaining this formula could not only advance his own training, but perhaps even pave the way for exploring the fusion of knightly and wizardly abilities. He surveys the crowd, noting the expressions of greed and desire etched on each face. Some have already begun to whisper amongst themselves. At this juncture, a middle-aged wizard apprentice rises, clad in a black robe adorned with peculiar patterns and donning a pointed wizard hat embellished with ochre gemstones. He emanates an aura of mystery and power. As far as I know, Great Knights can indeed rival formal-level wizards, but surely a potion that aids in such breakthroughs must have some limitations, right? Moreover, the materials required to concoct such a potion must be exceedingly rare. The apprentice's two statements land like heavy stones, further unsettling the already tumultuous atmosphere in the hall. All eyes fixate on the Elder, eager to glean answers to these pressing questions. Cough. Cough. The Elder clears his throat awkwardly, caught off guard by the apprentice's forthright inquiries. Firstly, I assure you that, after years of research, this potion can indeed achieve the effects I have described. There is a hint of resignation in his voice. As for the materials, while most of the primary ingredients are rare, they can still be gathered. However, one crucial ingredient, the dragon soul grass. The Elder pauses, a grave expression crossing his face. This dragon soul grass grows in exceedingly unique environments, specifically in places where dragons have perished. It requires hundreds of years to absorb the lingering dragon power and magical energy before it can sprout. Moreover, the growth cycle of dragon soul grass is lengthy, taking at least several centuries from germination to maturity. The audience collectively gasps at the Elder's description. Ian furrows his brow deeply. Dragons are among the most formidable magical beings in this world, with adult dragons being fully comparable to formal-level wizards. Locating a site of a dragon's demise is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even if one were to find such a place. The chance of dragon soul grass having sprouted there and waiting for it to mature introduces insurmountable difficulties and uncertainties. The middle-aged wizard apprentice nods thoughtfully and says, "So, even with the formula in hand, successfully concocting the Earth Spirit Potion would be an arduous task. The rarity of the dragon soul grass and the risks involved in obtaining it are exceedingly high. That I must ask, are there any alternative materials that could substitute for the dragon soul grass?" The Elder slowly shakes his head. The dragon soul grass is the core ingredient of the Earth Spirit Potion. The unique power it contains cannot be replicated by any other material without the dragon soul grass. Even if one gathers all other necessary ingredients, it is utterly impossible to concoct a complete Earth Spirit Potion. Silence envelopes the hall as the audience re-evaluates the value of this formula. Dragons have long been extinct in these lands, let alone the dragon soul grass that may have sprouted after their demise. It can be said that this potion formula is practically unattainable for practical use, serving merely as a means to enhance potion crafting techniques. Those present were anything but ordinary individuals, and in an instant they grasped this truth, as the crowd comprehended the immense difficulty, almost impossibility, of concocting the formula for the Earth Spirit Elixir. Their expressions grew complex. The initial greed and desire were now tinged with a sense of helplessness and entanglement. 150 magic stones. 150 magic stones along with a white mandrake. A scattering of bids began to echo throughout the hall. Yet the offers remained relatively modest. Listening to the lackluster bidding, Ian understood that everyone was hindered by the formidable challenge of acquiring the dragon soul grass. Nevertheless, his resolve remained unshaken. He recognized that this formula held significance far beyond merely crafting an elixir. 200 magic stones plus a fire elixir. Ian declared his price. Upon his announcement, a hush fell over the hall. All eyes turned toward him, filled with astonishment and curiosity. After all, the fire elixir was no ordinary commodity. Its worth far exceeded that of typical potions, sir. If you are willing to add another fire elixir, I shall exchange this formula with you. The elder on stage turned his gaze toward Ian upon hearing the bid. My elixirs are not so easily concocted. Ian scoffed coldly, refusing to allow the other party to demand exorbitant prices that I can add no more than an additional 100 magic stones. This formula is merely for my research. If it works, splendid. If not, so be it. Chapter 48. The exchange with Ian's words. The hall lapsed into a brief silence once more. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated Ian's steadfastness and unwillingness to compromise easily. However, he also recognized that Ian's offer was indeed quite generous, and the value of the fire elixir was evident. After a moment of contemplation, the elder rubbed his chin, his gaze lingering on the earth spirit elixir formula in his hand, before finally speaking. Young man, the formula is yours. As he spoke, the elder waved his hand gently, and a servant stepped forward to carefully present the formula to Ian. A surge of joy welled up in Ian's heart, though he maintained his composure. The ghostly flower seeds are priced at 300 magic stones. Following Ian's transaction with the elder, a black-robed apprentice ascended the stage once more, presenting a material Ian had never encountered before. The subsequent transactions involved items he had not heard of either. Finally, halfway through the trading event, Ian could no longer remain seated and stepped onto the high platform. I have 3 fire elixirs and 3 invisibility potions available in exchange for fire mage resources, knowledge of magical arrays, and potion-making insights. As soon as Ian's voice fell, a murmur rippled through the crowd. All gazes converged upon him, eyes glimmering with both desire for the potions he held and contemplation of his proposed terms. The potions were indeed precious, yet his demands were not insignificant. Fire mage resources, as well as knowledge of magical arrays and potion-making, were not easily obtained, that a young apprentice whispered under his breath. Ian stood resolutely on the platform, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the crowd below. He raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of undeniable confidence. At this moment, the murmuring subsided, and all awaited the unfolding of events. Just then, a petite, graceful sorceress emerged from the throng, dressed in a pale blue robe adorned with a scattering of white floral patterns. She resembled the twinkling stars in the night sky. She spoke softly, "Mr. Ian, I happen to possess some auxiliary fire resources. While they may not be the most exceptional, they're quite practical. Furthermore, I am very interested in the invisibility potions. Perhaps we can engage in a fair trade." A flicker of delight sparked within Ian, though his expression remained calm. He pondered what fire resources this lady might possess if they met his needs. He would certainly be willing to exchange. The sorceress smiled gently, retrieving a small crystal vial from her waist pouch. Inside was a shimmering liquid of orange-red hues, emanating waves of heat. This is fire spirit liquid, an essential auxiliary agent for refining high-tier fire materials, and it also aids in the cultivation of fire spells. Additionally, I possess a few notes regarding foundational magical arrays. While not profound, they can certainly provide you with a deeper understanding of the subject. Ian scrutinized the fire spirit liquid in the crystal vial, feeling the potent fire magic contained within, and silently evaluated its value. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Madam, your offerings are indeed commendable. However, I believe it would be necessary to include some foundational insights into potion making to equal the worth of my 3 invisibility potions. After all, the transmission of knowledge is of utmost importance." The sorceress furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a while, before finally nodding. "Very well. I happen to have some of my own notes on potion-making insights. Though not extensive, they hold certain reference value that I hope our trade proceeds smoothly." Just as Ian and the sorceress reached an agreement, an elderly man with silver hair approached, leaning on a staff embedded with a red gemstone. His eyes exuded a wisdom born of experience, and his voice was low and powerful. I, too, am quite interested in Mr. Ian's fire elixirs. I possess a fragmentary map of intermediate magical arrays. Though incomplete, the knowledge contained within is invaluable. I am willing to exchange it for one fire elixir. What say you, Mr. Ian? Ian felt a stir of excitement. The map of intermediate magical arrays indeed held great allure for him. Sir, while your map is undoubtedly precious, its fragmentary nature may limit its usefulness to me, that if you could also include some basic knowledge of magical array repairs, I would agree to the exchange. The elder paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. What a shrewd young man! Very well, I shall grant your request. I happen to have some simple insights on magical array repairs, which I will provide as well. Thus, Ian successfully acquired a wealth of precious resources and knowledge through his transactions at the trading event. In Grant City, within the manor's magical array chamber, he had gained considerable knowledge regarding magical arrays during the exchange. As he gently caressed the materials concerning magical arrays, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to apply this newfound knowledge in practice. Simultaneously, he retrieved the parchment documenting the vast magical array within the valley. With these materials, I will be able to discern the purpose of this magical array. Ian slowly unfurled the parchment, spreading it across the expansive stone table in the magical array chamber. He first picked up the foundational magical array notes, attempting to identify basic structures that resembled those on the parchment. After meticulous comparison, he discovered that the magical array on the parchment seemed to be a composite of several fundamental arrays, cleverly transformed and fused it. This section is a transformation of the energy-gathering array, and here is an improvement of the conduction array. Ian muttered to himself, sketching a breakdown of the array on the paper. Subsequently, he opened the insights on magical array repairs provided by the silver-haired elder. Hoping to find clues on how to interpret such a complex array, he took a charcoal pencil and began marking what he believed to be connection points on the parchment side. Attempting to illustrate the flow of energy as his analysis deepened, the outline of the magical array grew increasingly clear in his mind. Chapter 49, Dragon's Soul grasped this. This magical array is actually a colossal teleportation array. Ian stared in astonishment at the magical array on the parchment, his heart brimming with uncontrollable excitement that a teleportation array, and such a vast and intricate one. How much manpower and resources must it have taken to establish? He murmured softly, his eyes alight with enthusiasm and curiosity. He continued his in-depth study, seeking to uncover the destination of this teleportation array and the method of activation. Through his analysis of the energy flow pathways within the array, he discovered that the core section of the teleportation array was undamaged, as long as sufficient energy was fed into the array and the correct activation method was employed, the array could be utilized. Just then, he noticed tiny symbols along the edges of the array. These symbols bore some resemblance to certain runes recorded in the foundational magical array notes he had received from the sorceress. Yet there were evident differences. These symbols must be crucial. They might determine the destination of the teleportation or the conditions for activation. As Ian pondered this, he picked up the charcoal pencil and began to replicate the symbols. Upon completing the replication, he compared them against the foundational magical array notes. Striving to decipher their meanings, he meticulously cross-referenced, scrutinizing each character, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Time ticked away, and just as he began to feel somewhat disheartened, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. A bold hypothesis emerged. The arrangement of these symbols seemed to be related to the positions of the stars. Ian whispered excitedly. He quickly retrieved a star chart, laid it beside the parchment, and began to compare carefully. After a strenuous comparison, he discovered that the star positions corresponding to these symbols pointed toward the distant north. Could it be that the destination of this teleportation array lies in the north? Ian's heart swelled with uncertainty. Given the scale of this teleportation array, the distance it could transport was surely in the millions of miles. Perhaps directly to the endless ocean, beyond the periphery of this continent, lies an unbounded and no one knows what lies beyond the endless ocean. Ian stood rooted in place, his thoughts intertwining chaotically. Perhaps it would be best to slowly gather more information. Ian let out a soft sigh. He found it hard to believe that such an advanced teleportation array would lack any data or clues. Furthermore, Operating the array required a considerable amount of magic stones, which he was unable to gather in a short span of time. Beyond the endless ocean lay the realms of the unknown and peril. Yet it also promised the potential discovery of new continents brimming with resources at present. Ian was merely a mid-level apprentice, and such a level of ability evidently rendered him incapable of exploring freely. After stepping away from the array, he took 2 days to relax. Upon returning to the laboratory, he turned his focus to the newly acquired Earth Spirit Elixir. This elixir, crafted specifically for knights, exhibited significant differences from conventional potions in numerous aspects. Ian diligently studied the formula, frequently consulting various alchemical texts in search of information. The old man had not lied. While the materials for the Earth Spirit Elixir were indeed rare, he found that he could still procure everything except for the dragon soul grass. Ian spent several consecutive days at the laboratory's table, his gaze fixated on the potion's formula and the open books before him. His fingers glided over the words on the pages, and he often murmured to himself, as if engaging in a dialogue with the ancient knowledge. The absence of dragon soul grass rendered the potion impossible to concoct, but could he truly abandon his quest? Furrowing his brow, Ian felt a surge of uncertainty within him. He was acutely aware that dragon soul grass was the essential ingredient for producing the Earth Spirit Elixir. Without it, the elixir could not achieve its intended effects. Dragon soul grass, born from the essence of dragon souls, thrived within the skulls of colossal dragons, resembling delicate, luminous blades of grass. As Ian perused the description of dragon soul grass, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Could it be that small blade of grass was the dragon soul grass? Ian's heart raced, his eyes flickering with astonishment and anticipation. He hastily retrieved the small grass from his dimensional pouch, carefully comparing it to the description in the book. The pale green luminescence, the chilling aura it emitted, and its unique form all bore a striking resemblance to the recorded dragon soul grass. The more Ian examined it, the more convinced he became that this small grass was indeed the dragon soul grass he had been desperately seeking. And his excitement was nearly overwhelming that if this truly is dragon soul grass, then the possibility of successfully concocting the Earth Spirit Elixir becomes a reality. Ian whispered to himself, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Was he truly this fortunate? Gazing at the small grass in his hand, he could no longer contain his excitement. He quickly fetched 2 transparent beakers, pouring various liquids into them until they blended into a mesmerizing hue. With utmost care, Ian took a small leaf from the grass and gently submerged it into one of the beakers. The moment the leaf made contact with the liquid, it began to churn violently, emitting a sizzling sound while radiating an extraordinary light. The color transitioned from pale green to gray, releasing a sweet aroma. "It truly is dragon soul grass," Ian exclaimed, marveling at the transformation of the liquid within the beaker. Now that he had acquired the elusive dragon soul grass, all that remained was for Ian to thoroughly study the formula in order to attempt concocting the Earth Spirit Elixir. With the dragon soul grass carefully secured in his dimensional pouch, Ian resumed his studies at the laboratory table, also seeking information regarding the teleportation array, just as he was engrossed in his research. A sudden knock echoed at the door of the laboratory. Frowning slightly, Ian felt a twinge of displeasure. He detested being interrupted during his studies. "Come in." His voice carried a note of impatience. The door creaked open, revealing the estate's steward, who appeared anxious, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly having rushed to deliver news. "And why, Lord, I have just received an urgent letter from Winter City." Ian's heart sank like a stone. The urgency of the letter from Winter City struck him with the force of a hammer. His hands trembled slightly as he took the letter, tearing open the envelope with a sense of urgency and chaos. The handwriting on the paper was somewhat hasty, suggesting that the sender had been pressed for time. Ian's eyes swiftly scanned the contents, and with each word, his expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 50. The Peril of Winter. It turned out that after Ian's departure, the formidable Joanne had completely taken control of Black Feather City. However, holding both Winter City and Black Feather City, Viscount Joanne became a target of envy from nearby factions. Initially, they refrained from overt aggression due to Joanne's military strength. But that changed when the Kingdom of Klin stepped in to take the lead. The kingdom of Klin had long coveted the territories of the Kamos kingdom and sought any opportunity to expand its influence. The rapid expansion of Viscount Joanne's power presented them with a chance. Consequently, the kingdom of Klin covertly allied with several factions dissatisfied with Joanne, forming a coalition army. They divided their forces, launching attacks on Winter City and Blackfeather City from various directions. Upon receiving this news, Viscount Joanne immediately mobilized his troops to counterattack. However, the opposing forces also deployed several formidable knights, and even Joanne found himself under pressure, barely escaping injury. Having finished reading the letter, Ian felt a tumult of emotions. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure as thoughts raced through his mind, contemplating possible strategies. The steward nodded slightly, understanding the urgency of the situation, and promptly turned to make preparations. Exiting the castle, Ian found that night had fallen, the cool moonlight casting a silvery glow upon the ground. His steed was a towering black horse, exuding an aura of power. Ian mounted swiftly, gripping the reins as the horse, sensing its master's urgency, nervously pawed at the ground to go. Ian commanded, and the black horse bolted like an arrow released from a bow, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Grant City and Winter City were leagues apart. Yet Ian's steed was no ordinary horse. It possessed a trace of magical beast blood, granting it remarkable stamina and speed. Coupled with Ian's anxiety for Winter City, he rode tirelessly, not daring to pause. Finally, after days and nights of relentless travel, he glimpsed the outline of Winter City in the distance. That moment, Winter City was ablaze, with flames leaping high above the walls and thick smoke billowing into the night sky. The sounds of battle echoing in the air. Ian cracked the reins, urging his horse to hasten, charging toward the city gates like a bolt of black lightning. Countless soldiers surrounded Winter City, attacking from all sides. "Clear the way!" Ian's eyes blazed with fury as his inner energy erupted like a volcano. Moonlit slash. The light of his sword sliced through the air, tearing it apart with a hissing sound. The soldiers of the coalition army ahead were struck with fear at this sudden and overwhelming assault, their faces paling in terror. They barely had time to react before the energy of the moonlit slash pierced through them, causing them to explode into fragments. The surrounding soldiers, shaken by the sheer force of the attack, instinctively retreated, creating a larger gap in their previously tight formation. Seizing the opportunity, Ian urged his black steed to surge through the breach like a streak of black lightning. The horse's hooves pounded the ground, kicking up clouds of dust as they trampled the unfortunate enemies caught off guard, their cries of anguish ringing out. Throughout the chaos, Ian maintained a hawk-like vigilance, observing his surroundings with piercing eyes. As enemies continued to flood in, he wielded his sword with precision, unleashing waves of light that forced them back. As he drew closer to Winter City, the knights of the coalition army finally revealed themselves to confront him. One knight, at the forefront, rode a blood-red steed, wielding a massive battle axe with a vicious grin on his face. He charged toward Ian like a flash of crimson lightning, raising his axe high. The wind howling in its wake as he aimed for Ian's head. In an instant, a crystalline ice shield materialized before Ian. The battle axe collided with the shield, producing a deafening crash. Ice shards scattered in all directions, and the tremendous force caused Ian's body to shudder slightly, a numbing sensation coursing through his arm. The knight, surprised by the failed strike, briefly displayed a look of astonishment before it was swiftly replaced by a menacing glare. Simultaneously, the surrounding coalition knights closed in, encircling Ian completely. Undeterred, Ian's gaze remained resolute and calm as he surveyed the hostile forces. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of magical energy emanated from him, distorting the very air around him. Elemental forces surged wildly, and the temperature plummeted dramatically as a thick layer of frost began to spread across the ground. Countless tiny shards of ice erupted from Ian's center, exploding outward. The sharp ice fragments flew like deadly projectiles toward the coalition knights, who paled in horror, desperately raising their weapons to defend themselves or urging their steeds to evade. Yet the sheer number of ice shards and their incredible speed rendered them nearly impossible to counter. Some knights, slow to react, were struck by the icy shards, which unleashed the frigid elemental power, encasing them in thick frost. Their movements became sluggish, their weapons unresponsive, and their expressions froze in a blend of terror and agony. The leading knight on the blood-red steed, despite his efforts to evade, still bore the brunt of several shards striking his legs. He was suddenly engulfed by a bone-chilling cold that spread throughout his entire body, rendering his legs feeling as though they no longer belonged to him, nearly causing him to tumble from his steed. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain in his legs, while his fury towards Ian reached a boiling point. With a voice hoarse from rage, his eyes ablaze like a frenzied beast, he swung his battle axe once more towards Ian. In response, Ian unleashed the grip of elements. An invisible force surged forth from his hand, firmly grasping the knight's axe. The knight felt as though his weapon was ensnared by 1,000 pounds of weight, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not lift it even a fraction. His eyes widened in terror as he watched Ian approach step by step. At that moment, the other knights surged forward, encircling Ian once more. Sensing the impending danger, Ian's heart tightened, yet he remained composed. A towering wall of flames sprang up before him, the searing heat halting the knight's advance. The steeds, fearful of the fire, neighed in distress and recoiled, leaving the knights helplessly halted outside the blazing barrier. Chapter 51. Weirs, however, the wall of fire could not withstand for long. The knights began to unleash their combat techniques, launching waves of energy attacks against the flames. Ian thrust his hands forward with force, sending forth a robust stream of molten energy that shot towards the knights ahead. Wherever the molten ray passed, the air sizzled, and the ground was etched with a deep chasm. The knights, confronted with this terrifying onslaught, scattered in panic to evade its path. The leading knight attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The molten ray struck his steed. The horse emitted a tragic whinny, instantly disintegrating under the extreme heat, leaving nothing but a heap of charred remains. The knight was also caught in the aftermath of the ray. His armor beginning to melt, skin seared, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The knights surrounding Ian were momentarily paralyzed by the sheer terror of the magical strike. The soldiers attacking him displayed visible fear, instinctively retreating several steps, their weapons trembling in their grasp. Just then, a commotion erupted from the rear as a knight clad in silver armor emerged from the back lines of the battlefield. His aura of energy surged forth, pushing the soldiers aside with an invisible force, sending them sprawling to the ground. This silver-armored knight's gaze was sharp, coldly surveying Ian and the others present. Finally, his eyes landed on the writhing knight, a flicker of pity crossing his features. "You scoundrel! How dare you slay a knight of the Oak family? I, Weirs, shall ensure you pay for this." Upon witnessing the battlefield's dire situation, the Silver Knight let out a furious roar. His energy erupted beneath his feet, propelling him like a silver streak towards Ian. He raised his spear high, dark violet energy, swirling violently at its tip, coalescing into a sharp point capable of rending space itself. A knight of great stature. Ian had not anticipated that they would dispatch a knight of such caliber to confront him, and an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. In terms of offensive power, a knight of this rank could rival that of a high-level wizard apprentice. Though their energy lacked the complexity of magic, it was no less formidable. Weirs moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to Ian in the blink of an eye. The spear, imbued with terrifying energy, came hurtling towards him with a whistling sound. Ian dared not face it head-on. Instead, he sidestepped just in time. The dark violet energy grazed the edge of his garment, crashing into the ground behind him. Boom! The impact of the spear against the earth produced a deafening explosion. The ground cracked like a spider's web, debris flying and dust swirling. Weirs did not pause for a moment after missing his target. He yanked the spear from the ground and, with a swift flick of his wrist, unleashed a flurry of piercing strikes towards Ian. Ian's expression turned grave as he quickly danced his hands in intricate motions before him. Murmuring incantations, a shimmering ice shield materialized before him in an instant. The spear's energy collided violently with the shield, producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds. The magical barrier rippled with energy, but ultimately held firm against the onslaught. Just then, Weirs let out a booming cry. His energy surged again, the dark violet aura surrounding his spear intensifying several-fold, transforming it into a blade capable of piercing through Ian's shield. Ian's pupils constricted. He had no time to react to this sudden turn of events. The sharp tip of the spear charged directly toward his chest. In a moment of dire urgency, Ian activated Shadow Stealth. Instantly, he morphed into a shadowy wraith. Melding into the darkness, Weir's spear struck emptiness, and he paused momentarily, scanning the surroundings intently, attempting to locate Ian's whereabouts. His energy swirled around him, vigilant against any potential ambush from Ian. "Do you think hiding will save you?" Weir's voice was icy and laced with mockery. "Before me, any trickery is futile." With that, he thrust the spear into the ground, the dark violet energy spreading like a web across the earth. Ian, concealed in the shadows, observed Weir's frantic attempts to attack his surroundings, his heart racing with anxiety. He understood that Weir's was using his energy to sense the movements around him, trying to pinpoint his location. As Weir's energy continued to expand, the ground trembled beneath its influence. Ian carefully controlled his breathing, striving to remain silent. Yet, as the energy approached, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Suddenly, Weir seemed to sense something amiss. He yanked the spear from the ground and thrust it toward Ian's hiding spot. Ian was startled, quickly activating Shadow Stealth once more to shift to a different position. The spear struck the very ground where he had just concealed himself, creating a massive hole. "Humph, this is getting interesting." Weir scoffed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Clenching his fists, he gathered energy before him into a colossal dark violet sphere. "Let us see where you can hide this time," he bellowed, hurling the sphere toward Ian's concealed area. The sphere traced an arc through the air, scorching the atmosphere as it passed. Ian sensed the terrifying power and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Just as the sphere was about to strike him, a crimson slash descended from above, wielding unmatched force, cleaving the dark violet sphere in two. The explosion of energy from the shattered sphere wreaked havoc around, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Weir's expression shifted, a wave of intense unease washing over him. He quickly glanced up, only to find Joanne, who had somehow ventured out from Winter City, clad in dark red armor. He descended from the sky. "Weirs, you truly disgrace the title of a knight, bullying a mere knight who is my son. Behold my sword." As Joanne landed, his sword was already drawn, its blade shimmering with an eerie red light that complemented his armor. He glared at Weirs, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he intended to devour him whole. Upon hearing Joanne's declaration, Weirs was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly regained his composure, disdain flashing in his eyes. "Humph, your son murdered a knight of the Oak family. Today, no one can save him," he roared, shaking his spear, the dark violet energy surging once more as he lunged toward Joanne. Joanne merely scoffed, remaining steadfast as he swung his sword lightly, summoning a crimson sword energy to counter Weir's spear. With a resounding clash, the sword energy collided with the spear, the tremendous force causing cracks to erupt in the ground around them. Upon seeing his father Joanne's arrival, Ian felt a warmth in his heart. Filled with fighting spirit, he knew that with his father present, he had a formidable ally. He swiftly emerged from the shadows, channeling his magical energy, ready to assist his father in combating Weirs. Chapter 52. Retreat from the battlefield. Joanne commanded respect from numerous factions, primarily due to his unparalleled strength. Now, just past the age of 40, Joanne stood firmly at the pinnacle of knightly prowess. With his current abilities, he was merely a step away from the legendary Earth Knight realm, a status capable of harnessing the power of the Earth and controlling the forces of nature. It must be noted that Earth Knights are considered mythical figures within the knightly hierarchy. Their appearances could trigger monumental shifts in the continent's dynamics. Given Joanne's age, he undoubtedly found himself in the prime of his life. Given time, with his innate talent, reaching the coveted Earth Knight status was not an unattainable dream. Although Weirs was also a knight of great stature, he was ultimately at a considerable disadvantage when compared to Joanne, who stood at the zenith of knightly power. Under Joanne's relentless assault, Weirs began to falter, his spear defense revealing cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Joanne let out a mighty roar, his sword slicing through the air like a flash of red lightning as it aimed for Weirs' shoulder. Weirs' heart raced in alarm. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. He concentrated his energy at his shoulder in a desperate attempt to block the blow. With a sharp sound, Joanne's sword struck true against Weir's shoulder. Though shielded by energy, a deep gash was still carved into his flesh, blood instantly staining his armor. In pain, Weir's let out an enraged howl, wildly swinging his spear in a frenzied counterattack. Ian, too, was not idle, conjuring shards of ice to hinder Weir's movements. "You two, father and son, don't get too cocky." Weir's gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with madness. He thrust his spear violently into the ground, his fists clenched, as the dark purple aura surrounding his body surged wildly. Observing this, Joanne's gaze sharpened, and Ian also intensified his magical output. Suddenly, Veltz let out a furious roar, a powerful force erupting around him. The purple-black aura forcefully pushed Joanne back. His eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness as he thrust his spear toward Ian, evidently intending to eliminate the weaker Ian first. Upon seeing the spear darting toward him like a venomous serpent, Ian felt his heart constrict. He concentrated all his energy, summoning the remaining magic within him. Crash, crash, crash. Ice shields materialized before him, layered and shimmering with a chilling glow. However, Veltz's all-out strike was immensely powerful, infused with his wrath and murderous intent. The purple-black spear light, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, collided instantly with the ice shields. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the outermost ice shield shattered like glass, ice shards scattering everywhere. Ian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, as he could distinctly feel the overwhelming impact surging through the ice shields, like a raging undertow approaching him. Yet he gritted his teeth, desperately maintaining the presence of the ice shields. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Just as the ice shields were about to shatter entirely, Joanne's figure surged forth like a red phantom. He shouted, his long sword cutting through the air with a fierce sword aura, striking fiercely at Veltz's spear. With a thunderous clash, the sword aura met the spear light. The tremendous force caused the air around the two to tremble, deep cracks appearing on the ground. Veltz was momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack, his arm going numb as he nearly lost his grip on the spear. Internally astonished, he realized Joanne's strength was terrifying. Even with all his might, he struggled to gain an advantage, and no more hesitating. He shouted hoarsely toward the rear of the battlefield, urging his allies to take down Joanne and the boy, or they would face trouble later. The allied knights, having united various factions, were not limited to just Veltz. Although each faction had its own agendas, they would not stand by and watch a knight of Veltz's caliber fall on the battlefield. Following Veltz's command, several figures indeed rushed toward Joanne and his son. "This is bad." Joanne's expression turned grave. He understood the urgency of the situation and knew he must act swiftly. In an instant, he plunged his longsword fiercely into the ground, unleashing a torrent of aura that erupted around him like surging lava. That unmatched aura radiated from the sword's core, swiftly expanding outward like ripples, forming a magnificent circular wave of energy. This wave obscured the sky, sending sand and stones flying, as if it sought to engulf everything in its vicinity. Veltz and the two knights charging forward were violently shaken by this sudden, forceful wave. Stumbling, they were forced to halt their advance, being pushed back several steps. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Joanne's aura erupted beneath him. Dashing forth like a red lightning bolt, he raced to Ian's side. Grasping him tightly like an iron claw, Joanne swiftly retreated toward the city of Winterhold, a cloud of dust rising behind them. However, the allied knights would not let them escape easily. Under Veltz's leadership, they pursued relentlessly like hungry wolves. They must not let them get away. Veltz, clutching his injured shoulder, roared hoarsely, his eyes ablaze with hatred. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his aura surging wildly within him, his speed undiminished as he swung his spear, shattering any obstacles in their path. As Joanne and Ian neared the city gates, the guards atop the walls became tense upon witnessing the scene. They quickly drew their bows, ready to support Joanne at any moment. Just then, a knight from the allied forces leaped high into the air, his weapon glinting with a cold light, aiming to strike down at Joanne's back. Sensing the danger behind him, Joanne swiftly sidestepped. The weapon grazed his clothing, creating a sharp sound as it passed, in a fluid motion. Joanne kicked out at the knight, channeling his powerful aura into the strike. The knight, not to be outdone, summoned his own aura, delivering a fierce punch to Joanne's torso. Boom! Both were knocked back several steps from the force of the blow. Joanne's chest heaved, but his face bore no trace of fear. Using the momentum, he darted past the battlefield with Ian and TOW. It was only when they entered the shadow of the Winterhold gates that Joanne's taut nerves finally began to relax. Chapter 53. Retreat. Joanne kicked aside debris next to the gate, urging Ian to enter first while he turned to face the relentless knights of the Allied forces. His long sword pointed diagonally to the ground, his aura circulating around him as he remained vigilant against any final assault from the enemy. Veltz, seeing Joanne entering the gates yet unwilling to relent, waved his spear, commanding his soldiers to attack. Charge! Break through the gates. We cannot let them escape. Though the Allied knights were hesitant, the threat posed by Joanne compelled them to join in the assault. The guards atop the walls readied their bows, the arrowheads gleaming ominously as they aimed at the advancing enemy. With a signal, a rain of arrows was unleashed, pouring down like a black tide upon the Allied knights. The knights hastily summoned their auras, forming barriers to shield against the deluge of arrows. Some knights nimbly maneuvered through the rain of arrows, attempting to evade the onslaught. Joanne ascended the walls, observing the enemies outside, deep in thought about their countermeasures. Although Winterhold's walls were sturdy, if the enemy persisted in their assault, the pressure on the defenders within would only increase. Ian stood beside Joanne, having just consumed a magical potion, his depleted magic slowly recovering. Veltz, witnessing the knights barely managing to withstand the rain of arrows, yet still seeing many soldiers fall, was consumed with rage. He hurled his spear at the walls, the purple-black aura enveloping it, striking the walls like a black cannonball. With a tremendous crash, a sizable dent appeared in the wall, bricks and stones flying. Nearby, guards were caught off guard and struck down, collapsing into pools of blood. Seeing this, Joanne swiftly drew his long sword, his aura exploding forth as he concentrated it into a massive red sword aura above the walls. With a fierce shout, he swung the sword aura toward Veltz. Veltz's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly summoned his aura, forming a defensive barrier before him. The sword aura collided with the barrier, producing a deafening sound, the tremendous force causing Veltz to stagger backward. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, a knight wielding a massive hammer charged toward the gates. He leaped high, the hammer descending with immense force toward the gates. With a resounding boom, the gates shook violently, the rivets rattling loose. Ian, Winterhold now relies on you for defense. Joanne's gaze sharpened. He sprang down from the walls. He moved swiftly to the knight with the hammer, his long sword slicing through the air toward the knight's back. The hammer-wielding knight sensed the impending danger, quickly turning to block with his weapon. The guards atop the walls, witnessing Joanne's valor, felt their spirits lift. They hastily seized stones and boiling oil to hurl down upon the foes below. However, Joanne soon found himself surrounded by several knights. Undaunted, he radiated a fierce aura, akin to flames that distorted the air around him. His long sword danced, creating a flurry of sword shadows that made it difficult for the knights to close in. The raging aura and formidable combat skills forced the surrounding soldiers to retreat. Fearful of being caught in the fray, one knight, seizing an opening in Joanne's sword strikes, swung his long knife down with a whistling sound. Joanne's gaze sharpened like lightning. He deftly sidestepped, countering with a thrust aimed at the knight's throat. The knight, startled, leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the fatal blow. That moment, a knight wielding a massive axe launched a surprise attack from Joanne's left side, the axe striking toward Joanne's midsection like a dragon emerging from a sea. Reacting swiftly, Joanne raised his sword to defend. With a resounding clash, sparks flew from the collision of metal. Joanne felt his arm go numb from the tremendous force, yet he pressed forward, roaring fiercely. His aura erupted once more, forming a powerful wave centered around his sword, forcing the surrounding knights to stagger back. Veltz wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with malice. Observing Joanne surrounded, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. Yet this was quickly overshadowed by a deeper hatred stirred by Joanne's display of strength. Ignoring his injuries, he began to gather his aura again, preparing to join the fray and slay Joanne in one fell swoop. Just as Velt was about to plunge into the melee, the urgent sound of a horn echoed from within the city. Following that, the gates of Winterhold creaked open, a squad of elite cavalry charged forth from the city. Leading the charge was Sheely, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear, exuding an imposing presence. Leading the cavalry like a torrent of black steel, they crashed into the battlefield. Kill! Sheely swung his spear, his aura exploding forth as he charged into the enemy lines like a war god, wreaking havoc. The armor worn by this cavalry was of the finest quality from the secret chamber of Black Feather City. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a menacing glow, each piece fitting tightly, ready to withstand enemy attacks. As the cavalry swung their spears, cold glimmers flashed, and wherever they went, allied soldiers cried out and fell. Sheely surged forth like a spearhead, effortlessly cleaving the allied forces asunder. The remaining cavalrymen, brandishing their lances, struck with such ferocity that the alliance troops were caught entirely off guard. The formation of the allied troops became a chaotic disarray. Even the knights besieging Joan were compelled to divert their attention to counter this unexpected onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Joan wielded his long sword with even greater vigor, pinpointing a chink in the armor of a knight and thrusting his blade, piercing directly through the man's shoulder. The knight let out a harrowing scream of agony, and his weapon clattered to the ground. Joan, capitalizing on the momentum, delivered a powerful kick to the knight's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the other knights felt a chill of trepidation, their offensive faltering. Wirtz observed the increasingly dire situation and was filled with reluctance. Yet he understood that persisting with a reckless assault would only exacerbate their losses. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Retreat!" Upon hearing the command, the soldiers of the Alliance began to fall back, retreating swiftly like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Joan gazed at the direction for which the enemy had retreated, his taut nerves finally easing, and his long sword gradually lowered. His body trembled slightly. The recent fierce battle had drained him of considerable stamina and energy. Chapter 54. Configuration begins. Although Viscount Joan had repelled the Allied forces, he himself bore significant wounds. Fortunately, Ian was at his side, helping him to his feet. Simultaneously, Ian retrieved a vitality potion from his dimensional pouch and administered it to Joan. As the potion slid down his throat, Joan's furrowed brow began to relax, and the pallor of his face gradually took on a hint of color. "Father, how are you?" Ian inquired, looking at Joan with concern. "I'm fine, merely fatigued. After consuming your potion, I feel much better," in the castle study. Joan reclined on the sofa, listening to Sheely's report. Despite having driven back the Allied forces, they had suffered considerable casualties, particularly among the cavalry, which had originally been intended as their trump card and was now exposed to "My Lord, how do you feel now?" Sheely asked, leaning slightly forward with genuine concern in his eyes after concluding his report. Joan waved his hand gently, displaying a weariness yet striving to maintain his composure to dispel the lingering sense of weakness. "Rest assured, Ian's potion is remarkably effective, with just one night of rest. I shall recover." He paused, scanning the room. "By the way, where is Ian?" "Good. Instruct him not to be disturbed." "Understood." At that moment, Ian was in the very chamber where he had previously concocted the vitality potion. The experimental apparatus, now appearing somewhat rudimentary to Ian, was hastily set aside. He opened his dimensional pouch, and a series of pristine, magically infused instruments began to emerge, landing upon the experimental table. Excitement and anticipation gleamed in Ian's eyes as his fingers delicately brushed over these new treasures. He picked up a crystal distillation flask, its surface etched with mysterious runes. Under the dim light, it shimmered with a lively glow, and upon gentle agitation, it appeared as though stars twinkled within, adjacent to him. The magical balance was precise and exquisite. With the slightest placement, it could detect even the most minute discrepancies in weight. This time, he aimed to concoct the spirit of Earth Potion. Should he succeed, Joan would harness its power to transcend his current limitations and break through to the legendary realm of Earth Knights. With formidable strength, the crisis of Winterhold would be swiftly resolved. However, he had only a single specimen of the primary material, dragon's soul grass, making the process of concoction exceptionally critical. Each step and every dosage must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Ian endeavored to calm himself. He first picked up a crystal dish inscribed with a gathering spirit array and carefully placed the dragon's soul grass within. His fingers trembled slightly, yet he remained resolute, as if performing a sacred ritual. Next, he grasped a magical dagger, its blade sharp and glimmering with a cold sheen, while the handle, adorned with gemstones, emanated faint magical vibrations. Ian steadied his breathing, slicing the dragon's soul grass with deliberate slowness, each cut precise and cautious, fearful that any misstep might ruin the precious material. As the blade penetrated, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. This aroma was distant and unique, imbued with a hint of mystery, as though it hailed from another enigmatic realm. Ian dared not lose focus. He meticulously placed the cut fragments of dragon soul grass into the crystal distillation flask. At that moment, the runes on the flask seemed to respond to the dragon soul grass, glowing ever more brilliantly. The starlight within danced joyfully, as if anticipating the wondrous reactions to come. Ian's gaze was fixed on the crystal distillation flask. Holding his breath, the fragments of dragon soul grass shimmered with newfound vitality under the interplay of runes and starlight. He knew that the subsequent steps were even more crucial. Any minor error could render all previous efforts futile. He seized a nearby magical dropper and extracted a few drops of an auxiliary material known as moondew essence from a glass vial that radiated a soft blue light. This moondew essence, harvested on nights of the full moon from the purest leaves in ancient forests, was the key catalyst for activating the power of the dragon soul grass. Ian's hands were steady as he precisely dripped the moondew essence into the distillation flask. Instantly, a faint humming resonated from within. The fragments of dragon soul grass swiftly absorbed the moondew essence, their original bluish hue deepening, and the runes blazed with fervor, as if a tempest brewed within the flask. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the world remained tumultuous. Within the allied camp, several knights were engaged in a heated argument. The foremost knight slammed his fist on the table, causing the goblets to rattle. After our last failed assault, which cost us so many troops, we cannot act rashly again. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. Another knight furrowed his brow in rebuttal. Joan is gravely wounded. Winterhold is in disarray. This is our opportune moment. Must we wait indefinitely? Wirtz, amidst them, bore simple bandaging on his shoulder, still seeping blood. Reflecting on his previous confrontation with Joan, he was filled with resentment that I too support a swift offensive, but let us not forget there is a sorcerer within Winterhold. Then we must first find a way to deal with this sorcerer, suggested a slender knight. Wirtz scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Easier said than done. That sorcerer is elusive, and their magic is unpredictable. However, I do have an idea. I have heard that the Horn family also possesses a sorcerer. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of confusion. The leading knight furrowed his brow and inquired, "The Horn family? They did not join this alliance. What concern is it of ours?" Wirtz's lips curled into a cunning smile. "What you may not know is that the Horn family holds a grudge against Viscount Joan. Years ago, Joan defeated the Horn family in a territorial dispute and seized one of their bountiful mines. This slight has festered within the Horn family, and a knight's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you suggesting we ally with the Horn family and have their sorcerer deal with Winterhold's sorcerer?" Wirtz nodded. "Precisely, we need only dispatch an envoy to the Horn family, promising them a share of Winterhold's wealth and lands post-victory. They will surely be swayed." The others nodded in agreement, finding the plan feasible. The leading knight promptly commanded, "Let us not delay. Select a capable envoy to proceed at once to the Horn family." Chapter 55. Success in breakthrough. The liquid within the distillation flask had transformed into a viscous dark green, with strange luminescent patterns flickering on the surface, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound reminiscent of an impending volcanic eruption. Beads of sweat dotted Ian's forehead, each drop cascading down his taut cheeks. Yes, they fell onto the experimental table. They evaporated instantly, leaving only faint water stains. His gaze remained fixed on the distillation flask, completely isolating himself from any external distractions, as the heat continued to be applied. The rumbling within the flask grew, increasingly deafening. The runic glow on the flask intensified, nearly overshadowing all ambient light, enveloping the entire laboratory in this eerie radiance. The strange light patterns crisscrossed across the flask's surface, resembling an invisible web. Ian understood that the moment had arrived. Every minute maneuver was pivotal to the success or failure of the potion. The liquid inside the distillation flask seemed to respond to the incantation, its previously chaotic turmoil gradually transforming into a harmonious state. The light patterns ceased their erratic movement, instead swirling rhythmically around the fragments of dragon soul grass. Seeing this, Ian's heart leaped with joy, realizing that his incantation had taken effect. But he inhaled deeply. Focusing intently, the rumbling within the flask gradually subsided. The liquid began to coalesce slowly, emanating a potent wave of energy. It's done. His eyes brimmed with tears, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, not from fear but from the release of pent-up tension and excitement. At that moment, he gazed at the spirit of Earth Potion before him, the culmination of his unwavering dedication, and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Ian cautiously lifted the distillation flask, the deep green elixir resembling a living gemstone. Quivering gently within the bottle, radiating a soft yet potent glow, he exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax as he surveyed the chaotic laboratory. The room lay in disarray from the earlier violent reactions, with remnants of magical fluctuations still lingering on the instruments. Ian gently placed the flask, containing the essence of the Earth Spirit, onto a specially designed stand. This stand, crafted from oak and inscribed with runes of stabilization, ensured that the potion's efficacy remained undisturbed by external influences. Just as Ian prepared to tidy the laboratory, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. As the door swung open, he caught sight of Siri, his expression fraught with urgency as he rushed toward him. Anxiety was etched across Siri's face. He had just returned from the front lines and had not dared to pause even for a moment. "Mr. Siri, what has happened?" Ian inquired eagerly, a hint of tension in his voice. "Young Master Ian, it's dire," Siri replied, his demeanor grave, his tone laced with urgency and concern. There seemed to be new developments on the Alliance side. The Sentinels have just reported frequent comings and goings in their camp, suggesting that they are preparing for something significant. Ian's countenance shifted to one of seriousness, a flicker of worry passing through his gaze before he quickly composed himself. "Stay calm, Mr. Siri. Let us immediately inform Father of this matter." The two hurried through the castle corridors, soon arriving at Joanne's chamber. At that moment, Joanne sat quietly at the edge of his bed, eyes lightly closed, seemingly in a meditative state, recuperating from the injuries sustained in the previous battle. Hearing the hurried footsteps of the two, Joanne slowly opened his eyes, regarding Ian and Siri with a gentle gaze. "Ian, Siri, what has transpired?" As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the distillation flask in Ian's hand, a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation flashing in his eyes. Ian swiftly approached Joanne, extending the flask before him, while detailing the information about the Alliance's movements that Siri had brought. Upon hearing this, Joanne's previously tranquil expression shifted to one of gravity. He furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. After a moment of contemplation, Joanne spoke slowly. "Ian, your potion has arrived at a most opportune time. However, the Alliance's sudden maneuvers may very well be a preemptive strike." He lifted his gaze toward the window, deep in thought. "Ian, to what extent can this potion enhance my strength?" 40%. Joanne's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his expression. This probability exceeded his expectations, with the Alliance on the brink of action. If he could leverage this potion to break through to the Earth Knight level, it would undoubtedly bolster the defenses of Winterfell significantly. "Well done, Ian." Joanne cast a proud glance at his son, his heart swelling with pride. He then turned to Siri, his expression serious as he instructed, "Siri, gather further intelligence on the Alliance. Ascertain precisely what they are preparing and any specific plans they may have." "Yes, my lord," Siri acknowledged, swiftly departing. As Siri left, Joanne took the Earth Spirit elixir from Ian's hands. He inhaled deeply and slowly removed the cork from the flask, a rich, fragrant essence wafting through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire potion in one swift motion. In an instant, an overwhelming power erupted within him. Joanne felt as though every vein in his body was igniting, akin to countless fiery dragons rampaging within. Joanne could not suppress a muffled groan of agony as his body began to tremble violently. Time passed slowly, Joanne's complexion growing increasingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his might to break through the barrier that constrained him. In this tense moment, the room was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, punctuated only by Joanne's labored breaths. Ian, too, was drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed intently upon his father. Unwilling to allow any distraction, he understood that his father was teetering on the brink of life and death. A single misstep could lead to failure, or worse, jeopardize his life entirely. Chapter 56. The Earth Knight. Joanne's body trembled as if caught in a tempest. Every muscle taut, veins bulging, each blood vessel threatening to burst. The fighting spirit surged violently within him, clashing with the potion's power. Entangled in a battle to break through the barrier obstructing his ascendance, Ian's fists clenched anxiously at his side, his palms slick with perspiration as he watched Joanne with unwavering focus, silently praying for his father's success. Although the Earth Knight was merely one tier above the knight rank, the seemingly insignificant difference was, in reality, akin to an insurmountable chasm, delineating entirely different realms of existence. Not to mention the immense leap in power. Once he successfully transitioned to an Earth Knight, Joanne would transcend the lifespan limitations of ordinary mortals, potentially living for up to 300 years. Joanne's body shook ever more violently, as if the ferocious power within him threatened to tear him apart. His teeth were clenched tightly. Mahi slightly raised his hand, causing the soldiers of Winterfell behind him to tense immediately. They gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed resolutely on Joanne. Awaiting his command, he issued his order. The archers atop the walls swiftly took their positions. With practiced precision, they strung their bows and released a volley of arrows that glimmered ominously in the sunlight, reminiscent of a swarm of bees poised to take flight. Fire! With Joanne's command, arrows rained down from the walls like a torrential downpour. The feathers whistled sharply as they sliced through the air, aimed directly at the ranks of the Alliance army. Upon witnessing this deluge of arrows, the soldiers of the Alliance raised their shields in a desperate attempt to fend off the assault. Yet, the force of the arrows was overwhelming. Many were struck, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. Seeing this, the commanders of the Alliance shouted loudly, "Do not panic. Prepare the catapults, and strike hard." Following their orders, the catapults of the Alliance began to operate. Huge stones were hurled high into the air, tracing arcs as they descended towards the walls of Winterfell. Boom! 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 The stones crashed against the walls with deafening roars, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. The soldiers atop the walls were jolted by the tremendous impact. Many nearly toppled over the edge. Chapter 57. The Massacre Within the Ranks of the Alliance. Vilts rode a black warhorse, coldly observing Joanne atop the wall. His eyes brimmed with hatred and resentment. The previous defeat had left him humiliated. This time, he vowed to make Joanne pay dearly. "Humph, Joanne, today shall be your demise." Vilts muttered under his breath, raising his spear and pointing at the wall. "All troops, advance!" At his command, the infantry of the Alliance surged forward towards the wall, shouting as they moved like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the cavalry stood ready in the rear, prepared to charge once the infantry breached the wall. Joanne watched the approaching Alliance forces with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, taking a deep breath. The crimson aura within him erupted instantaneously. He felt as though a colossal force surrounded him, causing the very air to tremble. "Warriors of Winterfell, for our homeland, for our loved ones, let us fight." Joanne's voice resonated through the heavens. Rallying the soldiers on the wall, they heard Joanne's call. A surge of fervor ignited within them. They brandished their weapons and launched a fierce counterattack against the advancing Alliance troops. The wall erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. blood splattering, as a fierce struggle commenced. Leading the charge among the Alliance's knights was one adorned in gold armor. Radiating dazzling golden energy, like the sun itself, he wielded a massive golden battle axe. Each swing accompanied by a gusting wind that sent arrows attempting to obstruct him crashing down. His eyes gleamed with arrogance and confidence, as if the gates of Winterfell were mere trifles before him. As Joanne observed the approaching knights, his murderous intent grew stronger. Yet he restrained his impulses, awaiting the moment when he could ensnare them all at once. His fists clenched tightly, the crimson energy within them flickering, as if ready to burst forth at any instant. Finally, as all the knights gathered beneath the gates, Joanne knew the time had come. He drew a deep breath and leaped from the wall, akin to a diving eagle, charging with the force of thunder towards the knights. Die. Joanne's roar echoed across the battlefield, his crimson energy swelling exponentially as a massive red vortex formed around him, causing the surrounding air to hum with intensity. The golden-armored knight was the first to react, his eyes widening in horror before swiftly being replaced by rage. He swung his golden axe to meet Joanne's onslaught, attempting to withstand the fierce blow. However, Joanne's strength far exceeded his expectations. When Joanne's fist collided with the golden axe, a deafening crack resounded. The powerful impact caused the axe to fracture, while the knight staggered back, his arm numbed to the point of nearly dropping his weapon. At the same time, a knight enveloped in azure energy seized the opportunity, swiftly wielding his blue longsword to stab at Joanne's side. Joanne's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he effortlessly evaded the lethal strike. Retaliating with a powerful punch that landed as the flames dancing upon the crimson spear collided with the pervasive chill of the surrounding air, producing a sizzling sound. Instantly, a veil of white mist enveloped the atmosphere. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Ian hurled the crimson spear towards the wizard apprentice. The spear sliced through the air with a fierce momentum and intense heat, soaring like a blazing meteor towards its target. Upon witnessing the fiery spear, the apprentice's complexion turned ashen. He understood the gravity of the impending blow and urgently manipulated 3 earthy yellow shields in a desperate attempt to thwart the spear's assault. The spear struck the shield with a thunderous impact, sending a deafening reverberation through the air. The overwhelming force caused the shields to tremble violently, and the apprentice's body swayed in tandem. Flames swiftly engulfed the spear, scorching the shield as the once vibrant earthy yellow glow of the shield began to dim under the fiery onslaught. A pained cry escaped the apprentice's lips, for he could feel the shield's defenses waning beneath the spear's relentless attack. The flames had begun to seep through, searing his skin. His hands turned crimson from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet despite the torment, the apprentice refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the remaining magic within him. Striving to reinforce the shield's defenses, simultaneously, he hastened his retreat, eager to distance himself from Ian's range of attack. Observing that the crimson spear, although inflicting damage upon the apprentice, had not halted his flight, Ian felt a surge of frustration. He summoned the magic within him once more, still attempting to flee. "Let us see just how far you can go," Ian bellowed. Suddenly, 2 chilling blue ice arrows materialized beside him, imbued with an icy aura. With a gentle wave of his hands, the arrows shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring. The ice arrows cleaved through the air with a sharp whistle, freezing the atmosphere in their wake, leaving trails of faint, icy mist. The apprentice felt a bone-chilling aura approaching from behind, sending a wave of terror coursing through him. He hurriedly concentrated his remaining magic upon the shield, striving to withstand the oncoming assault of the 2 ice arrows. They struck the shield with ghostly swiftness, accompanied by a piercing screech, as cracks rapidly spread across the shield's surface, indicating its impending collapse. The frigid force of the arrows penetrated the shield, slithering into the apprentice's body like frigid serpents. "Ugh!" he groaned, his body succumbing to involuntary tremors. The icy power wreaked havoc within him, slowing his movements. Nevertheless, driven by the primal instinct to survive, he persevered through the agony and continued his flight. I could see that moment. Joanne, having dealt with other foes, approached the scene, observing the battle between Ian and the apprentice. He felt a slight relief. with measured strides, each step emanating a formidable presence. The crimson aura of his fighting spirit surged around him, proclaiming his authority. No, no. I was merely swayed by the alliance. I had no choice. The apprentice shouted, desperation etched upon his face. Joan scoffed, his eyes devoid of compassion. Regardless of who influenced you, since you chose to partake in the assault on Winter City, you must bear the consequences. With a dismissive grunt, he waved his arm lightly, causing a surge of crimson energy to rise. The apprentice's battered shield finally succumbed under the weight of this assault. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered into countless earthy yellow fragments. Swirling through the air, the apprentice was knocked back by the sheer force, stumbling and nearly collapsing to the ground. Terror and despair painted his face, once pale from fear, now devoid of color, his lips quivering. "No, please don't kill me," he cried, his voice filled with dread and pleading. Joanne remained unmoved, his gaze icy as he advanced towards the apprentice. With each step, the ground seemed to quiver slightly beneath his presence. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified, resembling a roaring flame, casting him as a figure of war. Instinctively, the apprentice attempted to flee, but Joanne's fighting spirit surged forth like an invisible force, enveloping him. The apprentice shrieked as the energy struck him, launching him through the air. His body arced before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he realized multiple fractures marred his body, each movement sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. "Wait, spare me. I can exchange a secret. I know the way off this continent," he shouted hoarsely, hope flickering in his eyes. His body contorted in agony, sweat and dirt streaking his face, rendering him a pitiable sight. "Don't you wish to know where the formal level wizards have gone? Why there is no wizard-level presence on this continent? Spare me, and I shall reveal it." "Father, wait." Upon hearing the apprentice's words, Ian felt a stir within him and hastily interjected to halt Joanne. The mystery surrounding the whereabouts of the formal-level wizards and the absence of higher-tier wizards had long plagued him. Chapter 59. Return to the valley. Joanne paused at Ian's call, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Ian stepped forward, glancing at the apprentice, writhing in pain on the ground before turning to Joanne. "Father, the secret he speaks of is vital to me. You know, the whereabouts of those formal-level wizards has always been an enigma. If we can glean the truth from him, we might uncover the location of those wizards." Joanne furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. "Very well." Ian sighed in relief. Returning Joanne's nod, he turned to the apprentice, his gaze imbued with authority. You hear me? You now have a chance to live, but only if you divulge everything you know without reservation, should you dare to withhold or deceive. I assure you will live to regret it." A glimmer of hope ignited in the apprentice's eyes as he hastily replied, "I will speak the truth. I will not hide anything." Those formal-level wizards left this continent in pursuit of greater power and a broader world. They discovered a mysterious teleportation array, said to lead to a true continent. "And where is this teleportation array?" Ian pressed. I do not know its exact location," the apprentice stammered, sensing Ian's icy glare, "but I once came across ancient records that suggested the array lies hidden deep within the Sunset Forest. It is fraught with lethal traps and powerful guardian magical beasts, making its discovery no easy feat." In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in silence. The chaos in Winter City came to a close after Joanne's triumph over the Earth Knights. The families allied with the Alliance were uprooted by Joanne. After Winter City claimed the territories of these factions, it emerged as one of the largest towns near the Sunset Forest, within the dungeons of Winter City's castle. Ian observed the imprisoned apprentice before him, a glimmer of scrutiny flashing in his gaze as he approached slowly, causing the apprentice to instinctively shrink back. "In these days, you should have come to realize that honest cooperation will serve you better." Ian's voice resonated, deep and commanding. The apprentice licked his parched lips, fear and hesitation evident in his eyes. Ian narrowed his gaze, meticulously studying the apprentice's expressions, seeking any signs of deceit in his subtle demeanor. He circled the apprentice, his boots echoing crisply against the cold floor, the sound starkly clear in the silent chamber. "You would do well to contemplate this carefully. Do not squander my time." Ian halted, towering over the apprentice. Should you prove to be truly worthless, I shall not hesitate to discard an inconsequential being. The apprentice trembled more violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Young master, I truly have no secrets left. However, I possess some rumors about wizards that may be of assistance to you. Ian raised an eyebrow, interest flickering across his face as he crouched once more before the apprentice, fixating his gaze upon him. Speak, if it holds value. I might consider improving your conditions here, at the very least alleviating your suffering. The apprentice swallowed hard, suppressing his fear, and began, according to the information I've gathered, our continent is but a trivial corner of the wizarding world. Hence, those formal-level wizards have sought every means to depart. It is said that across the endless ocean lies a vast continent, the true realm of wizards. As Ian listened, he meticulously analyzed the veracity of the information within the apprentice's words. 3 hours later, having exhausted the apprentice's revelations, Ian departed, in the castle's laboratory. Ian sat beside the workbench, studying a parchment in hand. If this information proves accurate, the colossal magical array within the valley should indeed be the teleportation array leading away from this continent. It is no wonder that dragon soul grass can be found there. It must be the magical beasts left behind by those wizards to guard the array, yet, over the long passage of time, even the beasts succumb to age and death. Ian cross-referenced the information inscribed on the parchment with the data he had previously gathered, increasingly convinced of the significant suspicion surrounding the witch's array within the valley. Now that Joanne had broken through to the Earth Knight, no one would dare to invade Winterfell again. It was no longer necessary for him to remain there. Resolute in his decision, Ian began to prepare for his journey back to the valley. Are you leaving again? That night, Lunas lay blushing against Ian. Indeed, this time I have something of great importance to attend to. A hint of reluctance lingered in Ian's demeanor as his hand wandered over her form. Lunas rested against Ian's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Promise me you'll return safely, and no matter what difficulties arise, do not push yourself too hard. Ian gently kissed Lunas's forehead. That I promise you. The following morning, Ian rose slowly in the morning light, tenderly brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across Lunas's face, his heart heavy with reluctance. But I am a knight. How can your petite frame withstand such burdens? Upon exiting the room, he discovered Joan already awaiting him in the hall. Joan scrutinized Ian with a mixture of concern and expectation, nodding slightly. Ian, you must be cautious this time, that if you cannot find the teleportation array, do not lose heart. You are still young and have many opportunities ahead. Joan stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Ian's shoulder, his gaze filled with care. Ian nodded, a warm surge of affection swelling within him. Father, you need not worry. I shall take good care of myself. Up to tea that moment. A knight hurriedly entered the hall, kneeling on one knee. Why, Lord, young Master Ian, the horses and supplies are all prepared. Ian bowed to Joanne. Then I shall take my leave, Father. Joanne nodded slightly. Watching as Ian exited the hall, he then tugged on the reins, and the steed neighed, galloping towards the sunset forest. After several days of arduous travel, Ian finally arrived at the edge of the sunset forest. Within the valley, silence still reigned supreme. It felt as though this place was distant from the world beyond, having been away for so long. The traces Ian had left behind had long been swallowed by the wild grass. His strength had improved significantly since then, and he easily navigated several treacherous areas to reach this valley. The platform housing the teleportation array was once again buried beneath dust. As the dust was blown away, the lines of the magical array revealed themselves before Ian's eyes. Having gained a certain understanding of witchcraft, Ian no longer found these lines entirely foreign and perplexing. That he crouched down, his fingers delicately tracing the lines of the magical array, attempting to sense the magical fluctuations and patterns within. He retrieved his notes, which contained various knowledge of witchcraft arrays, and began to analyze the lines of the magical array. The arrangement of lines here bears some resemblance to that of the high-level teleportation array I observed in my notes. Yet it is not entirely identical, Ian murmured to himself. For the next few days, Ian became utterly engrossed in this enigmatic witch's array. It was now certain that this array possessed teleportation capabilities. Though the destination remained uncertain, only indicating a route leading to the far north. However, activating this array would require at least 2,000 magic stones. Ian gazed at the myriad of grooves on the magical array. A serious expression settling on his face. 2,000 magic stones were no trivial sum. Even at his wealthiest, gathering such a quantity would prove exceedingly challenging. It seemed he would need to devise a way to procure the magic stones. Chapter 60. Gathering magic stones a year later, in Grant City, within the estate. Deep within the estate, in a laboratory filled with an air of mystery, soft yet dim lighting flickered gently. Ian sat quietly on the cold floor, surrounded by a barely perceptible aura of magical energy. Time slipped away, and eventually his eyes slowly opened, a sharp and bright glimmer flashing within, akin to a brilliant star piercing through the darkness. With the opening of his eyes, the magical fluctuations surrounding him gradually subsided, signaling the conclusion of this long and focused meditation. After a year of training, his power had seen remarkable enhancement, and his mastery of magic had become more refined. Host, Ian Olson. Realm, Great Knight, Intermediate Apprentice. Strength, 7.9. Speed, 7.5. Constitution, 7.2. Spirit, 9.9. Crimson Flame Knight. Breathing Technique LV2, 402-1000. Crescent/LV3, 329-1200. Elemental Offering LV2, 521-1000. Potion Preparation LV2, 385-1000. Crimson Flame Spear LV2, 98-800. Ice Spirit Arrow LV2, 98-800. Elemental Grasp LV2, 7800. Witchcraft Array Studies LV1, 282-500. Thermal Ray LV2, 278-1000. Shadow Stealth LV2, 254-1000. Ice Flash LV2, 247-1000. Ice Shield LV2, 189-100. Firewall LV2, 178-100. Through this year of dedicated training, Ian's skills had seen substantial improvement. He had now advanced to the rank of Great Knight, with notable progress in strength and constitution. In terms of sorcery, although he had not yet broken through to the rank of high-level apprentice, Ian distinctly felt that he had reached the pinnacle of intermediate apprentice. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite his efforts and meditation, his spiritual power remained stuck at 9.9, unable to rise further. As for his overall strength, all his metrics had seen considerable enhancement. Aside from witchcraft array studies, all his skills had advanced to the second tier, and Crescent Slash had even reached the third tier. Although the skills had not increased in level, their potency had surged by nearly 50%. He stood up, stretching his body, his gaze falling upon a pile of magical materials in the corner of the laboratory. Over the past year, in his quest to gather the magic stones required for the witch's array, he had been preparing potions for sale. This should be the final batch of materials. Once completed, he would have the magic stones he sought. Approaching the workbench, he skillfully organized various vials and herbs. Through a year of potion preparation, he had accumulated rich experience, becoming well-versed in the properties and combinations of different materials. 3 hours later, Ian emerged from the laboratory, exhaustion etched on his face. The materials had transformed into various potions, quietly resting in his dimensional bag. Half an hour later, Ian leaned against a marble basin. The warm water flowed continuously over his body, washing away his fatigue. The rising steam enveloped the surroundings, rendering Ian's vision somewhat hazy. He gently closed his eyes, surrendering to this moment of relaxation. Splash! The sound of splashing water echoed as Lunas, wrapped in a slender bath towel and carrying a wooden tray, descended into the basin. "Young master, here are the freshly arrived wines and fruits. Please have a taste." Ian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lunas. He extended his hand to accept the wine glass from the tray, taking a gentle sip. The rich aroma of the wine spread through his mouth, bringing him a sense of delight. Under the insistence of Viscount Joanne, Ian had brought Lunas along to assist with his daily needs. As Ian savored the wine, Lunas glided to his side, beginning to massage him. Her hands were gentle yet firm, gradually easing the tension in Ian's shoulders and back. A comfortable sigh escaped him as his taut muscles relaxed. An hour later, Ian left the bath with a contented expression. The hall of the estate was constructed from red bricks, with two massive floor-to-ceiling windows flanking each side. In the center stood a long table, attended by servants and cooks in black formal attire, arranging large armchairs in their designated places. The long table was draped with a thick white cloth, while the male servants set out silver soup spoons, knives, forks, and other dining utensils. By the time Ian arrived, the table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes. At the center was a roasted lamb, surrounded by a medley of purple and red fruits. The combination of various delicacies released an enticing fragrance. Ian took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the abundant feast before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. For the past year, he had been tirelessly working to gather magic stones, rarely finding the time to enjoy a lavish dinner in such leisure. My lord, please dine. A servant approached respectfully. Ian nodded, picking up the knife and fork to cut a piece of roasted lamb, savoring it slowly. The tender, juicy lamb melted in his mouth, the delicate texture intermingling with the rich aroma of unique spices, creating a delightful symphony of flavors on his palate. Ian could not help but silently marvel at the exquisite taste of the meal. Soon, the table overflowing with gourmet dishes had been nearly devoured by Ian. He leaned back slightly, reclining comfortably against the soft chair. With a contented sigh, he released a breath of satisfaction, still lingering in the afterglow of his culinary indulgence. At the tea that moment, the estate's steward entered the hall in a hurried manner, his expression slightly anxious. My lord, you previously instructed me to sell this estate, and I have now found a buyer. They are quite earnest and willing to offer 450,000 gold coins. What do you say? The steward bowed slightly, his tone laced with caution. Sell it. Transfer the gold coins to Lunas AS for the servants in the household. If the buyer wishes to retain them, allow them to continue working here. If not, instruct them to receive an additional month's wages from Lunas before departing. That Ian's voice was calm and detached, devoid of any sentimentality. For him, the number of gold coins that this manor could fetch was of little consequence. Presently, he was on the verge of gathering the magical stones required to activate the witch's array. This estate had long since lost its significance for him, and thus he had no intention of lingering any longer. In contrast, he found himself ensnared at the bottleneck of a mid-level apprentice, unable to break through, which was the pressing matter that demanded his urgent attention. Chapter 61. Breaking through to advanced and teleportation 2 months later. In a valley, a delicate mist enveloped the area, adding an ethereal quality to this mysterious region. Ian gradually awoke from his slumber, his consciousness emerging from the haze of confusion. This method truly proved effective. Even without meditation, his mental prowess had seen a slight increase. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ian's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself. Since departing from Grant City, he had briefly sojourned in Winter City, where he bid a solemn farewell to Viscount Joan before resolutely stepping onto the land of this valley. Now he had painstakingly gathered the magical stones necessary to activate the teleportation array. However, he harbored a more cautious plan in his heart. Ian intended to wait until his strength ascended further before activating the teleportation array, in his quest to find a method to transcend the mid-level apprentice stage. He had expended considerable time poring over numerous invaluable texts. From these resources, he finally unearthed a reasonable explanation. This was an essential threshold one must cross to transition from a mid-level apprentice to an advanced apprentice. Meditation could neither facilitate improvement nor enhance his abilities. Rather, it could potentially stimulate his mental sea, presenting unforeseen risks. The optimal strategy was to frequently enter a state of deep sleep, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the increase in mental strength. Ian stepped out of the hastily erected makeshift shelter. The air outside was imbued with the valley's unique freshness and coolness, invigorating him. Gazing at the intricate lines and symbols of the teleportation array, Ian's eyes brimmed with anticipation and determination. He had now gathered the magical stones. His power was steadily ascending, and he was ever closer to unveiling the veil of that unknown world. At night, the stars twinkled like gemstones embedded in a black canvas, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. He closed his eyes and slowly reflected on the past, However, this time, just as his consciousness sank into darkness, he found himself in a dim, gray space. Countless points of light floated within this realm, drawn irresistibly into Ian's being by an unseen force. As the lights continued to merge with him, Ian became the greatest source of illumination in this space. In the next moment, heat and pain began to manifest. Ian felt as though he were engulfed in flames. These flames were not of a tangible nature, but rather a searing sensation emanating from the mental plane, as if his very soul were being repeatedly scorched in this fire. Ian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his hands unconsciously clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, leaving trails of blood. Ian could not help but emit a cry of agony, attempting to break free from this searing torment. Yet he discovered that he was utterly immobilized in this mysterious space, powerless against the relentless assault on his body and consciousness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he endured this suffering. Eventually, after an unknown duration, the pain began to dissipate. Ian opened his eyes, feeling as though he were enveloped in a warm and gentle force. Each cell within him greedily absorbed the elemental particles around. His awareness slowly sharpened, and he was astonished to realize that marvelous changes were occurring within his body. The latent potential that had previously lain dormant deep within him seemed to awaken one by one. His muscles grew firmer and more resilient, while his bones silently strengthened, emanating a robust sheen. His mental power, akin to a long-slumbering dragon, began to awaken, expanding and growing stronger. This was the realm of the Advanced Apprentice. Host, Ian Olson, Realm, Grand Knight, Advanced Apprentice, Power, 7.9, Speed, 7.5, Constitution, 7.2, Spirit, 10.1. Crimson Flame Knight, Breathing Technique LV2, 482-1000, Half Moon / LV3, 399-1200, Elemental Rite LV2, 591-1000, Potion Crafting LV2, 415-1000, Crimson Flame Spear LV2, 128-800, Ice Spirit Arrow LV2, 138-800, Elemental Grasp LV2, 110-800, Witch Array Studies LV1, 322-500, Thermomelt Ray LV2, 358-1000, Shadow Stealth LV2, 324-1000, Ice Flash LV2, 317-1000, Ice Shield LV2, 219-100, Firewall LV2, 258-100. A surge of uncontainable excitement and joy welled up within Ian. He could distinctly feel his transformation akin to a rebirth that he attempted to rise, only to find his movements astonishingly light, each extension of his limbs imbued with an unprecedented fluidity and strength. He concentrated, attempting to cast a simple spell, with a gentle wave of his hand. A blaze ignited fiercely in his palm. The edges of the flames danced like animated ribbons, exuding a heart-stirring heat. The air around warped under the intensity of the blaze, producing a sizzling sound. Ian manipulated the flames, which morphed in the air according to his times. It transformed into a firebird poised for flight, its wings stirring waves of heat. At other times, it coalesced into a sharp fire sword, its blade radiating a piercing light, as if capable of cleaving through all obstacles in existence. But a smile crept across Ian's face. This was the most direct manifestation of his enhanced power. He had not anticipated that upon becoming an advanced apprentice, his mastery of spells would improve so dramatically. Stepping out of the tent, the cool night breeze brushed against his face, refreshing him. Ian gazed up at the enigmatic teleportation array. At this moment, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. It was time to unveil the secrets behind the teleportation array and journey to the fabled continent of wizards. Ian took a deep breath and slowly approached the array. As he neared, the intricate lines and mysterious symbols shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Ian's heart raced with anticipation as he carefully placed the magical stones into their corresponding slots. As the stones settled into place, the array's glow intensified and the lines and symbols appeared to come alive, beginning to swirl and emanate powerful and enigmatic waves of magical energy. Ian could feel the air around him grow restless due to this surge of magic. The wind howled in his ears, sounding like the trumpet heralding the activation of the teleportation array. He steadied his mind, concentrating all his mental power, preparing to embrace the impending unknown journey. Suddenly, a colossal vortex erupted at the center of the array, an overwhelming force nearly unbalancing Ian. Gritting his teeth, he trudged forward, step by arduous step, towards the vortex. Just as his foot grazed the edge of the swirling maelstrom, a powerful force enveloped him. He felt as though the world spun wildly, his body tearing apart into countless fragments, only to be reassembled in an instant. Chapter 62. A strange land. Ian felt the world before him begin to whirl frantically. The boundaries of heaven and earth seemed to dissolve, everything becoming blurred and distorted. His body was subjected to the relentless assault of this force, as if caught in a high-speed meat grinder. Every inch of skin, every bone, every nerve endured unbearable agony, as if being shredded into countless tiny pieces, scattering into oblivion. In that endless darkness and suffering, time appeared to lose its meaning, each second stretching into eternity. Ian's consciousness struggled desp under the blood-red sunlight. A faint golden halo shimmered subtly. Its wings flapped with remarkable speed, producing a buzzing sound, darting towards Ian like a vibrant green lightning bolt. Ian was momentarily taken aback, yet his taut nerves did not ease in the slightest. In this realm filled with uncertainty and strangeness, even seemingly insignificant creatures could conceal immense peril. His gaze remained fixed on the avian creature, unwilling to show any signs of negligence in the blink of an eye. The creature was before Ian, its ruby-like eyes glinting with mischief. Suddenly, it made a sharp turn, its wings generating a powerful gust, directly aimed at Ian's face. Ian swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously invoking the elemental grasp, attempting to seize this agile bird. However, the creature's speed far exceeded his expectations, effortlessly evading his attack while emitting a shrill cry mid-air, as if mocking Ian's futile effort. Anger surged within Ian. He concentrated his mind, channeling his internal magical energy to cast Ice Spike. Countless tiny shards of ice erupted from his fingertips, forming a cascade of icy rain that enveloped the creature. Since advancing to a high apprentice, the power of his spells had grown exponentially compared to his time as a medium apprentice. Ice Spike had truly manifested as a wide-ranging assault. Observing this, the avian creature flapped its wings rapidly, creating afterimages in the air, skillfully dodging the icy projectiles like a tea that moment, as the creature adjusted its stance. Ian seized the opportunity to cast Firewall. That a massive wall of roaring flames erupted before him, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The creature, obstructed by the firewall, could only circle above, emitting a series of furious cries. Just then, Ian heard a deep growl echoing from afar. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, carrying an unsettling authority. Startled, he looked up to see a colossal figure slowly emerging at the foot of a distant black peak. It was a gigantic humanoid creature, approximately 10 meters tall, its surface ablaze with black flames. That IT moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching Ian's position in mere breaths. Its eyes, resembling curled snail antennas, burned with an even purer black flame, surveying the surroundings with a brutal and cold demeanor. This sensation, it was the power of a formal-level wizard. Ian's heart sank in terror. The oppressive aura of a formal-level wizard weighed upon him like a tangible force, rendering him nearly breathless, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He understood well that, with his current strength as a high apprentice, he stood no chance against a formal-level wizard. The black flames dancing upon the giant creature's body crackled ominously, as if proclaiming its might and inviolability. Its eyes, akin to snail antennas, locked onto Ian, the corners of its mouth curling into a cruel smile. "Outsider, you should not be here." The creature's voice was low and hoarse, as if it originated from the depths of hell, imbued with an undeniable authority. Ian fought to suppress his fear, his mind racing as he pondered a strategy. He knew he could not panic at this moment. Otherwise, it would lead only to his demise. "My lord, I merely arrived here by accident through a teleportation." Ian endeavored to keep his voice steady. Accident? The towering creature scrutinized Ian, or rather the teleportation circle at his feet. You have come from the wasteland? Wasteland? Ian's heart jolted, revealing a look of confusion on his face that he soon comprehended that this was likely the term used by the wizarding continent to refer to the land he hailed from. Yet he recognized that he could not linger on this point, so he quickly replied, "My lord, I inadvertently activated a mysterious teleportation array in my original continent, which brought me here." The colossal humanoid creature frowned slightly, the black flames on its surface flaring more vigorously. "The teleportation arrays in the wasteland are mostly damaged. Your arrival here through it is no mere coincidence." Its gaze was piercing, as if seeking to see through Ian. Ian silently lamented. He knew his words would be hard to believe. Chapter 63. Punishment, forget it. Since you come from the wasteland, a little cunning is not surprising. But boy, next time you lie in front of a formal level wizard, remember to guard your rapidly beating heart. Ha! 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 The towering creature's voice was low, tinged with mockery, as if ridiculing Ian's audacity. Its lips curled slightly, revealing a row of sharp fangs, the grin appearing particularly sinister under the blood-red sunlight. As it spoke, the giant's arm slowly lifted. The black flames surged wildly along its arm, resembling a throng of clawing fire serpents. The surrounding air trembled violently due to this overwhelming power, emitting a sizzling sound. In the next moment, it swung its arm with astonishing speed, leaving Ian no time to react. Whoosh! A powerful gust of air erupted instantaneously, akin to an invisible giant hand, sweeping up a ferocious whirlwind. Where the whirlwind passed, dark red soil was lifted high, forming towering columns of sand. Ian felt as if his body were a feather, effortlessly swept away by this formidable force. His hair whipped wildly in the wind, and his clothes fluttered ominously, as if they might shred at any moment. Ian was utterly powerless against this force, merely carried along towards the depths of the mountains. Ha! Ha! Consider this your punishment for lying to me. During the rapid flight, Ian felt the scenery racing past him. The towering black peaks loomed ever closer. The extreme wind pressure pressed upon him, exacerbating the injuries he had sustained during the teleportation. Crack! Crack! The debris within the whirlwind struck him like a barrage of bullets, each impact nearly sending him into unconsciousness. His body soon covered in bruises and wounds, blood flowing from his injuries and rapidly drying in the gale. Just as Ian felt he could no longer endure, suddenly, the force of the whirlwind seemed to weaken, but he forced his eyes open, now blinded by dust and sand, and discovered they had arrived in a valley. Steep black cliffs lined the sides of the valley, adorned with mysterious and eerie runes. Ian crashed heavily to the ground. Emitting a painful groan, he struggled to rise, but found his strength utterly drained. Unable to do anything but lie on the ground, gasping for breath, Mathis, come out to receive the guest. As Ian fell, a resonant voice erupted in the air. He strained to turn his neck, finally glimpsing the scene before him. A towering wizard tower, hundreds of meters high, dominated his view. The tower, drenched in crimson, radiated an even more sinister glow under the dual blood-red suns, as though it were constructed from countless pools of blood. At its pinnacle, wisps of faint black mist swirled, imparting a sense of mystery and danger. The tower was adorned with bizarre patterns, twisted lines, and eerie symbols interwoven throughout. Before the tower, a diminutive yet extraordinarily robust humanoid creature emerged. Moving with heavy steps, its skin bore a dark purple hue, riddled with bulging veins that resembled writhing earthworms. Curved horns adorned its head, emitting a chilling, ghostly light. Unlike the towering creature, it was not engulfed in flames, but rather shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, which exuded a faint scent of decay. "Oh, is that not Lord Elon? What brings you to the wizard tower today? And you've brought a little guest." The diminutive creature grinned widely, revealing a set of uneven black teeth, its eyes glinting with cunning. The being referred to as Elon snorted dismissively. "Enough chatter, Mathis. This boy has come from the wasteland, and I leave him in your care." Mathis rubbed his hands together, his gaze roaming over Ian as if appraising a piece of merchandise. "Oh, from the wasteland? How intriguing." Mathis' stubby fingers lifted, and Ian felt a tremendous fork the potion coursed down Ian's throat. An amalgamation of sour and astringent flavors exploding in his mouth, nearly provoking him to retch. Yet, Almost instantaneously, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. The once agonizing wounds began to tingle with a peculiar sensation, and the bruises and cuts visibly started to mend at an astonishing pace. Ian was taken aback, astonished by the seemingly bizarre potion's miraculous healing properties. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down. Who could fathom the intentions of Mattis? Don't look at me like that. While this potion may mend your wounds, it offers only temporary relief. Should you dare to play any tricks, you shall face dire consequences. Mattis grinned, revealing a set of blackened teeth, his eyes brimming with menace. Ian suppressed his revulsion and nodded. "Thank you, my lord, I understand." Mattis rose, clapping his hands together. "Follow me, do not even think about escaping. This tower is surrounded by magical barriers, and you shan't find a way out." Ian struggled to his feet and trailed behind Mattis into the tower. Inside, a faint mist hung in the air, and the lighting was dim. The ground was etched with intricate magical arrays, while the walls bore specimens of unknown creatures, exuding a nauseating odor. They proceeded along a narrow corridor, Ian observing his surroundings in hopes of discovering useful information. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling growl echoed from afar, filled with rage and anguish. What was that sound? Ian couldn't help but inquire. Mattis cast him a sidelong glance. "Do not ask what should remain unasked. Simply obey, and perhaps you may live a few more days." Chapter 64. Choices. Ian was uncertain how long they had traversed. The narrow passage appeared endless. Filled with confusion and unease, he could only endure in silence. After walking for a while, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Mattis quickened his pace, and Ian steeled himself to keep up at last. They encountered a fork in the path, where Mattis halted, scanning both directions before opting for the left. Ian noted that the runes of the magical arrays on the left wall appeared more intricate than those on the right. Emitting a soft glow as they delved deeper, the temperature rose, and a pungent odor filled the air. Ian's throat prickled uncomfortably, prompting him to cough softly. Just then, a massive stone door loomed before them. Mattis approached. Pressing his hand into a recess on the door, it slowly creaked open, a rush of cold air enveloping them. Upon entering, Ian discovered an expansive dissection chamber. The room reeked of potent potions mingled with a putrid stench, inducing nausea. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he looked up to see a massive stone table at the center, upon which lay a grotesque creature. Its limbs were restrained by peculiar metallic apparatuses, and its body was riddled with countless incisions, blood seeping continuously from the wounds. The walls were adorned with glass containers of varying sizes, each harboring organs and limbs, some still twitching as if alive. A row of dissection tools gleamed ominously under the dim light, emanating a chilling aura. In one corner stood an elderly man clad in a dark green wizard's robe, engrossed in manipulating various vials. Liquid of myriad colors bubbled and churned within their confines, producing eerie sounds. Upon hearing the doors creak, the old wizard turned. His bulging eyes. The interior of the Witch Tower is partitioned into several distinct areas, including a training zone, a task assignment zone, a resource exchange zone, and a residential area. Each zone possesses its own unique functions and purposes. Can I freely access the other areas? Ian's heart brimmed with curiosity, prompting him to voice his inquiry. A slight smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Mattis's mouth. That of course not. Each area is subject to specific access restrictions. Entry is not granted merely by your desire to enter. With your current privileges, you're only permitted to access the basic training zone and the task assignment zone. .as for the resource exchange zone. You may only redeem the most fundamental supplies. If you wish to enter higher tier zones, you must relentlessly enhance your abilities and accumulate a sufficient number of points. As they conversed, they unwittingly arrived at a spacious and well-lit hall. In the center stood a colossal magic array, shimmering with mysterious and enchanting light. Numerous figures busily traversed the area, creating a scene of bustling activity. Mattis led Ian directly to a counter, behind which sat a figure with skin as pale as parchment. His eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down one's spine. This lad wishes to join the Witch Tower. Please assist him with the necessary formalities. Mattis instructed the individual. The figure nodded silently, then produced a piece of coarse parchment and an exquisite quill, expressionless as he spoke. "Write your name on it, then let a drop of blood fall upon it." Ian hesitated for a moment, his heart racing with trepidation, but ultimately complied with the directive. As his blood dripped onto the parchment, it emitted a faint, gentle glow. Subsequently, mysterious and ancient symbols slowly emerged upon its surface. The essence of these inscriptions indicated Ian's voluntary enrollment in the Blood Flame Sacred Tower, wherein he pledged obedience to its mandates. In return, the Blood Flame Sacred Tower would provide corresponding training resources. And upon reaching the formal level, Ian could apply for a resource allocation from the tower at a price. However, he would be required to serve the tower unconditionally for 200 years following his ascension. Very well, the contract is established. From this moment forth, you are officially a member of the tower. Here is your identity token. Ensure you safeguard it well, as it is crucial for your passage and resource exchanges within the Witch Tower. The figure stated, handing Ian a black token. Ian accepted the token, scrutinizing it closely. Intricate and mysterious runes adorned its surface, subtly radiating a unique aura. Thereafter, Mattis escorted Ian to the residential area. "This will be your abode from now on. Take good care of it. Peruse this manual at your leisure. If you have any questions, do not come to me. Someone will deliver the basic training supplies shortly," Mattis remarked before turning to leave. As Ian observed Mattis's retreating figure, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Will I have the opportunity to learn more advanced sorcery within the Witch Tower? With your current level of power, it would be wise to first solidify your grasp of the fundamental sorcery," came the retort from Mattis. Ian, at a loss for words, shook his head and stepped into his room. The furnishings within were starkly simple, comprising merely a bed, a writing desk, and a wardrobe. Upon the desk lay a thick manual. Ian speculated that this must be the basic rules manual of the Witch Tower that Mattis had mentioned earlier. Gently closing the door behind him, he approached the desk. His gaze falling upon the hefty tome, he slowly seated himself and opened the manual, the introduction to the Blood Flame Sacred Tower immediately catching his eye. Established by a formidable 5th-tier sorcerer, the Blood Flame Sacred Tower has existed for an astonishing 13,000 years. A tumult of emotions surged within Ian. A 5th-tier sorcerer. His lips quivered slightly as he unconsciously murmured this awe-inspiring title. Within the confines of his limited understanding, the might of a 5th-tier sorcerer transcended the very limits of his imagination. The ability to create such a vast institution, enduring for 13 millennia, spoke volumes of the sorcerer's unparalleled power and wisdom. Eagerly, he continued to peruse the pages, yearning to uncover more about this illustrious sorcerer's exploits. However, the manual contained scant references to the 5th-tier sorcerer, merely noting that after founding the tower, he gradually receded from the public eye. His whereabouts, unknown, a wave of regret washed over Ian. Yet he could only set aside his curiosity for the moment and begin studying the Witch Tower's fundamental rules in earnest. The manual detailed the tower's operations meticulously, deepening Ian's understanding of this establishment. The location he inhabited was merely a corner of the Sorcerer's Continent, adjacent to the Endless Ocean. Besides the Blood Flame Sacred Tower, there existed other formidable factions within this region. Some allied with the tower while others stood in opposition, weaving a complex web of relationships. The manual also included a wealth of information about the sorceress world. Ian immersed himself in the manual's contents, discovering that the sorceress realm was rigidly hierarchical, with distinctly different statuses and powers assigned to sorcerers of varying levels. According to their affiliations, sorcerers were classified into white sorcerers and black sorcerers, with neutral sorcerers occupying a precarious middle ground. White sorcerers, steadfast guardians of light and justice, adhered to noble principles, congregating to explore the essence of sorcery. Conversely, black sorcerers embodied a stark contrast, valuing power above all. In their relentless pursuit of greater strength, they did not hesitate to sacrifice innocent lives for their cruel and malevolent experiments. As for the neutral sorcerers, they navigated the fine line between good and evil, maintaining a delicate and elusive neutrality. Their actions were driven solely by self-interest and personal quests, seldom entangled in the conflicts between white and black sorcerers. However, should sufficiently enticing opportunities arise, they would not hesitate to unveil their hidden strengths. The Bloodflame Sacred Tower was indeed a bastion of neutral sorcerer influence. In truth, Ian was quite fortunate, were it not for the recent provocations by certain sorcerers within the tower that attracted the attention of the white sorcerers. He might have found himself as a mere test subject on an experimental table. Chapter 66. Slave from another realm, a month slipped away like a fleeting shadow, clad in a crisp, mystically glowing standard sorcerer's robe. Ian sat attentively in the spacious lecture hall, a tea that moment. The air was infused with a faint elemental essence, and gentle light emanated from the magical crystals embedded in the walls. Casting a fantastical hue across the space, on the podium stood a middle-aged sorcerer in a flowing black robe, his garments billowing softly in the breeze, exuding an air of mystery and authority. His gaze was deep and focused, holding an ancient tome as he elucidated the fundamentals and principles of fire element manipulation. This course was one of the few benefits Ian had received since joining the Bloodflame Tower. Every 3 days, a formal-level sorcerer would come to impart knowledge. These sorcerers possessed considerable expertise and experience in the realm of magic, although the subjects covered might be relatively basic for higher-tier sorcerers. They were invaluable opportunities for novice and intermediate apprentices to solidify their foundations. Despite the elementary nature of the teachings, the absence of any fees in magic stones or points rendered these classes a timely boon for many apprentices struggling to afford the costly tuition. Thus, the lecture hall was invariably packed with eager learners, Ian included. Although Ian had successfully advanced to the rank of High Apprentice, most of his knowledge stemmed from the insights gleaned from that mysterious crystal ball. Even though he had consciously sought various avenues to gather knowledge later on, he could not compare to the systematic and in-depth explanations provided by a formal-level sorcerer. I could see this moment. He gazed at the middle-aged sorcerer on the podium, his eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for knowledge. His feather quill danced swiftly across the pristine parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound as he diligently recorded every crucial point, fearful of missing any vital information. Time elapsed unnoticed, and 2 hours swiftly passed. The middle-aged sorcerer seemed wholly absorbed in his lecture, continuing unabated, his focus entrenched in the realm of magical knowledge, indifferent to whether the audience comprehended his words. Upon reflection, this was understandable. Every sorcerer's time is exceedingly precious. Investing time and energy to explain what some might deem trivial foundational concepts, especially without any monetary compensation, was a rare act of generosity from these formal-level sorcerers, naturally rendering their approach more casual. Soon, the bell signaling the end of the lecture rang out. Almost simultaneously with the tolling, the middle-aged sorcerer began to chant incantations, his form shifting and vanishing like a wraith, leaving only a faint trace of magical energy lingering in the air. Utterly unconcerned with the mixed expressions of regret and yearning among the apprentices below, Ian gently closed the parchment filled with notes, carefully tucking it into his robes. Sigh. Wizard Oki spoke too rapidly. I barely grasped the latter portion of the content. Be grateful. Such public lectures are a privilege in themselves. If you wish for a sorcerer to instruct you earnestly, you must be prepared to spend magic stones to attend private lessons. Ian, overhearing the conversation between 2 nearby apprentices, felt a twinge of helplessness. He has long desired to attend private lessons, yet the exorbitant costs of magic stones are simply beyond his current means. After all the magic stones he had previously accumulated have been expended on the teleportation circle. In the Wizard Tower, aspiring to enhance one's power necessitates the use of magic stones in many aspects. Whether it be purchasing magical materials, borrowing advanced spell books, or utilizing specialized training grounds, all of which rely heavily on the support of magic stones, it appears I must revert to the old path of selling potions. During these past few days, Ian has maintained a low profile, fearing that his identity as a denizen of the wasteland might bring about unnecessary troubles. However, a month has passed without any unusual occurrences, prompting him to make this decision. The trading area of the Bloodflame Tower is located on the 3rd floor of the Wizard Tower. Upon stepping into the trading zone, he was momentarily taken aback by the vibrant scene before him. The trading area was even more bustling and prosperous than he had imagined. The spacious hall was teeming with people. Various stalls were densely arranged, each brimming with an array of magical items. There were magical crystals radiating strange glows, ancient scrolls inscribed with mysterious runes, and an assortment of unidentified potions in myriad bottles and jars. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of scents from the magical items, some pungent, some fragrant, and others tinged with a subtle sweetness. The vendors here were primarily apprentice wizards, and few called out to attract customers. Compared to the trading points Ian had visited previously, this place exuded a sense of tranquility and discretion. This was Ian's first foray into the trading area, and he was not in a rush to make any purchases. Although it remained on the periphery of the wizarding continent, the abundance of resources and rare items opened his eyes to new possibilities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that over 70 or 80% of the items displayed at the stalls were things he had never encountered before. As Ian ventured deeper into the trading area, he noticed a cluster of apprentices gathered around a particular stall not far ahead, their hushed whispers and gasps of amazement reaching his ears. Driven by a powerful curiosity, Ian found himself irresistibly drawn toward that stall. Upon approaching, he discovered that it was a stand dedicated to the sale of slaves. However, these were not slaves in the conventional sense. Within a cage constructed of sturdy metal, a group of peculiar humanoid beings from foreign lands were held captive. Their appearances were strikingly different from the humans Ian was accustomed to. They exuded an aura that was both mysterious and unfamiliar, hailing from a distant and unknown realm. These otherworldly beings, resembling elves, averaged around 1.60 meters in height. Regardless of gender, they possessed stunningly beautiful features, radiating an ethereal charm. Their skin was as white as snow, smooth as mutton fat jade, and shone with a soft and warm luster, as if mere contact would leave an imprint. Their long, pointed ears were elegantly shaped, more exquisite than those of humans, with the tips faintly tinged with a blush, as though kissed by the twilight's glow. Even by human aesthetic standards, the beauty and grace of these otherworldly beings were exceptional, leaving an indelible impression. They were breathtakingly beautiful, akin to elves emerging from a dream, both mysterious and enchanting. The stall owner, a high-ranking apprentice, was enthusiastically introducing the beings within the cage. These creatures were known as green elves, a native species from the verdant world, discovered and conquered by the wizarding world 300 years ago. The green elves were naturally gentle, exhibiting an innate affinity for all types of plants. They could not only communicate with flora, but could also utilize the power of plants to cast unique spells. The stall owner spoke animatedly, his eyes gleaming with greed. The surrounding apprentices listened intently, their expressions revealing interest as they began to murmur among themselves. One young apprentice stroked his chin, pondering aloud, "But surely the price won't be cheap. I'm afraid we might not be able to afford it." Another apprentice frowned, his expression laden with concern. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's face broke into a smug smile. The price, naturally, is not low, but as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The value of these green elves absolutely justifies the price I am asking. A female green elf was priced at 700 magic stones, while a male green elf was set at 600 magic stones. The apprentices gasped in astonishment at these figures. For them, it was not a trivial sum. However, some apprentices were still eager to pool their resources to make a purchase, albeit hesitantly. Friends, to transport these green elves through the interdimensional teleportation array to the wizarding world. Along with the acquisition costs, this price is indeed reasonable. Just imagine, after tedious experiments, having a green elf to tidy up your laboratory and assist with various needs, as the high-ranking apprentice continued to pitch his wares. The discussion among the apprentices grew increasingly animated. Some gazed with hopeful anticipation, while others remained indecisive, weighing whether such an investment was worthwhile. Soon, 2 female high-ranking apprentices made the decision to buy 2 male green elves. The remaining apprentices, inspired by their enthusiasm, also began to make purchases, with several young male apprentices acquiring female green elves. The atmosphere around the stall became vibrant and boisterous as transactions continued. The stall owner watched with delight as the cages gradually emptied, secretly calculating his profits. However, Ian merely paused to observe for a moment before turning to leave. These so-called green elves possessed little strength, and most comparable to ordinary night attendants. It could be said that aside from their striking appearances and the novelty of being otherworldly beings, Their actual value was negligible, and Ian would certainly not squander his magic stones on such creatures. Although the space here was vast, Ian strolled through the area and soon completed a circuit. After perusing the apprentice's stalls, he arrived at several more respectable shops at the center. "Welcome. This is the Green All Things shop. How may I assist you?" Upon entering, he was greeted by a few uniformed female attendants. "I have a batch of potions I wish to sell. I wonder if you would be interested?" "Of course. Please follow me, and I will take you to assess the value of your potions." 2 hours later, Ian emerged from the Green All Things shop with a bitter expression. The Blood Flame Tower truly lived up to its reputation as a power established by fifth-tier wizards. The Green All Things shop was merely one of its inconspicuous establishments and should not be underestimated. Most of the potions Ian presented were appraised as basic potions, which were valued quite low within the tower. The only potion of worth he possessed was the Burning Magic Potion, yet its price was considerably lower than in Grant City. Ian shook his head in frustration. He had originally hoped to make a fortune selling potions to alleviate his magic stone shortage. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Nevertheless, he understood that the wizarding civilization of the Blood Flame Tower far surpassed that of the Wasteland, and basic potions were naturally not in high demand here. Significantly diminishing their value did it seemed he needed to quickly master the crafting of several advanced potions. Otherwise, his progress in strengthening his abilities would be hindered. Behind the Green All Things shop was a formal wizard of the Blood Flame Tower, and the items sold within were not of ordinary quality. Although Ian was in urgent need of magic stones, he still managed to purchase 3 advanced potion recipes along with the required materials, nearly putting him on the brink of bankruptcy. Having acquired the necessary items, Ian continued to wander through the trading area for a few more rounds, losing interest in lingering any longer. In his room, the magical lamp on the ceiling illuminated the entire space brilliantly. He carefully placed the advanced potion recipes and materials on the table, his gaze betraying a glimmer of determination and anticipation. The sheets of recipe paper emitted a faint ethereal glow, inscribed with ancient runes detailing the methods of potion crafting. Ian gently opened one of the pages and began to meticulously study it, attempting to imprint the intricate knowledge into his mind. The 3 potions were the Spirit of Healing, Surge of Magic, and Awakening Potion. The Spirit of Healing could swiftly restore bodily injuries, while the Surge of Magic was an advanced version of the Burning Potion, capable of temporarily enhancing one's powered AS. For the Awakening Potion, it was an upgraded version of the Mana Potion, allowing for rapid restoration of magical energy. All 3 potions were suitable for high-ranking apprentices. They were always in high demand in the trading area, yet their crafting difficulty was exceedingly high, keeping prices steep. This was also the reason why the potions Ian possessed were deemed of low value. His potions were only suitable for beginner and intermediate apprentices, with relatively low crafting difficulty. Each potion shop could readily meet market demands with their in-house potion makers, thus they would not seek to procure from external sources. Gently closing the sheet that detailed the crafting methods for advanced potions, Ian rubbed his slightly fatigued eyes and rose to the window. Outside, the nightscape of the Blood Flame Tower appeared exceptionally resplendent under the illumination of various magical lights. Yet Ian had no heart to appreciate it. His thoughts were consumed by the challenge of enhancing his potion crafting proficiency. Potion crafting LV2 615-1000. Ian gazed at the panel displaying his potion crafting proficiency. He required a full 400 more points to reach the 3rd tier. Currently, his success rate for crafting potions stood at around 70% for familiar recipes, while unfamiliar ones only had a 30 to 40% success rate. However, the prices of these potion materials were quite steep, coupled with the fact that the value of his potions had significantly depreciated, making it impossible for him to spend lavishly. First, he needed to elevate his potion crafting proficiency to the 3rd tier before attempting to craft advanced potions. Chapter 68. Crafting Advanced Potions 2 months later. The public library was permeated with an air of antiquity and mystery. Surrounding the room, shelves brimmed with an exquisite array of magical tomes, their slightly yellowed pages emanating a faint glow under the gentle illumination of enchanted lights. In a quiet corner, Ian sat at a desk, cradling a book titled The Model of Changes and Patterns in Potion Brewing. For the past 2 months, he had devoted himself entirely to enhancing his potion-making proficiency. Beyond the confines of his room, where he tirelessly experimented with various concoctions, he occasionally attended public lectures that piqued his interest, eagerly absorbing new knowledge. The remainder of his time was spent in the library, indulging in moments of relaxation. The library of the Bloodfire Sanctum truly lived up to its reputation as a repository for high-ranking sorcerers, boasting not only a diverse collection of texts, but also many that contained profound magical knowledge and practical techniques. Ian read voraciously, continuously elevating his understanding. Gently closing the book, he rubbed his slightly fatigued eyes, yet his thoughts lingered in the intricate theories of potions he had just explored. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze inadvertently swept across the tranquil library, where the only sounds were the occasional rustle of pages and soft footsteps. Potion Brewing LV2, 997-1000. After 2 months, achieving such a level of proficiency in potion making filled Ian with immense satisfaction. Having absorbed a wealth of potion knowledge, he resolved to begin experimenting with advanced potions today. Upon returning to his room, Ian swiftly organized his desk, neatly arranging the materials he had procured for crafting high-level potions. The softly glowing vials and jars, along with the fragrant roots and herbs, seemed to eagerly await the infusion of his magic. Taking a deep breath, he ignited a magical flame, carefully positioning the cauldron above the fire. The first potion he attempted to brew was a burning elixir. 3 hours later, with the completion of yet another vial of the elixir, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Potion brewing level up. Current level, LV3. Upon hearing that crisp notification, a radiant smile blossomed on Ian's face. After 2 months of relentless effort, he had finally succeeded in reaching the 3rd tier of potion brewing. Gazing at the display of Potion Brewing LV3, 12500, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, as well as heightened anticipation for what lay ahead. Carefully, he placed the freshly crafted burning elixir into a specially designed test tube. Ian tenderly caressed the tube, the liquid within shimmering with a warm glow under the magical light. With his newfound 3rd-tier potion brewing ability, he felt more confident in crafting advanced potions. With this level of proficiency, he mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. I should have a greater assurance in my endeavors. After a brief respite to collect himself, he prepared to attempt the crafting of the advanced potion, Spirit of Healing, for which he had previously acquired the formula. Ian meticulously reviewed the required materials once more, ensuring that each ingredient's quality and quantity were precise. 1 by 1, he placed the ingredients into the cauldron, each motion akin to a carefully sculpted masterpiece, fluid and precise. As the materials were added, the liquid within the cauldron began to undergo marvelous transformations, radiating a series of gentle glows. Threads of magic weaved through the stirring rod, initiating reactions among the diverse ingredients. Ian understood the gravity of the moment. Thus, he remained utterly focused, unwilling to allow even the slightest distraction. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his gaze remained fixated on the liquid within the cauldron, his hands trembling slightly as he controlled the output of his magic. From its initial soft glow, the liquid morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly brimming with boundless, mysterious power. Just as Ian believed everything was proceeding smoothly, a sudden disturbance in his magical flow emerged. Not good. Ian thought frantically. He intensified his magical output, striving to stabilize the erratic fluctuations and guide the potion's reaction back on course. Yet his efforts appeared to be in vain. The liquid within the cauldron began to bubble violently, emitting a series of piercing sounds, threatening to explode at any moment. Boom! The liquid erupted with a resounding blast, followed by a cloud of black smoke that carried a noxious stench. Defeated, Ian suppressed his disappointment, furrowing his brow as he cleaned the remnants from the cauldron. The acrid odor compelled him to cover his mouth and nose, yet his eyes reflected unwavering resolve, brimming with determination. He recognized that failure is an essential stepping stone on the path to success, especially in the challenging arena of advanced potion brewing. That it seemed he had yet to master the precise control of his magical fluctuations. He vividly recalled how that single errant disturbance had arisen without warning, like ripples suddenly disturbing a tranquil lake, swiftly disrupting the entire potion brewing process. Carefully, Ian re-examined the remaining materials, ensuring they had not suffered significant damage from the recent explosion. Fortunately, most of the ingredients remained usable, which brought him a sigh of relief. He resolved to try again, this time paying even closer attention to every nuance of magical fluctuations, meticulously controlling the intensity and frequency of his input. Ian's hands gripped the stirring rod firmly. His gaze locked onto the cauldron, as if it held all his hopes. As the magic was gradually infused, the materials within the cauldron began to melt, and the liquid once again emanated a soft glow. Time slipped away, and Ian's forehead glistened with perspiration. His back soaked through, yet he remained oblivious. He immersed himself entirely in the potion-making process, the outside world fading into oblivion. The liquid in the cauldron suddenly emitted a soft chime, and a brilliant, gentle light shot upward. Ian's heart leaped with joy. He understood this was a sign of success. The spirit of healing potion was likely complete. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully removed the cauldron from the magical flames, allowing the potion to cool gradually in the air. Once cooled, Ian gently lifted the cauldron and poured the softly glowing liquid into the test tube. The liquid resembled a crystalline spring, gently rippling within the container. Its delightful fragrance stood in stark contrast to the previous foul stench of failure. "I've finally succeeded," Ian murmured to himself, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. Chapter 69, Advanced Knowledge. Having achieved success for the first time, Ian now faced the ongoing journey of honing his skills and accumulating experience. 10 days later, he completed the first batch of advanced potions he had crafted. Ian gazed at the neatly arranged dozen vials on his desk, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Each vial encapsulated the dedication and effort he had poured into the past 10 days. With the assistance of his third-tier potion brewing, his success rate had reached an astonishing 60%. Out of 30 ingredients, he had successfully produced 19 potions. Gently, he picked up a vial of spirit of healing. Bathed in sunlight, the potion radiated a gentle glow, seemingly imbued with endless vitality. That day, he sold all the potions in the trading area. With the magic stones he garnered, Ian finally felt a sense of relief. This also meant he now had a steady source for acquiring magic stones. Most importantly, he could finally pursue the advanced knowledge that had long captivated him. The Sanctum only offered free instruction on basic content. All advanced knowledge required apprentices to spend magic stones to learn from formal-level sorcerers. According to the Sanctum's regulations, every sorcerer was tasked with teaching 2 to 3 courses on advanced knowledge. After all, having more apprentices held little significance for the Sanctum. Ian's contract clearly indicated that the Sanctum valued the 200 years of service time post-advancement to formal level. They restricted formal-level sorcerers from harming apprentices, mandated public classes, established trading areas, and even required sorcerers to impart advanced knowledge for this very reason. With 1,300 magic stones in hand, Ian stepped lightly into the public hall on the first floor of the Sorcerer's Tower. The hall was bathed in light streaming through towering arched magical crystal windows, casting dappled shadows upon the ground that wove fantastical patterns. The walls were adorned with softly glowing magical runes. Still shimmering with elemental light after countless years, the hall buzzed with activity. Apprentices donned in various styles of robes bustling about, their expressions ranging from excitement to confusion. Ian's gaze swept through the crowd, spotting groups of apprentices gathered around display tables, curiously examining showcased magical artifacts and precious materials. Some huddled together, murmuring about rumors and insights regarding advanced knowledge. But he made his way directly to the information screen on one side of the hall, where an abundance of information was displayed. The screen flickered with magical runes, listing detailed information on various advanced knowledge courses. The course titles, such as Fundamentals of Spatial Magic Construction and Application, Mysteries of Soul Power, and Precise Control and Practical Techniques of Advanced Spells, exuded an aura of mystery and allure, making Ian itch with anticipation. The Secrets of Elemental Balance in Advanced Potion Brewing, taught by mentor Alicia. Costs 600 magic stones. Ian murmured to himself, his eyes darting through the many courses in search of those related to potionology. His gaze suddenly fixed upon a course titled The Secrets of Elemental Balance in Advanced Potion Brewing. The instructor was a highly regarded figure in the field of potionology, and the fee was 600 magic stones. This course appeared invaluable. If he could assimilate the knowledge contained within, it might lead to a qualitative leap in his potion-making abilities. The advanced application of fire element and elemental characteristics in higher sorcery, taught by Wizard Osiris, fee 500 magic stones. The application and practice of advanced alchemy, taught by Sorceress Freya, fee 800 magic stones. As Ian gazed at the flickering information of various advanced knowledge on the luminous screen, he felt a surge of excitement. Ultimately, he chose the courses The Secrets of Elemental Balance in Advanced Potion Brewing and the Advanced Application of Fire Element and Elemental Characteristics in Higher Sorcery. To one side of the luminous screen stood two imposing mechanical metal puppets, exuding an enigmatic aura that fused technology and magic. Ian's gaze lingered for a few more seconds on the information regarding the Advanced Alchemy course. In a few days, once my magic stones are sufficient, I will certainly enroll in alchemy as well. The puppets gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster, reflecting strange glimmers under the hall's magical lights. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, flickering like ghostly flames, emanating an indescribable eeriness that piqued one's curiosity about the peculiar materials and magical techniques that brought forth such entities. I wish to enroll in the Secrets of Elemental Balance in Advanced Potion Brewing and the Advanced Application of Fire Element and Elemental Characteristics in Higher Sorcery. Ian spoke his intention directly and without hesitation. The puppet's eyes flashed rapidly, as if engaged in a complex computation and verification process. Following this, a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice emanated from the puppet's chest. Please pay the corresponding magic stones and present your identity token. Ian nodded slightly, skillfully retrieving 1,100 magic stones from the dimensional pouch hanging at his waist. The metal puppet slowly extended its two mechanically designed metallic arms to the end of its arms. A flat metallic tray unfolded, seemingly waiting for Ian's magic stones. Ian carefully placed the stones onto the tray, and the moment the magic stones made contact with the metallic surface, a clear and melodious clink resonated. Subsequently, a faint magical fluctuation passed through the puppet's other arm, projecting a small sorceress array. The runes on the array shimmered, revealing a conspicuous blank space in the center. Ian took out his identity token from the dimensional pouch once more. The token emitted a faint magical glow, symbolizing his identity within the sacred tower. He placed the token in the center of the sorceress array, causing the runes to radiate brilliantly as they began to scan and verify the token. Meanwhile, the metal puppet's eyes continued to flicker, seemingly conducting a secondary verification of the information Ian submitted. Chapter 70. Alchemy. As Ian exited the public hall, he felt an extraordinary sense of elation, as if his very footsteps had become lighter. Anticipating the two courses he was about to embark upon filled him with excitement, albeit accompanied by a hint of nervousness. There were still 2 days until the commencement of the course, The Advanced Application of Fire Element and Elemental Characteristics in Higher Sorcery. Within the library of the Sacred Tower, Ian had also become a frequent visitor. He cradled a tome detailing the mysteries of the fire element, gradually immersing himself in its contents. 2 days swiftly passed, and with a heart brimming with anticipation, Ian arrived at the Elemental Magic Classroom on the 5th floor of the tower. The corridor on the 5th floor was suffused with a faintly scorching aura, as if the very air had been infused with the essence of fire. Upon entering the classroom, Ian observed that numerous apprentices were already busily preparing. He chose a seat near the podium and waited in silence. Shortly thereafter, the towering figure of Wizard Osiris appeared at the classroom door. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, emanating a commanding and potent presence. Wizard Osiris ascended the podium and swept his gaze across the apprentices in the classroom. Without unnecessary preamble, he spoke directly. The fire element is one imbued with both destructive and creative power. In the course ahead, I hope you will gain a profound understanding of its characteristics and master its application techniques, allowing the fire element to become a formidable weapon in your hands. Wizard Osiris's voice was deep and resonant, as if imbued with a magical force, compelling every apprentice in the room to sit up straighter and listen attentively. He then began elucidating the origins and fundamental characteristics of the fire element. His explanations were vivid and engaging, interwoven with numerous practical examples and magical experiments, captivating Ian entirely. Following the theoretical discourse, Wizard Osiris commenced demonstrations of advanced fire magic. With intricate hand gestures and incantations, a massive flame erupted upon the podium. The fire displayed a mesmerizing blue hue, radiating intense heat that abruptly elevated the classroom's temperature. Ian's eyes widened in astonishment at the wondrous magic, deepening his appreciation for the power of the fire element. It must be said, the courses for which one must spend magic stones are indeed of far superior quality compared to those offered for free. Although Wizard Osiris maintained a calm tone, devoid of dramatic fluctuations, every apprentice in the classroom remained wholly focused, absorbed in the knowledge being imparted. 3 hours later, the lecture officially concluded. The podium was already empty. Ian slowly rose to his feet, still lost in the lingering resonance of the recent lesson, unable to extricate himself from its depth. The profound theoretical knowledge imparted had elevated his understanding of the fire element to an entirely new height. The surrounding apprentices also stood, their faces reflecting varying degrees of excitement and satisfaction. They engaged in quiet exchanges regarding the insights and revelations gleaned from the lesson. This class was truly exceptional. My previous understanding of the fire element was far too superficial, and now I realize it harbors so many secrets. Another apprentice nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wizard Osiris is remarkable. Those magical demonstrations were simply breathtaking. Ian gathered his notes and exited the classroom. Today's lesson had proven immensely beneficial, necessitating prompt organization, but he also needed to prepare for the advanced potion class in 2 days and carve out time for potion crafting, making for a rather busy schedule. 2 days later, Mentor Alicia's class was equally splendid. Through complex potion formulas and experiments, she delved into the significance and application techniques of elemental balance in this course. Ian acquired a wealth of knowledge and methods pertaining to elemental balance that he subsequently began to experiment with, applying this knowledge to his potion-making endeavors. Through continuous practice and adjustments, the quality and success rate of the potions he crafted improved significantly. These 2 advanced courses did not adhere to a fixed schedule. While the Academy stipulated that formal wizards must teach, they could not be compelled to follow a rigid timetable. After all, formal wizards also needed to engage in cultivation and experiments to enhance their own abilities. Thus, the Academy permitted formal wizards to adjust their teaching schedules within a certain time frame. At this juncture, the identity token played a crucial role. The token was inscribed with several miniature sorceress arrays, which would issue notifications 1 or 2 days in advance whenever a course was about to commence, ensuring that apprentices would not miss their classes. Although Ian had not encountered any scheduling conflicts with his 2 courses, he also needed to meditate to enhance his mental fortitude while nurturing a keen interest in alchemical knowledge, eager to explore further. 1 year later, outside the tower, within Ian's quarters, ever since Ian mastered the exquisite art of crafting advanced potions, he resolutely vacated his former cramped quarters. That old dwelling was simply too constricted, the limitations of space rendering many intricate experiments impracticable for Ian, who was wholly devoted to advancing his sorceress prowess. This was an immense constraint. Now, his new abode was situated in a construction zone on the outskirts of the tower. Ian's new home was a 2-story gray-white pavilion nestled in a corner of this complex. The gray-white hue, bathed in sunlight, exuded a unique and mysterious aura. Inside the loft, the previously spacious area had been cleverly partitioned by Ian into several distinct functional rooms. The alchemy room was suffused with a subtle metallic scent, with various precise alchemical tools neatly arranged on the workbench, emitting strange glimmers. Those uniquely shaped crucibles, softly glowing magical array plates, and metal molds inscribed with arcane runes all exuded an elemental essence. At this moment, Ian held a metallic triangular prism. This prism was composed of a special material, feeling cool to the touch, its surface etched with exquisite patterns that sparkled under the light of the magical lamps. He was intently operating on a piece of black wood. This black wood, resembling the root of some plant, emanated a faint scent of decay, with a black crystal embedded at its tip, pulsating with ethereal light. Ian squinted slightly, his gaze revealing focus and caution as he gently pressed the tip of the triangular prism against the wood and gradually infused it with magical energy. As the energy flowed in, The prism began to quiver slightly, emitting a low humming sound. As Ian pushed the prism, fine black shavings began to fall away from the wood. Intersecting patterns gradually emerged on the surface of the wood. Chapter 71. Enhancement. As the intersecting patterns gradually manifested on the black wood, Ian's expression grew increasingly concentrated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This seemingly simple carving process was, in reality, laden with intricacies. The orientation and depth of each line could significantly influence the quality of the final product. Just then, Ian suddenly felt a slight tremor in the triangular prism he held. Immediately, a faint red glow began to flicker within the intricate patterns etched into the surface of the black wood. Ian felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that his efforts had yielded preliminary results. The emergence of this crimson radiance indicated that the designs he had carved were successfully channeling some latent energy contained within the wood. However, before he could revel in his success for too long, the red glow suddenly became unstable, flickering erratically and threatening to spread outward. A jolt of alarm coursed through Ian as he sensed the precariousness of the situation. He adjusted the output of his magical energy, striving to infuse it more evenly into the triangular prism, attempting to further guide the energy within the wood, with the continuous infusion of magic. The flickering light of the patterns grew increasingly luminous. Simultaneously, other designs began to react, emanating a soft glow as if a network of dormant energy veins were being awakened. A flicker of delight crossed Ian's face. Yet he remained vigilant. He cautiously continued to manipulate the triangular prism, carving into the wood according to the pattern he had meticulously designed. When the final line of the pattern was completed, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the black wood. Ian felt a wave of heat wash over him, prompting him to retreat several steps while swiftly casting a protective spell. Under the onslaught of energy, the surface of the black wood began to develop minute cracks, but soon regained its tranquility. Ian gazed at the black wood in his hands, which had undergone a profound transformation, once exuding an aura of decay. It now radiated a mysterious and formidable energy. The etched patterns sparkled with strange luminescence under the light of the magical lamp, resembling enigmatic symbols. That I did it, Ian murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This was the first enchanted item he had ever crafted. Since he ventured into the realm of alchemy, he had been striving for this moment, and today he had finally succeeded. Alchemy LV2, 1000. With this successful creation, Ian's alchemy skill had also advanced to the second tier. He carefully cradled the enchanted item, a culmination of his countless efforts. His eyes brimming with pride and reverence, that he scrutinized the patterns that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Sensing the magic coursing within, Staff of Dark Corruption, intermediate enchanted item, crafted entirely from the roots of the soul tree, topped with a necromantic gem. This staff endows the user's spells with an essence of death. Enchantment. Dark Corruption instantly unleashes a Dark Corruption attack, equivalent in power to that cast by an intermediate apprentice. He attempted to channel a trickle of magic into the staff, and in an instant, the necromantic gem at its tip glowed with an eerie green light, emanating a chilling aura of death. Ian could feel that this aura contained the power of death, enhancing the destructive potential of his spells. At that moment, his identity badge emitted a faint, hissing sound. Ian promptly retrieved it, and a stream of information flooded his mind. The advanced fire magic course taught by Wizard Moses has been rescheduled to tomorrow. Ian furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. While the sudden change in schedule was somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon within the sanctum, where the schedules of wizards were often fraught with uncertainty. He glanced at the Staff of Dark Corruption, carefully placing it on a nearby shelf, and decided to prepare for tomorrow's class. The study on the second floor was lined with shelves brimming with various tomes on magic, pharmacology, alchemy, and other fields of knowledge. These books had been meticulously selected and borrowed from the sanctum's library. Although renting books from the library required a certain expenditure of magic stones, it was a trivial matter for him now. Thanks to his potion business, he had amassed a considerable fortune in magic stones and was not inclined to be stingy. Not only had he borrowed a plethora of spell books from the library, but he also attended every advanced knowledge course that piqued his interest within the sanctum. Such knowledge was irreplaceable in the desolate lands, where even an abundance of magic stones could not procure it. Each day, Ian felt his strength steadily increasing. Host, Ian Olson, Realm, Grand Knight, Advanced Apprentice, Strength 8.5, Speed 7.9, Constitution 7.9, Spirit 13.1. Crimson Flame Breathing Technique LV3, 42-2500, Elemental Rite LV3, 491-2500, Potion Formulation LV3, 785-2500. Crimson Flame Spear LV3, 128-2000, Ice Spirit Arrow LV3, 138-2000, Elemental Grasp LV3, 92,000, Witcher Ray Studies LV2, 312-1000, Thermal Ray LV3, 188-2000, Shadow Stealth LV3, 164-2000, Ice Flash LV3, 177-2000, Ice Shield LV3, 119-2000, Firewall LV3, 98-2000, Alchemy LV2, 11,000, Wizard's Eye LV2, 475-800, Appraisal LV2, 680-800. As Ian advanced to the higher academy, the pace at which he enhanced his mental acuity through meditation began to slow. Even though his elemental right had reached the 3rd tier, his mental capacity had only attained 13 points over the course of a year. However, his other skills had seen considerable improvement as the sun set and rose again. The days swiftly passed. Early the next morning, Ian departed from his loft, making his way to the lecture hall of the Wizard Tower. Upon entering the hall, he found it already populated with numerous apprentices. These apprentices hailed from various regions, clad in diverse attire, yet their eyes sparkled with a fervent thirst for knowledge. Ian selected a seat in a corner of the front row, favoring this spot for its clarity in viewing the demonstrations by the wizards. While also remaining inconspicuous, shortly thereafter, Wizard Moses strode into the classroom with measured steps. A faint halo of flames enveloped him, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to warm with each step. Standing at the podium, Wizard Moses cast a penetrating gaze across the apprentices before speaking. Today, I will be lecturing on the laws governing the motion of 2 different elemental particles in the construction and release of advanced fire composite spells. The complex title was enough to bewilder an ordinary person. Chapter 72. Composite spells. The few hours of the lecture swept the apprentices into a tempest of knowledge, immersing them in the intricate and profound world of advanced fire composite spells. Ian sat attentively, fully absorbed in the lecture. His mind raced, striving to comprehend the convoluted theories and concepts presented. Despite the challenging material, Ian felt an unprecedented excitement, as though he stood before a gateway to a higher realm of magic. On the brink of uncovering its secrets, as the lecture progressed, a subtle restlessness began to pervade the classroom. Some apprentices frowned deeply, their faces etched with confusion, clearly struggling to grasp the intricate knowledge. Others fidgeted in their seats, appearing increasingly restless, when Wizard Moses began elucidating the laws governing the motion of 2 different elemental particles. The complexity escalated once more, through a series of elaborate magical diagrams and case analyses. He illustrated the wondrous transformations of elemental particles within spells. Ian focused intently, endeavoring to integrate this newfound knowledge with his existing magical foundation. After several hours, numerous apprentices emerged from the lecture hall, lamenting their plight. That was far too difficult. The laws governing the motion of 2 different elemental particles left me utterly bewildered, and I couldn't grasp the main points at all, one apprentice complained, his face a mask of exhaustion and despair. Indeed, Wizard Moses delved too deeply. Those theoretical concepts felt like an incomprehensible script to me. Another apprentice chimed in, his demeanor reflecting a loss of confidence in his ability to learn. While Ian too found the material somewhat challenging, he did not share the same despondency as the other apprentices. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He recognized the course's difficulty, yet it was precisely this challenge that invigorated him, that if he could master this knowledge, his proficiency in fire magic would soar. He endeavored to distill the intricate theoretical concepts, seeking to identify the key points within. Although the process proved arduous, he refused to yield. Just then, a voice called from behind him, Ian, what did you think of today's lecture? Upon hearing the voice, Ian turned to find Jerry standing behind him, a look of perplexity adorning his face. Jerry, aren't you majoring in plant-based magic? Why are you attending an advanced fire magic class? Jerry chuckled helplessly, scratching his head. Well, I've been researching a fire-based potion lately, but my foundation in fire magic is too weak, and I can't grasp many crucial aspects that I heard that Wizard Moses's advanced fire course is exceptional, providing in-depth explanations of fire magic principles, so I thought I might find some insights for my potion research. Who knew the course would be this difficult? I feel like I'm completely lost. Ian, you seem to be grasping it quite well. Ian nodded slightly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Yes, it certainly has its challenges, but I've always been interested in fire magic and have built a solid foundation, so I find it relatively easier to understand. Jerry was someone Ian had met during an advanced pharmacology course. The two occasionally engaged in discussions regarding potion making, and through these exchanges, they became quite familiar with each other. Ian was aware of Jerry's unique insights into the art of herbalism and potion concoction. Conversely, Jerry held a deep admiration for Ian's extensive exploration and dedication to various arcane disciplines. However, much of the knowledge presented in this class was new to Ian, and he felt the need to thoroughly digest it. Have you encountered any recent challenges with that fire-based potion? Ian pondered for a moment before inquiring. Well, as you know, fire materials tend to release significant heat during the refining process. Jerry, having nothing to conceal, began to disclose some of the difficulties he faced. It was quite common for alchemists to discuss potions with one another. Ian furrowed his brow slightly, listening attentively to Jerry's account while rapidly contemplating possible solutions. Each possessed their strengths, and during their discussions, Ian was able to validate some of his hypotheses. After several hours, the two parted ways. Upon exiting the lecture hall, Ian made his way directly to the trading district. Navigating through the numerous stalls, he headed straight for Green's Curiosities. Most of the potions Ian had previously crafted were sold here, making him quite familiar with the establishment. Ian confidently entered Green's Curiosities, where the air was imbued with a faint magical aura, and various magical materials and finished potions were neatly arranged on the shelves, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Good day, Mr. Wally. Wally, a slightly plump and affable middle-aged wizard's apprentice, was said to have some familial connection to the official-level wizard behind the shop, which led to his appointment as the manager. Upon noticing Ian's entrance, a warm smile spread across his face. "Good day, Ian. What brings you here today?" Wally inquired as he stepped out from behind the counter. Wally raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of intrigue. A fire-based composite spell template. That is quite an advanced item. Are you certain you require it at this moment? Ian nodded resolutely. Yes, Mr. Wally. I am currently delving into composite spells. Wally chuckled and turned to a shelf brimming with magical items. After rummaging through a collection of boxes and scrolls for a moment, he produced a selection of exquisite magical scrolls. Here, Ian, I have several different levels of fire-based composite spell templates. See if any meet your needs. That Ian's eyes widened with delight at the array of scrolls Wally presented. Of course, just look at where we are. Our little shop has the backing of an official-level wizard. Wally beamed with pride, patting Ian on the shoulder. Chapter 73. Frostfire Jet. He picked up one scroll, opened it, and discovered it contained the record of a fire and lightning dual-element spell known as Thunderflame Pillar. Ian briefly examined the spell's effects before setting it aside. His elemental affinity was primarily focused on fire, supplemented by darkness and ice. Therefore, this fire-lightning dual-element composite spell was not suitable for him. Ian continued to search through the pile of magical scrolls, his gaze eagerly scanning each template in hopes of finding a fire composite spell more aligned with his abilities. Soon, a scroll depicting a composite spell of both fire and ice caught his eye. The scroll detailed a spell called Frostfire Jet. Ian bit his lip, feeling a twinge of hesitation. The principle of this composite spell lay in the opposing properties of flame and frost. By precisely controlling the two elements, a unique effect could be created during casting that simultaneously burned and froze. That it was this delicate balance between fire and ice that rendered the spell exceptionally lethal in combat. Though this composite spell was complex, its power was indeed formidable, Ian mused. After all, fire and ice were completely opposing elemental properties. Mastering such a complex composite spell would require not only a robust elemental affinity, but also an exceptional level of control. Since Ian had already established a solid foundation with fire elements, successfully mastering this composite spell would necessitate a deeper understanding of ice-related knowledge. Setting Frostfire Jet aside, Ian continued his search. Ultimately, he selected two spells that aligned most closely with his elemental affinity. The Fire-Ice composite spell, Frostfire Jet, and the Fire-Darkness composite spell, Darkfire Purgatory. I would like to acquire these two composite spells, Ian announced, holding the scrolls and looking at Wally. Wally followed Ian's gesture, his gaze landing on the meticulously chosen scrolls, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. Ian, the two composite spells you've selected are quite extraordinary. Although they possess great power, they demand a high level of elemental control from the caster. Ian smiled and nodded. Mr. Wally, these two composite spells align perfectly with my elemental affinities. Though they pose a challenge, I intend to give them a try. Very well, but I must caution you. Should you find yourself unable to master them, there will be no returns. Ian grinned confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. Mr. Wally, I understand. I will not regret this. Wally observed Ian's spirited demeanor, shaking his head in resignation, though a smile crept onto his face. The vigor of youth. These two composite spell scrolls will be 500 magic stones. But since you're a valued customer, I will give you a 10% discount, 450 magic stones. Sounds good, Ian replied eagerly, producing the magic stones without hesitation. While the price of composite spells was several times higher than that of ordinary spell templates, Ian, having researched the market, knew this price was quite favorable. Is there anything else you require? Wally asked after accepting the magic stones. Yes, I would like to procure some potion ingredients, please. By the way, Mr. Wally, do you have anything that enhances meditation efficiency? Upon hearing Ian's inquiry, Wally pondered for a moment. Then his face brightened with a knowing smile. Indeed, I do have something, though items that enhance meditation efficiency can be quite pricey, and their effectiveness varies from person to person. I have a vial of Mind Essence Potion, crafted by a high-level alchemist, which can assist wizards in focusing their minds and improving their perception and absorption of magic during meditation. However, this potion comes at a steep price of 600 magic stones per vial. Upon hearing Wally's quote, Ian couldn't help but gasp in surprise at Mr. Wally. Do you have the recipe for the Mind Essence Potion? Wally paused, caught off guard by Ian's question. Then a resigned smile appeared on his face. Ian, the recipe for the Mind Essence Potion was painstakingly created by that high-level alchemist. I do not possess it. Even if I had the recipe, the potion's concoction is highly complex and requires a variety of rare magical materials. Ian frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed, but he understood the truth in Wally's words. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope and contemplated if there were alternative methods to enhance his meditation efficiency. All right then, please give me some Dreamweaver grass and Dream Crystal powder, Ian said resignedly. Sure, just a moment. Dreamweaver grass and Dream Crystal powder were commonly used by advanced apprentices as meditation aids. They could stabilize emotions and deepen meditation, though their effects were mild and not meant for prolonged use. Wally nodded and turned back to the shelf, skillfully retrieving several bundles of Dreamweaver grass and a few small vials of Dream Crystal powder. Placing them on the counter before Ian, each bundle of Dreamweaver grass is 30 magic stones, and each vial of Dream Crystal powder is 50 magic stones. How many would you like? After a moment of contemplation, Ian replied, I would like 3 bundles of Dreamweaver grass, 2 vials of Dream Crystal powder, 10 portions of Healing Spirit materials, and 10 portions of the Surge of Magic materials. 3 bundles of Dreamweaver grass would amount to 90 magic stones. 2 vials of Dream Crystal powder would be 100 magic stones, and adding, in the sky, 2 blood-red suns had long since set in the west. The afterglow streamed through the attic window, casting a warm and mysterious hue over the entire room. Ian carefully placed the potion ingredients and spell scrolls he had purchased on the table. Sitting down, tired yet satisfied, that he took a deep breath, striving to recover from the fatigue of his errands and transactions. Yet his heart raced with anticipation to begin studying the newly acquired composite spell scrolls. Ian's gaze fell upon the scroll for Frostfire Jet, which he gently unfurled, the runes shimmering with an unusual light. His fingers glided over the runes of the Frostfire jet scroll, sensing the subtle, magical vibrations. He closed his eyes, constructing a mental model of the Frostfire jet according to the scroll's records. However, even at this preliminary stage, he felt a slight turbulence within his magical energy. The forces of fire and ice seemed to repel each other, resisting fusion. Ian opened his eyes, his brow furrowing. It appeared that the complexity of Frostfire jet far exceeded his expectations. Yet, Ian did not yield easily. He understood that any formidable spell was not achieved in an instant. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions, and began to dissect the spell, that if he could successfully cast the spell even once, it would be recorded in his panel, after which he could gradually improve. Frostfire Jet was indeed the most intricate spell Ian had encountered thus far. He meticulously deconstructed every rune array of the spell, analyzing and studying each one. Chapter 74. Experiment and mission 2 months later. In the attic, the alchemical laboratory, to the center of the laboratory, stood a silvery white metallic experiment table that moment. A metallic disc lay upon the table, surrounded by a dozen lenses of various sizes, allowing one to view the disc from all angles. Upon the disc, 2 distinctly different magical energies intertwined, and a blue and a red magical energy clashed and converged intermittently. Ian was wholly engrossed in the arcane energies swirling upon the disc before him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His hands gesticulated fervently in the air, his lips whispering incantations as he endeavored to achieve a flawless equilibrium between the 2 strands of magic. As time passed, the intertwining blue and red energies began to stabilize, no longer clashing with the ferocity they had at the outset. Ian's heart swelled with joy, knowing his efforts were bearing fruit. However, just as he believed success was imminent, the 2 strands of magic suddenly erupted uncontrollably, shooting outward with explosive force. With a resounding crash, the metallic disc was propelled violently away, crashing against the walls of the alchemical chamber, leaving a profound dent. Ian was thrown back by the impact, landing heavily on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Ian gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, his eyes ablaze with determination. He realized that during the intertwining of the magical energies, the fire element had persistently overpowered the ice element, preventing them from achieving perfect balance. Seems I must discover a means to diminish the fire element's strength, while simultaneously augmenting that of the ice element. He murmured to himself. He began to scour his memory for any potential solutions to this dilemma. The excessive strength of the fire element is linked to my own elemental affinity. When channeling magic, I unconsciously amplify the input of fire magic. Ian mused, his gaze fixed on the experimental data that he recalled hearing Wizard Alicia discussing techniques for achieving elemental balance in potion making. Perhaps those principles could be applicable here. His eyes sparkled with thought. He remembered Alicia stating that to balance different elemental forces during potion preparation, the key lay in finding a medium capable of neutralizing the overpowering element. Perhaps I could find such a medium to counteract the overwhelming fire element within me. Ian pondered, retrieving another disc to recommence his experiments. Time slipped away quietly once more, the stillness of the attic broken only by the sound of Ian recording his experimental data. As time wore on, beads of sweat once again formed on his brow, his mind sharply focused, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in concentration. Through his relentless efforts, the 2 strands of magic finally coalesced into a sphere radiating a peculiar luminescence. Success! Ian exclaimed in hushed excitement. Yet he understood this was merely a preliminary triumph. Further testing and adjustments were required. He began to guide the mixed magic, simulating the trajectory of the Frostfire Blast spell. However, just as he had directed the mixed magic halfway through, the magic sphere began to tremble violently, threatening to explode at any moment. Ian's heart lurched. He immediately concentrated, striving to stabilize the tumultuous sphere. Yet the trembling intensified, ultimately culminating in a powerful explosion. Ian swiftly conjured a defensive spell, the shockwave dissipating harmlessly against his barrier. There remains an issue. This time, I shall attempt to reduce the input speed of the magic. He murmured, once more scrutinizing the experimental data and process point. 10 days later, Ian emerged from the alchemical chamber, looking somewhat haggard. Over these 10 days, he had immersed himself in the study of the Frostfire Blast without respite. The prolonged strain of intense concentration and frequent manipulation of magic had left his features gaunt, his eyes bloodshot. After days of research, Ian had finally managed to balance the two elemental forces of ice and fire. But he was still far from completing the spell. Indeed, this is a composite spell. Its complexity far surpasses that of ordinary high-level spells. Ian reflected, withdrawing his identification badge to examine it. His reason for leaving the alchemical chamber at this moment was due to a directive inscribed within this badge. Mandatory task. Proceed to Dark Region to collect 10 blue-scaled lizardmen hearts. Task reward. 100 magic stones. Task overseer. Ian. Ian had been a member of the Bloodflame Sanctum for over a year. According to the Sanctum's regulations, the first year was considered a novice protection period, during which no tasks were required. However, after 1 year, every 6 months, one was obliged to complete a mandatory task from the Sanctum. These tasks inherently carried a degree of danger. After all, the Sanctum was not a charitable organization. They sought not an abundance of lowly apprentices, but those truly endowed with sufficient strength as mages. It was through these mandatory tasks that they compelled the apprentices underneath them to fervently enhance their abilities. Upon receiving the task information, Ian had no choice but to temporarily set aside his research on the Frostfire Blast and focus on this new challenge. The Dark Region was a perilous expanse, perpetually shrouded in gloom, teeming with a variety of monstrous entities, among which the blue-scaled lizardmen were particularly ferocious. These humanoid creatures were not only agile, but possessed intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary beasts. Their hearts were often sought after as auxiliary materials in experiments involving higher beings and advanced potions. In his study, Ian held a tome titled Compendium of Creatures in the Sorcerer's World, meticulously searching for detailed information on the blue-scaled lizardmen. His fingers swiftly flipped through the pages, his gaze intently fixed upon each line of text, seeking crucial clues that might aid him in accomplishing the task. Blue-scaled lizardmen, gregarious creatures primarily carnivorous, possess a heightened territorial instinct, adept in using simple weapons and tools. Ian muttered the words softly, a frown creasing his brow. The blue-scaled lizardmen typically established their lairs in dark, damp caves, which were complex in structure, fraught with traps and mechanisms, and heavily guarded by numerous lizardmen. If they are gregarious, acting alone would be perilous. I must devise a strategy to eliminate them one by one. Ian contemplated, simultaneously perusing the text. Closing the book, Ian departed his residence and made his way directly to the trading district. He needed to prepare thoroughly for this upcoming task. Chapter 75. Departure from the Sanctum 3 days later. An airship ascended from the Bloodflame Sanctum that a torrent of elemental energy surged forth as Ian stood at the edge of the vessel, feeling the brisk wind laden with a hint of chill as he contemplated the impending mission. The crimson sky faded away, revealing a clear azure expanse, dotted with fluffy clouds and 2 great suns hanging in the distance. This signified their complete departure from the Bloodflame Sanctum's territory, where the tower's influence could no longer reach. The airship sped forth at a remarkable pace, traversing several nations before finally coming to a halt near the Karataskan Empire. Here, Ian would disembark from the airship and continue his journey by carriage. Ian's carriage had been rented at a premium within the Karataskan Empire's wizarding marketplace. The dark carriage was etched with a multitude of magical arrays: lightweight, acceleration, fortification, freshness. Ian boarded the meticulously chosen carriage. Gently caressing the intricate and elaborate patterns of the magical arrays, the driver, an experienced old mercenary, grinned, revealing a few missing teeth. He raised the reins and, muttering an incantation, flicked the reins gently, causing the carriage to glide smoothly forward. The magical arrays emanated a faint glow as they activated, as if bestowing life upon the carriage. The vehicle wound its way along the serpentine roads, the scenery evolving from bustling markets to serene countryside and finally to desolate wilderness. As the carriage progressed, the winds of the wilderness grew ever more biting, rustling the dry grass along the roadside. Ian gazed through the window at the increasingly desolate landscape, his sense of urgency intensifying. He knew they were drawing ever closer to the Dark Region. The old mercenary, sensing Ian's tension, broke the silence. "My lord, do not fret too much. I traversed this route countless times, as long as we remain cautious. There should be no significant issues." After several more days of travel, an ominous forest loomed ahead, shrouded in a veil of faint black mist, resembling a natural barrier that obscured the light from the outside world. The old mercenary reined in the horses, and the carriage came to a gradual stop. He turned to Ian, his expression grave. "Wizard, we are now at the edge of the dark region, that I can take you no further. I dare not venture ahead." Ian nodded slightly, retrieving a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket and handing it to the old mercenary. "This is your promised reward." The old mercenary accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hands, a satisfied smile breaking across his face as he respectfully said, "I wish you success, my lord. May you return safely." With that, he skillfully turned the carriage around, cracking the whip, and the vehicle quickly disappeared down the path from whence they had come. Ian inhaled deeply, steadying his nerves as he adjusted his wizarding gear, then stepped forward into the foreboding forest. The moment he entered, a damp, decayed scent enveloped him, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. The ground beneath his feet was soft and muddy, each step producing a faint squelching sound. Ian proceeded cautiously through the forest, the towering trees twisting grotesquely, their branches resembling clawing beasts. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry shattered the silence. Immediately after, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket to his right. Ian swiftly turned, his gaze fixated on the bushes, prepared to confront any imminent danger. Moments later, a creature covered in black feathers burst forth from the underbrush. Its eyes were blood-red, its beak sharp as a hook, emitting a strange shriek as it lunged toward Ian. Ian frowned slightly, murmuring an incantation as an ice shield materialized before him. The creature collided with the barrier, letting out a piercing cry as it fell to the ground. However, the emergence of this peculiar avian creature seemed merely a prelude. Shortly thereafter, Ian heard a cacophony of sounds. As if countless beings were advancing toward him, he took a deep breath, stealing his focus. Soon, a veritable swarm of bizarre birds surged toward him from all directions. Ian beheld the grotesque flock approaching, and with swift movements, he formed intricate hand seals. Under his breath, he chanted an incantation, and as the words flowed forth, the air around him began to tremble violently. Elemental grasp, invisible forces of nature coalesced before him, transforming into ethereal, gigantic hands. These colossal appendages, akin to nimble hunters, swiftly ensnared several of the leading creatures. The birds struggled fiercely, emitting sharp cries, yet they could not escape the bindings of the elemental grasp. Nevertheless, the sheer number of these strange avians was overwhelming. More of them circumvented their capture companions, continuing their relentless assault on Ian. With a steely gaze, Ian summoned his magic once more. Firewall. A blazing wall of fire erupted instantaneously before him, the roaring flames forcing back the encroaching birds. The intense heat singed the creatures, causing them to emit anguished shrieks as they circled in the air, desperately seeking a way to breach the fiery barrier. Ian dared not relent. He maintained the firewall's integrity while keenly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine, and he swiftly turned, only to find a larger avian creature silently launching itself at him from behind. With no time to cast a spell, Ian dodged to the side, narrowly evading the creature's attack. Resolute, he decided to end this swiftly. Clenching his fists, he summoned the elemental power within him. Crimson Flame Spear. With a shout, a searing spear of fire shot forth from his hand, hurtling directly toward the larger bird. The fiery projectile moved with astonishing speed, piercing through the creature's body. It emitted a chilling scream before plummeting from the sky. The remaining birds, witnessing the demise of their leader, seemed momentarily daunted, caught in a brief pause. Seizing the opportunity, Ian swiftly cast Ice Shard Blitz. Countless shards of ice erupted from his hands, raining down upon the flock like a torrential downpour. Wherever the icy shards landed, the birds were struck. Some were impaled to the ground, while others lost their balance and fell from the sky. After a fierce battle, the avian horde was finally vanquished, leaving only a few wounded creatures to flee in disarray. Chapter 76. The gloomy domain, the eerie forest, once again fell into a brief tranquility, and Ian took a moment to gather himself before pressing deeper into the woods. The ground beneath him grew increasingly muddy, requiring greater effort with each step. The surrounding trees appeared even more twisted, their trunks adorned with bizarre patterns that resembled watchful eyes. As he walked, Ian suddenly heard a faint sound of flowing water. Intrigued, he followed the sound. After navigating through a dense thicket, a shadowy creek emerged before him. The water exhibited a peculiar inky green hue, shrouded in a thin mist that exuded a noxious odor. Ian crouched down to examine the water closely. That moment, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Something dark darted beneath the surface. Startled, he quickly rose, hands poised to cast a spell. The shadow reappeared, revealing itself to be a scaled monstrosity of a fish. Its body was over half the length of a man, its scales glinting with a chilling luminescence, and its gaping maw displayed rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature leaped from the water, lunging at Ian. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, barely avoiding the creature's attack, while simultaneously chanting an incantation. Ice shield. A crystalline barrier of frost materialized before him, emanating a chilling aura. Yet, the monstrous fish seemed undeterred. It swam rapidly through the water, creating a splash, then leaped again, aiming for Ian. With determination, he quickly formed hand seals. Shadow veil. In an instant, his form vanished from sight, reappearing several meters away. The fish crashed to the ground, thrashing and writhing in its struggle. Ian wasted no time. He concentrated fiercely, extending his hands forward. A searing ray of fire shot forth from his palms, blazing with brilliant light and heat, aimed directly at the creature. Heat ray. The fish sensed imminent danger, desperately twisting its body to evade, yet the ray grazed its side. Its scales melted under the intense heat, emitting a hissing sound, and the air filled with the pungent scent of charred flesh. The creature writhed in agony, releasing deep, guttural roars as it rolled on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Ian remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down, prepared for any further attacks. That moment, a commotion erupted in the creek. Ian's heart raced. He quickly scanned the water, spotting several smaller fish emerging. Frowning, he realized this creature had summoned companions. Ian did not wish to expend too much magic on such nuisances. Activating Shadow Veil once more, he became a fleeting shadow, darting through the trees. The smaller fish, just revealing their heads from the water, had no time to react before Ian vanished from their sight. Several dozen meters away, Ian reappeared and hastened deeper into the forest. He lost track of time as the towering trees gradually diminished in height. The sky darkened, and a thick mist enveloped the forest, reducing visibility. Ian retrieved a glowing crystal orb, illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, a massive cave loomed before him. The cavern was nearly 100 meters high, its dark passage resembling a gaping maw ready to consume all. At last, he had arrived. This was the entrance to the gloomy domain. Surrounding the cave were numerous dilapidated wooden huts, with several mercenary-like knights bustling in and out. The night had fully descended, and bonfires flickered around the huts. The gloomy domain was known for its rich resources coveted by dark mages, drawing these mercenaries for exploration. However, Ian had no intention of joining them. His goals diverged from those of the mercenaries. And operating alone would grant him greater freedom to explore. As he observed the mercenaries from the shadows outside the cave, they gathered around the bonfire, conversing loudly, their laughter and curses echoing in the night. Ian noted that despite their rugged demeanor, their eyes betrayed a blend of wariness and greed. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he slipped past their line of sight and ventured into the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped him, illuminated only by the faint glow of his crystal orb, casting light on a small area ahead. The ground was strewn with debris and uneven soil, requiring Ian to tread carefully to avoid stumbling. As he ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted and a foul stench pervaded the air. Wrinkling his nose, Ian covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, pressing onward. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling, as if something was moving. Ian halted, raising the crystal orb high to scrutinize his surroundings. In its glow, he spotted several small spider-like creatures slowly crawling along the cave walls. These creatures were black, with long legs and eyes that glimmered with a greenish hue. Cave arachnids. Ian's heart raced. He knew that while these were low-level cave monsters, one could not afford to be careless. He fixed his gaze on the arachnids, subtly gathering his magical energy. The creatures seemed to sense Ian's presence, and the previously slow-moving spiders accelerated toward him. Ian shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames from his fingertips, instantly engulfing the foremost spiders. The burning arachnids emitted a sizzling sound, and the acrid smell of charred flesh filled the air. However, this did not deter the remaining spiders. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. More spiders surged forth from the crevices in the cave walls, forming a black tide that rushed toward Ian as he retreated swiftly. He conjured spells at an alarming pace. Firewall. A blazing wall of fire erupted before him, the orange flames licking the air with crackling sounds. The oncoming horde of cave arachnids was halted by the searing barrier. Their advance stymied as they writhed restlessly, emitting high-pitched hisses. Yet, these arachnids did not relent. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Ian knew the firewall could not last long. He had to devise a means to escape the encroaching swarm. Chapter 77. Depths of the cave. The roaring firewall temporarily repelled the swarm of cave arachnids, but the surroundings remained thick with their presence. Ian hesitated no longer. He retrieved a pouch of crimson powder from his dimensional bag. The powder shimmered ominously in the light of the crystal orb, releasing a faint, pungent aroma. With a flourish, he cast the red powder into the air, creating a cloud that enveloped the arachnids. The magical essence drew the powder into a swirling, fiery red mist that rapidly spread toward the arachnids. Upon contact, the creatures emitted piercing screams, their bodies engulfed in crimson light as if devoured by countless invisible flames. Their once sturdy exoskeletons began to dissolve rapidly, releasing plumes of dark smoke, and the air became suffused with a nauseating scent of char. The monstrous spiders lurking behind appeared momentarily paralyzed by the horrifying scene before them. Their previously relentless assault came to a brief halt. They no longer surged forward recklessly, but instead lingered at a distance, emitting disquieting hisses. Seizing the moment of chaos among the swarm, Ian swiftly surveyed his surroundings. His gaze was drawn to one side of the cave, where a narrow passageway could barely accommodate a single person. The entrance was partially obscured by layers of spider silk, which, under the eerie glow of the crimson powder, took on a bizarre dark red hue. Just as he was about to dash towards this passage, a massive cavern spider descended silently from the ceiling. This creature was several times larger than its kin, its 8 robust legs bristling with sharp spines, and its green eyes glimmered with ferocity and cunning. Upon landing, it let out a low growl, causing the surrounding spiders to retreat in fear. Ian immediately halted, cautiously fixating on this colossal arachnid. The giant spider, in turn, locked its gaze on Ian, its body arching slightly in a poised stance, ready to strike. Crimson spear. A surge of blinding light and heat flooded the cave, momentarily disorienting the giant spider. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ian deftly employed shadow stealth, vanishing from sight as he bolted towards the narrow passage. Simultaneously, a blazing spear of fire was launched by Ian, hurtling towards the giant spider. However, the creature reacted with remarkable speed. Quickly recovering from the dazzling light, it roared furiously, its 8 long legs moving with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt. Although the crimson spear was swift, the giant spider was swifter still. With a sudden lateral motion, it cleverly evaded the spear's assault. The fiery projectile plunged violently into the cave wall, erupting into a shower of sparks and leaving a deep charred mark upon the stone. Incensed by the near miss, the giant spider lashed out with its spiny forelegs, pursuing Ian with relentless speed. As Ian plunged into the passageway, the giant spider was right on his heels, given the narrow confines. The spider's massive form struggled to fully enter. It could only flail its powerful forelimbs wildly, leaving deep gouges in the walls with its sharp spines. Ian sprinted desperately down the passage. The air within thick and stale, permeated by a faint, putrid odor that provoked a series of coughs. As he continued, the passage ahead abruptly narrowed further, forcing Ian to sidle through that moment. The giant spider seemed to realize it could not pursue him directly. It ceased its assault, emitting a series of low, guttural growls. Then, Ian heard a rustling sound from beyond the passage. His heart raced as he understood the giant spider was summoning its brethren. Sure enough, before long, ordinary cavern spiders began to crawl into the passage. Panic surged within Ian, and he quickened his pace. As he ran, he strained to listen to the skittering sounds of the spiders behind him. Without hesitation, he veered to the side and unleashed another crimson spear at the ceiling of the passage. Boom! The pursuing cavern spiders were struck by the falling debris, their cries echoing as the rustling ceased abruptly. Ian pressed on without pausing for breath, racing down a new passage that reeked of dampness and decay. The walls occasionally oozed a greenish slime, glistening ominously in the dim light. This shadowy realm was far more perilous than he had anticipated. As he ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted suddenly, and a chill swept through Ian, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His breath formed a mist in the frigid air, and his vision blurred. Worse still, the glow of his crystal orb seemed to dim under the oppressive atmosphere. Realizing this, Ian retracted the orb and began to channel his inner magical energy. Soon, a special eye formed from his magic materialized before him, a sorcerer's eye. Under Ian's command, the eye radiated a faint blue light, penetrating the darkness ahead. Through the connection with this magical eye, Ian would receive the images it captured. Utilizing the power of sorcery, he cautiously continued forward. The territory inhabited by the blue-scaled merfolk lay deep within the shadowy realm, a place teeming with various magical creatures. Through the sorcerer's eye, Ian spotted several tentacle monsters, cavern spiders, and digging worms. After deftly avoiding them, he finally reached the deepest recesses of the shadowy domain, and a palpable sense of oppression washed over him. The surroundings steeped in an almost deathly silence, broken only by his own soft footfalls and the gentle glow of the sorcerer's eye flickering in the darkness. The air was thick and frigid, each breath akin to inhaling a shard of ice, causing his lungs to ache. The sorcerer's eye floated slowly, illuminating a small area around him. On the ground lay an assortment of peculiar bones, some colossal and oddly shaped, evidently not belonging to ordinary creatures. Others were small and delicate, exuding a strange aura. Ian's instincts heightened. He understood these bones might belong to adventurers who had perished here, or remnants of the hidden dangers lurking in this realm. Suddenly, the sorcerer's eye detected a shimmering body of water ahead. Ian's heart raced. He knew the blue-scaled merfolk typically resided near such waters, and this could be the key to locating them. Approaching cautiously, he observed that the water was a deep purple, glistening with mysterious hues under the eye's illumination. Just as he was about to step into the water for a closer look, ripples disturbed the surface, and a massive head emerged. Chapter 78. Water Serpent and Merfolk. It was a gigantic water serpent. Its body cloaked in black scales. Two enormous fangs protruded from its maw, dripping with dark green venom. And triangular eyes of blood red scanned the vicinity, a high apprentice-level magical creature. Ian's heart raced, and he promptly dispelled the sorcerer's eye, retreating behind a nearby boulder, suppressing his magical presence. The water serpent swayed its robust body, creating waves in the water. After what felt like an eternity, the serpent, sensing no threat, slowly submerged once more. Ian remained motionless behind the boulder, ears pricked to catch any sound. The sound of the serpent's movements faded into the distance. After a considerable time, assured there was no longer any noise, Ian cautiously straightened himself. He inhaled deeply, calming his frayed nerves, and refocused his energy to summon another sorcerer's EYT gradually formed before him, then floated gently to the water's surface, venturing into the unknown darkness below. The sorcerer's eye descended into the water, its faint blue light laboriously cutting through the inky depths, illuminating a small area around it. Ian held his breath, eyes locked onto the images that unfolded in his mind, as if he were submerged in that icy, bone-chilling underwater world. Through the sorcerer's eye, he beheld the bottom strewn with variously shaped boulders and entangled water plants, while slender fish flickered by, glowing with an eerie luminescence. That moment, a massive shadow darted across the edge of the sorcerer's eye's vision. Ian's heart sank. He instinctively clenched his fists, muscles taut with tension. The shadow moved with such speed that he barely had time to discern its form. As the sorcerer's eye delved deeper, Ian finally spotted a vast cavern hidden among the water plants. The entrance was partially concealed by enormous stones, but he could faintly see bluish light flickering within. His heart quickened. He guided the sorcerer's eye to advance. However, as it neared the entrance, a powerful current surged forth, nearly dissipating the eye. Ian concentrated fiercely, stabilizing the sorcerer's as he amplified his magical energy, maneuvering the eye meticulously through the rushing water. Entering the cavern's interior, a mysterious aura enveloped the cavern, its walls adorned with crystals radiating a soft blue glow. Illuminating the entire space in the center of the cavern, Ian beheld several blue-scaled merfolk. They were slender, their skin a haunting azure hue, covered in fine scales that shimmered enchantingly under the blue light. They huddled together, seemingly engaged in discussion, wielding peculiar tools. Just as Ian prepared to observe closely, one of the blue-scaled merfolk suddenly lifted its head, alertly scanning in the direction of the sorcerer's eye. Ian's heart raced. He knew the sorcerer's eye had been detected. Indeed, that particular merfolk emitted a sharp cry. The others immediately sprang to their feet, brandishing weapons and adopting defensive stances. Ian swiftly commanded the sorcerer's eye to retreat. Yet the blue-scaled merfolk seemed intent on pursuing the intruder, rapidly advancing toward the eye. The water's surface erupted in ripples as several blue-scaled merfolk emerged, brandishing sharp spears, their eyes filled with hostility. At that moment, Ian had already retreated into a side passage. Leaning against the rough, cold stone wall of the corridor, he coldly observed the blue-scaled merfolk emerging from the water. There were 3 in total, 2 females and 1 male, all at the level of high apprentices. His gaze fixed intently on the male, blue-scaled merfolk. Before him stood a figure of imposing stature, wielding a spear that was thicker than those of its 2 companions, its tip glinting with a chilling sheen. The scales of his creature reflected a frigid light under the eerie blue glow, and its azure eyes burned with a fierce flame of anger, a clear manifestation of its hostility towards the intruder. Flanking the male were 2 female, blue-scaled merfolk, positioned strategically on either side. Although their forms were relatively slender, their movements were remarkably agile. The spears they held swayed gently with their swift motions, ever poised for an attack. The trio of blue-scaled merfolk spread out in a fan formation within the cavern, searching intently while emitting low, menacing growls. Ian took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Were it not for the Academy's enforced mission, he would have preferred to avoid confronting these formidable blue-scaled merfolk. Quietly, he began to gather his magical energy at his fingertips, preparing to cast Shadow Stealth to conceal his presence. Just as he was about to unleash his spell, the male blue-scaled merfolk abruptly halted, its nostrils flaring as it detected the fluctuations of magic in the air. The sense of urgency gripped Ian's heart, prompting him to cease his magical gathering and hold his breath. The male merfolk scanned its surroundings with heightened vigilance. Gripping its spear even tighter, It emitted a low growl, and the 2 females swiftly converged, forming a tight combat formation. The male merfolk possessed a keen sense of awareness. Ian had not anticipated such alertness from the creature. His hand slowly delved into his dimensional bag, groping for a potion, which he then consumed. This was a high-grade potion, the surge of magic, designed to enhance the potency of spells through rapid consumption of magical energy. Feeling the tumultuous magic coursing within him, his body trembled slightly. Each nerve ignited with exhilaration from the overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the blue-scaled merfolk maintained their battle formation, their eyes scouring the cavern for any trace of Ian. The male merfolk occasionally twitched its nose, seemingly striving to capture the lingering scent of magic in the air. Ian realized he could no longer remain passively hidden. He had to seize the fleeting window of opportunity provided by the potion and take the initiative. As he summoned his magical energy, the moisture in the air rapidly coalesced into sharp ice arrows, imbued with a biting chill. Hissing, the male merfolk emitted a series of growls as Ian began to cast his spell, which completely revealed his position. Instantly, the blue-scaled merfolk fixed their gazes upon him. The male, brandishing its robust spear along with the 2 females, charged towards Ian with remarkable speed. Ian did not flinch. He directed the ice arrows like a swarm of deadly projectiles towards the blue-scaled merfolk. The arrows sliced through the air, intertwining with the figures of the merfolk. The male merfolk reacted swiftly, its spear moving in a defensive flurry, successfully deflecting most of the ice arrows. Nonetheless, a few arrows grazed its scales, leaving faint marks. The two female merfolk were even more agile, twisting their bodies to deftly evade the icy projectiles. One female, seizing the moment while Ian focused on the male, suddenly accelerated, darting towards him from the side. Chapter 79. The Law of Fire Spirits. Ian caught a glimpse of the swiftly approaching female, blue-scaled merfolk from the corner of his eye, causing his heart to race. That a flash of elemental energy surged through him, and a fiery wand appeared in his grasp. The wand was a vivid red, resembling two serpentine flames entwined, its surface adorned with glowing patterns that radiated intense heat, capped with a resplendent ruby that pulsed with vibrant magical energy. Fire Spirit Law Wand, advanced magical item, intricately carved from flame coral, topped with a gem of luminous essence, enhancing the wizard's affinity for fire elements and adding light-based damage to attacks. Enchantment. Fire Spirit Law can gather the ambient fire elements and unleash two large-scale infernos instantaneously. This wand had been meticulously prepared by Ian for this mission. Yet, as he held it and felt the surging magic within, he knew every effort had been worthwhile. At that moment, facing the rapidly approaching female blue-scaled merfolk, Ian hesitated not a moment and immediately channeled his magic. The fiery patterns on the wand blazed brilliantly, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Ian could feel the magical energy merging seamlessly with the wand, continuously pouring forth. The fire elements in the air seemed to respond to a powerful call, swirling chaotically towards the Fire Spirit Law Wand in his hand. These fire elements danced like restless sprites, spiraling around the wand, gradually forming a searing vortex. Within this vortex, the flames exhibited varying shades of red, from deep crimson to bright scarlet, intermingling and radiating an alarming heat. With a low yet commanding shout, Ian unleashed the immense energy contained within the vortex, which appeared to erupt through a fissure. A torrent of flame surged forth from the luminous stone atop the wand, rapidly coalescing into a vast sea of fire that swept towards the female blue-scaled merfolk with breathtaking speed. Ian, fully aware of the peril posed by the three blue-scaled merfolk and unwilling to take any chances, activated the wand's inherent inferno attack right from the start. With the flames passed, the moisture in the air was instantly evaporated by the scorching heat, leaving behind an eerie void. The cavern's temperature soared, the once frigid stone walls beginning to radiate warmth, emitting a sizzle. The female blue-scaled merfolk's eyes, once bright and nimble, widened in sheer terror and despair. Instinctively, she attempted to twist her body to evade the lethal onslaught. However, the speed of the inferno was overwhelming, leaving her with no time for proper response. In an instant, the sea of flames enveloped her entirely. The searing heat and piercing light intertwined like countless sharp blades, mercilessly slicing and consuming her form. Of a blood-curdling scream escaped her lips. Her scales, once shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, rapidly melted and deformed under the intense heat, turning pitch black and emitting wisps of smoke. Blue blood mingled with steam as it gushed from her charred wow. She swiftly twisted her body, wielding the long spear in her hand towards the source of the light, attempting to fend off the lethal strike. However, the might of the searing ray was far beyond her capacity to resist. The beam struck the spear, instantly melting it, as the intense heat continued to spread, searing her arm. That a cry of anguish escaped her lips, as the scales on her arm were charred in an instant. Her skin blackened, and blue blood surged from the wound, evaporating almost immediately due to the extreme temperature. Seizing the opportunity of her injury, Ian unleashed his ice spirit arrows once more. The moisture in the air rapidly crystallized into icy projectiles, imbued with a biting chill, hurtling towards the female blue-scaled merfolk. The ice arrows traced glistening arcs through the air, reaching the female blue-scaled merfolk in the blink of an eye. She widened her eyes in terror. Desperately thrashing in the water, attempting to evade the onslaught of arrows. Yet the sheer number of ice arrows proved overwhelming. Several struck her body. The arrows pierced her scales, instantly enveloping her in frost, rendering her movements sluggish. Despite being a high-ranking apprentice-level creature, the female blue-scaled merfolk found herself at a disadvantage against Ian's relentless and deadly barrage. Having grown up in this enigmatic aquatic cave, she had long relied on her innate agility and strength to dominate the region. Never having encountered such a formidable,